Tianqiu Palace, a place that only exists in legends. Not only does it really exist, but there is more than one of them. Lin Moyu stepped in and stepped on the ground of Tianqiu Palace, feeling a little unreal. The ground of Tianqiu Palace was extremely solid. Lin Moyu could easily feel its material, which turned out to be the innate original treasure material. The palace is made of extremely precious innate treasures, and they are also stepping stones. How luxurious must this palace be? What a luxury! Tianqiu Palace was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. How powerful would the master of Tianqiu Palace be? I'm afraid only the Lord of the Realm can need so many precious materials of origin. After entering Tianqiu Palace, there is a long corridor that extends for a kilometer. After a kilometer, there are two forks on the left and right. Lin Moyu did not go in immediately, but took out the Sun Ying ring and activated it silently. There is a result but no cause. Lin Moyu decisively sowed the seeds, and the fruits he sowed meant that he would surely be able to return safely from Tianqiu Palace. The backlash force surged, and Lin Moyu was shattered into pieces with a bang, and then he was reborn from the purple light. Lin Moyu had long been accustomed to being born silently and dying silently without any expression. The pain of being shattered into pieces seemed to be non-existent to him. I don't know how many times I have died since I started practicing. Both the pain and the fear in my heart no longer exist. After 12 consecutive rebirths, the backlash finally ended. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. 12 times, it seems a bit dangerous, but the danger is not fatal, so it's not a big problem. The intensity of the backlash can be determined by the number of new births, and the difficulty of planting fruits can be analyzed by the intensity of the backlash. The easier it is to grow fruit, the safer the journey is, otherwise, it is dangerous. 12 times, it's not too dangerous, at most it's just a close call. Lin Moyu waited for a while, still without taking any action, and planted fruit again. There is a result but no cause. The second time, there was a result but no cause. This time, the result was more direct. Lin Moyu wanted every choice he made to be correct. This result is extremely unreasonable, but it is just so unreasonable to have a result without a cause. In Lin Moyu's opinion, he has died so many times, if he still wants to be reasonable, what's the point of that kind of fruit? The Xuaning ring was glowing faintly, and he was shattered again. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. The purple light flashed continuously, and after 8 deaths in a row, the backlash force finally subsided. I've only died 8 times, so it seems the choice won't be too difficult. After planting fruits twice, Lin Moyu finally walked along the corridor and went deep into Tianqiu Palace. Entering the corridor, Lin Moyu immediately felt that his immortal path seemed to be suppressed. This was the first time that the great way of immortality was suppressed, and Moyu realized the extraordinariness of Tianqiu Guan. The immortal avenue is extremely special, almost transcending the realm. Even it will be suppressed, let alone other avenues. It is estimated that it is difficult to exert even 10% of its strength here. Soon reaching the end of the corridor, Lin Moyu saw 2 roads on the left and right. Lin Moyu turned left without thinking. The fruits have already been sown, so his choice must be right. There is no need to think about it, just follow your heart. After walking for a while, the corridor came to an end again. Lin Moyu still chose to go to the left without any hesitation, as if he already knew the route. Another 1,000 meters, another choice between left and right, Lin Moyu still chose the left. Once every kilometer, several times in a row, it has long been far away. After this choice, they were completely away from the entrance. Lin Moyu turned around and saw that there was fog behind him. It was obvious that he could not go back. In this case, let's continue to move forward. Tianqiu Palace itself is very large, and Lin Moyu also felt the power of the Great Tao of Space. Under the influence of the Great Tao of Space, Weishuan became even heavier. Lin Moyu continued to walk forward, and after making more than a dozen choices of direction, he finally saw the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor is a small garden. In the center of the garden stands a towering ancient tree, which is so tall that you can't see the end of it. When Lin Moyu saw the ancient tree, a warning sign appeared in the depths of his soul. This tree was unusual and posed a threat to him. Lin Moyu stood at the end of the corridor and did not step into the garden. As long as he did not step into the garden, the ancient tree would not move. Bang! He lightly snapped his fingers, releasing 1,000 undead servants who appeared and rushed towards the ancient tree. My spiritual perception has been verified countless times, and it cannot be wrong. Since there is a threat, I will strike first. The undead servants brandished their swords and attacked the ancient tree, but the avenue was suppressed here. The combat power of the undead servants was much weaker than usual, not even as strong as the masters of the avenue, and fell a whole level. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the universe suddenly emerged. He used the universe to fight against the oppression in Tianqiu Palace and forcibly restored the power of the undead servants to its peak. The ancient tree moved with a loud bang, and countless branches waved and turned into whips to lash down. The combat power of this ancient tree has reached the eternal peak, slightly stronger than the undead servants. Please give me flowers. The undead servants were whipped away one after another, and then the whip evolved into ancient tree warriors, fighting with the undead servants. These ancient tree warriors were more powerful than the undead servants, and their numbers were so astonishing that the undead servants were suppressed for a while. It was unknown how many years the ancient tree had lived, and it had infinite branches. The first batch of 1,000 undead servants that Lin Moyu dispatched were totally insufficient. If there are not enough, then add more people. I am never afraid of having more people than me. The space twisted, and 100,000 undead servants rushed out. The number of undead servants increased 100 times, and they regained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Countless branches of the ancient tree fell again, the earth roared, and a large number of tree roots flew out from under the earth, piercing through the void and hitting the undead servants. The tree roots are more powerful and can pass through space, making them impossible to dodge or defend against. The undead servants were beaten to pieces by the tree roots, but they would be resurrected the next second and continue the battle. The garden, which was not originally very large, began to expand rapidly after the war began. The space became hundreds of times larger, accommodating more branches and roots, and providing more room for the ancient trees to move around. Lin Moyu has already seen that the ancient tree has a space avenue, and the reason why it needs to expand the space is because his attack range is limited to this garden. If the space is too small, he will not be able to display his skills, which will directly affect his combat effectiveness. The expansion of space can certainly help him to make use of it, but it can also accommodate more undead servants, which is beneficial to the ancient tree and even more beneficial to himself. With a thought, the number of undead servants increased tenfold again, and millions of undead servants once again occupied the half space. Although the ancient tree's attack was fierce, it could not defeat millions of undead servants in a short time. The attacks of the undead servants poured down like a river from the sky, continuously falling on the ancient tree. Gradually, large cracks appeared on the tree, and the cracks continued to expand and quickly spread throughout the entire tree. Just a moment later, the ancient tree collapsed. The trunk of the tree was broken, but the roots were still alive. A large number of roots were flying around, pulling away the nearby undead servants, then they wrapped around the trunk and drilled into the ground, disappearing. There was only a huge hole left in the garden. Lin Moyu did not let the undead servants chase it. There was no need to do so. Given the dangerous level of Tianqiu Palace, the undead servants would surely die if they chased after it and would not be able to find anything at all. He crossed the garden and entered another area. The road in the void rolled, and a faint shadow gradually emerged, and the butler appeared in the void. The butler quietly watched the garden and slowly disappeared. Lin Moyu walked through the small garden and saw a lake in the palace, above which were crisscrossed water bridges. Suddenly the space began to shrink and the picture in sight became distorted. A huge force rushed towards him, hitting Lin Moyu like an extremely solid wall. With a bang, Lin Moyu was knocked back hundreds of meters before stopping, and almost returned to the small garden just now. This force came suddenly, but it was not too strong to hurt Lin Moyu. After Lin Moyu stood firm, he understood what was going on. Ever since the tree escaped, the originally enlarged space began to shrink rapidly. The huge space shrank back to its original state in a very short time. When the space shrinks, a wall of space is formed, and it is the wall of space that pushes itself back. The space in Tianqiu Palace seemed to be a self-contained entity, very solid. If a battle of that magnitude had taken place in the outside world, the void would have been shattered by the 380 long ago. But the space in Tianqiu Palace remained motionless. Looking back at the small garden, Lin Moyu suddenly revealed a barely perceptible smile and glanced slightly towards the sky. Then Lin Moyu continued to walk towards the lake. His previous tiny movements were not noticeable on the surface. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, "It's you. It seems you also want to enter Tianqiu Palace. What is there in Tianqiu Palace?" Just now he was almost knocked back to the small garden, and at that moment he discovered something unusual. The butler's aura appeared in the interweaving of the avenues in the air. He hid it well, but he couldn't hide it from his own perception. The butler was able to enter Tianqiu Palace silently and follow me, which obviously meant he had some plan. Countless years ago, the butler took advantage of the arrival of Emperor Kunlun, and after Emperor Kunlun injured the little python, he killed the little python and caused the 5 generations of Weishu Fu to lose their guardian beast. In the countless years that followed, he should have entered the Tianqiu Palace more than once, but his goal was never fulfilled. Perhaps he cannot accomplish what he wants by himself and needs help from others. However, over the years, the butler must have gained something. At least he can bypass the little python and enter Tianxian silently. And since he had come, he followed too. Lin Moyu was a little curious about what was in Tianqiu Palace. He analyzed the previous conversation with the butler and roughly guessed what he wanted. Regardless of whether the butler is a spirit or a living being, there are only 2 things he wants: power and freedom. These 2 are inseparable in the final analysis. It is very likely that the butler wants both. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. Since the butler had come, he would show up sooner or later, and then he would know what he wanted to do. Return to the lake and step onto the water bridge. The lake is not small, and the densely packed bridges form a maze. There is a powerful force here, and the sky becomes very low, making it difficult to fly. Lin Moyu felt it and realized that it was not that he could not fly, but that if he flew, the restriction would be triggered and he would be attacked. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the restriction on the lake is a formation. This formation is not small in scale and is more powerful than the truth-seeking path, but its complexity is far less than that of the truth-seeking path. The taste of the simple and quiet road. It would be easy with a formation. Lin Moyu planned to control the formation. By covering the entire lake with the formation, he would be able to see the maze clearly. Boom! The lake surface suddenly splashed with water, and a large number of flying fish rushed out of the lake and turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Lin Moyu. Each of the sharp arrows transformed from these flying fish is as powerful as eternity. In Tianqiu Palace, eternity seemed to have become a very common thing, which also made Lin Moyu feel a little awe towards Tianqiu Palace. After all, Yongheng has already stood at the top of the realm, but it is everywhere in Tianqiu Palace, which can only mean that the level of Tianqiu Palace is too high. A large number of undead servants appeared and transformed into shields to block these swordfish. The swordfish exploded when it collided with the undead servant, and the undead servant was instantly burned to pieces. Every explosion was like the self-destruction of eternity, and the undead servants could not stop it at all. But it was strange that all the explosions only affected the undead servants and did not cause any impact on the outside world, which made Lin Moyu alert. If you are attacked by a swordfish, the force of their self-destruction may blow you to pieces. Although I can be reborn, if the number is too large, the number of rebirths may exceed the limit. The current limit for rebirth is once per second, and it resets every 20 seconds. You cannot exceed this limit. Once you exceed it, you may really face death. There were enough undead servants, and they died in batches one after another, continuously blocking the swordfish. The same was true of the swordfish, which continued to rush in from beneath the lake. They were endless and seemed to be inexhaustible. Undead servants constantly die and resurrect, and the old and new ones are replaced over and over again. There is no such thing as consumption at all. Lin Moyu gradually realized that something was wrong. No matter how many swordfish there were, it was impossible for them to be consumed continuously like this. He looked at the lake and finally discovered something unusual about it. There is also a formation in the lake, which is connected to the formation in the sky. The formation in the sky provides it with majestic power. These swordfish are not real fish at all, but a means of attack evolved from the formation. As long as the power of the Dao and Tianqiu is not completely consumed, the attack will not stop. Lin Moyu felt something was not right the more he looked at it. He couldn't even withstand an attack of this magnitude, let alone one from others. The Emperor Kunlun should have been here before. Even if the path he took was different from mine, as long as it was the right one, he would have had a similar experience. If the difficulty in Tianqiu Palace was this great, Emperor Kunlun would have been defeated here. But obviously, Emperor Kunlun did not just go here, so there must be a way to break the impasse. The method I am currently using is not the correct method. Lin Moyu decided to start with the formation. The formation in the lake was too hidden and the situation in the lake was unknown, so he could only start with the formation in the air. This formation is very clever. It looks simple, but the simpler it is, the harder it is to crack. The entire formation maintained a balance, similar to a natural formation, which made it difficult for Lin Moyu to get started for a while. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu finally figured out something. So that's how it is. He took 3 steps forward, and the lake, which was in turmoil a second ago, suddenly became quiet, and all the swordfish disappeared at the same time, as if he had just experienced an illusion. Although Lin Moyu has not yet been able to break the 5.8 formation, he has understood the operating rules of the formation. This formation covers the lake and forms a special rule. As long as you do not move on the covered bridge, the formation on the lake will launch an attack. If you go back, the formation in the lake will also launch an attack, so you can't go back here. Only by moving forward can the formation in the lake remain quiet. But the covered bridge is like a maze. It is very likely that you will go the wrong way and need to go back. Then you will have to face overwhelming attacks along the way. Ordinary eternal beings cannot withstand it. Even half-step chaos cannot hold on for too long. If Emperor Kunlun had walked here back then, he should have kept walking along one of the steps and taken the right path. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the lake exploded again and the swordfish reappeared. He paused for 2 seconds, and the formation in the lake started to work again, and a new round of attacks came. Lin Moyu walked and stopped, and the formation in the lake would stop when he walked, and would start again when he stopped. He was like a prodigal son, constantly teasing the 2 formations, making them stop and move from time to time. During the pause, Lin Moyu saw more and more clearly and figured out how to deal with this formation. His 10 fingers were like pens drawing divine talismans in the air, leaving countless afterimages, and extremely complex divine talismans flew out from his fingertips. The magic runes formed an array, and each magic rune was a small array. Lin Moyu decided to use complexity to counter simplicity, and used the complex magic runes to change the structure of the array in the air in one fell swoop, so that he could control the array. The formation in the sky is too simple. If you follow its path, you will go astray. You can only do the opposite and go in the opposite direction. More and more divine runes flew out and stayed in the void, and some of them flew to very far places. Before long, the talisman drawn by Lin Moyu had spread to every corner of the sky above the lake. The formation in the lake turned a blind eye to the divine talisman. Lin Moyu saw that the formation here was only aimed at living creatures and did not hinder the divine talisman. This also confirmed his other guess that breaking the formation with another formation was the best solution here, and finding the right path was the second choice. If this place is compared to a game, walking through the maze can only be regarded as passing the level, while cracking the formation is the manipulation and cracking of the entire game, from being a game participant to a controller. This change is not only a change in identity, but also a change in mentality. That feeling is like a chess piece on the chessboard suddenly transforming into a chess player. When the layout of the talisman was completed, Lin Moyu activated the formation. All the talismans are independent formations. When activated, they are connected to each other and become a large and complex formation group with large rules. This formation group has no other function except to suppress and control. It suppresses the formation in the air and controls various problems that occur in the formation. While controlling, it can also maintain the stability of the controlled formation. In Lin Moyu's view, it is equivalent to putting a shell on the formation in the sky, and he can use this shell to become the master of another formation. The array group rose to mid-air, covering the array in mid-air. With a roar, the array group had successfully merged into it and controlled the array in mid-air. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and his mind entered the sky and drilled into the center of the formation. The entire lake was in sight. He looked down from the sky and saw it clearly. A correct route emerged before his eyes. However, Lin Moyu did not move. He controlled the formation and no longer provided power to the formation in the lake. The swordfish that was attacking frantically suddenly disappeared without a trace. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this level is mostly past, and there is still half to be solved, which is the formation in the lake. He felt that this lake was not just a simple formation, but seemed to be hiding something. Now he was looking down at the entire lake, and the formation in the lake was also in his sight, so it was not difficult to control it. One magic talisman after another was drawn, and Lin Moyu followed suit. Suddenly, Lin Moyu frowned, flew up, and his undead servants quickly retreated, wrapping him in their arms. The next moment, more undead servants appeared, protecting Lin Moyu in the center layer by layer, as many as 10 layers. Just as the undead servants completed their protection, there was a loud bang under the lake, and columns of water shot up into the sky. These water columns are very special. The entire lake itself is a special kind of water. Lin Moyu doesn't know what this kind of water is called, but he knows that its essence is extremely high, not inferior to the previous origin treasure. Difference. The water column was like steel, containing tremendous force, which knocked the undead servants flying in all directions. The undead servants that were hit by the water column were shattered into pieces on the way. 6 of the 10 layers of defense they used to protect Lin Moyu were instantly destroyed. The water column did not stop there and continued to attack. Undead servants kept appearing as new meat shields to protect Lin Moyu. It's not that simple. Lin Moyu saw that at the deepest part of the lake, something was flashing beneath the surface. It is this item that replaces the formation in the sky, provides power for the formation in the lake, and also manipulates the formation in the lake to a certain extent. The power of the formation in the lake seemed to be greater than before. Under the impact of the water columns, a large number of swordfish flew out and killed the undead servants. Lin Moyu summoned more undead minions with a thought either to act as meat shields or to resist the swordfish. There were too many undead servants, and they soon stabilized. Lin Moyu continued to draw the runes and did not take the situation seriously. Just like before, the formation in the lake ignored the talisman and only attacked Lin Moyu. Soon, a brand new formation group appeared on the lake surface, and then the formation group quickly sank into the lake and enveloped the formation in the lake. The 2 formations in the sky and on the lake were controlled by Lin Moyu at the same time and finally quieted down. Done. As soon as this thought came to his mind, before he could relax for even half a second, there was a loud bang and the entire lake of oil began to boil. The terrifying force carried the entire lake and turned it into a terrifying water column that rushed into the sky. The entire bridge was smashed to pieces. The undead servants who were originally protecting Lin Moyu were also smashed to pieces. Countless undead servants were smashed to pieces, and even Lin Moyu, who was at the center, was knocked away. Fortunately, the undead minions took most of the impact, and Lin Moyu was just knocked away. A giant statue covered in silver glaze stood up from the lake. On the giant's chest, a magic weapon in the shape of a mountain was shining. It is this mountain-shaped magic weapon that condenses into a giant, and it is also the final thing to deal with in this level. Only by controlling the formation in the sky can this magic weapon be activated. The mountain-shaped magic weapon will replace the formation in the sky to provide energy for the Hu-Ting formation. Then he controlled the formation in the lake, and this magic weapon was used personally by 26. The giant stood in the lake with its upper body exposed. It was frantically drawing power from the water, and its breath was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the two formations started to operate at the same time. The formation in the sky drew a large amount of avenue to power the formation in the lake. In an instant, countless swordfish flew out and killed the giant. He knew that it was the best and most correct way to deal with the giant directly with the formation without taking any action himself. The real purpose of this set is to see if he can control these two formations and then use them to deal with the giant. Lin Moyu already understood the intention of the schemer. In that case, he would play a game with the schemer. The giant and the swordfish fought each other, and both sides were very powerful and neither would give in. The power of the swordfish penetrated directly into the giant's body, causing explosions that tore the giant's skin and flesh, and it seemed that the giant had the upper hand. But the good times didn't last long. Gradually, the giant began to adapt to the attacks of the swordfish, and the explosions of the rain of arrows could only cause some superficial injuries. If this continues, swordfish will become completely ineffective. Lin Moyu realized that if he wanted to defeat the giant by relying on the formation, in addition to controlling the two formations, he must also make changes on this basis to make the two formations stronger. Not only do you need to control the formation, you also need to surpass the original formation. In that case, let's have some fun. Lin Moyu's competitive spirit emerged, and he was happy to win through the formation. Lin Moyu has completely mastered the two formations and knows all the details of them. With just a little thought, he knew how to further strengthen these two formations. One after another, divine talismans flew out and quickly formed a brand new formation in midair. At this time, there was a formation in the sky and on the lake, and a brand new formation appeared between them. The formation in the sky gradually sank, and the formation in the lake slowly rose and fell, and came into contact with the formation in the middle. The three formations were connected together, and the power of the formation increased dramatically. Countless powers of the avenues were sucked in, and a giant formed by the power of the avenues walked out of the formation. The battlefield turned into a battle between two giants. They let out low growls and punched each other. The power beyond eternity surged wildly in the void, and the space continued to twist and deform, as if it would break at any time. The battle was extremely fierce. Lin Moyu controlled the giant and suppressed the opponent as if he were fighting personally. At the same time, he multitasked and continued to improve the formation, making his giant stronger and stronger. The surface of the lake sank, and cracks appeared on the ground beside the lake. Under the bombardment of punches, the giant condensed by the mountain-shaped magic weapon began to crack all over his body. Finally, under the bombardment of countless punches, his body was shattered. The mountain-shaped magic weapon appeared, and it was like a frightened bird, running away with a scream. Want to escape? Lin Moyu snorted softly, and controlled the giant to stretch out his hand and firmly grasp the mountain-shaped magic weapon. The mountain-shaped magic weapon struggled wildly in the giant's hands, shrieking one after another. But its struggle was futile. Seeing that it could not escape, it began to drill into the body of the avenue giant, hoping to occupy it instead. That's a nice thought. Lin Moyu sneered, and the power of death swept out and instantly enveloped the mountain-shaped magic weapon. The power of death corrodes everything. Although the mountain-shaped magic weapon is powerful, it will be corroded if Lin Moyu is given enough time. Even if it cannot be completely corroded, the spirit in the mountain-shaped magic weapon will not have an easy time. At the same time, the burning world fire also followed the power of death to surround the mountain-shaped magic weapon. The burning world fire was very effective against weapon spirits. Lin Moyu didn't believe that it was not afraid. There is a weapon spirit in the mountain-shaped magic weapon. Lin Moyu has just discovered that he has full experience in dealing with the weapon spirit. Now that it is in his hands, no matter how fierce it is, he can make it obedient. The giant of the avenue grabbed the body of the magic weapon, and the power of death wrapped around the magic weapon, leaving him nowhere to go. The fire of burning the world had already invaded the interior of the magic weapon, burning the spirit of the weapon and making it scream. Stop, 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 you win, let me go. The spirit of the weapon finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Lin Moyu heard a clear voice, which sounded like a woman's, but it was a little sharp. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, absorbed the essence and blood, and recognized the master. A drop of essence and blood flew out and landed on the magic weapon. As long as the spirit of the weapon absorbs the essence and blood, it will recognize it as its master. Lin Moyu did not do this to other weapon spirits because he was sure he could control them. But Lin Moyu was not completely sure about the magic weapon spirit, so he had to force the other party to recognize him as his master, without any room for negotiation. The weapon spirit obviously did not want to recognize its master and continued to beg for mercy, but Lin Moyu remained unmoved. If you don't recognize your master, I won't stop. After more than 10 minutes, the spirit of the weapon finally compromised in the world-burning fire. The weapon spirit absorbed the essence and blood, which then flowed through the magic weapon. The mark of Lin Moyu's soul appeared on the magic weapon, which was considered a preliminary refining process. A message came from the magic weapon, and Lin Moyu knew the name of this magic weapon: Boundary Mountain and River Order. Having recognized it, Lin Moyu let go of the magic weapon and whispered, "Come out." Lin Moyu's words were like an order, and the body spirit in the magic weapon could only be beaten out. A big head popped out from the magic weapon, followed by the entire body. This spirit looked like a 5 or 6-year-old girl, a little fat and chubby, with a cute face, but there was a bit of fierceness between her brows. She seemed a little unwilling, but she was also aware of her current situation and identity, so she called out honestly, "Fatty meets the master." Lin Moyu asked, "Who gave you this name?" The fat girl shook her head and said, "I knew this name after I became conscious, but I don't know who gave it to me." Lin Moyu said, "So it seems that you don't know who made you?" The fat girl shook her head, "I don't know." Lin Moyu asked, "Then do you know what to do here?" Fatty said, "I know. I was born knowing that if someone controls the two formations of heaven and earth, I will come out and beat the other person to death." While speaking, the fat girl waved her fist, looking like she was very powerful. Lin Moyu controlled the two formations of heaven and earth, and she came out to kill Lin Moyu. As a result, he failed to kill Lin Moyu, but was defeated by Lin Moyu and was refined. The fat girl was even more unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. The one who could set up this situation should be the master of Tianchu Palace, but what exactly did the master of Tianchu Palace want to do, and why did he arrange it this way? Is it just to consider the strength of your own formation? But what's the point of doing this? Lin Moyu asked, "Your true form is called Jiu Shanaling. What is its specific use?" Fatty said, "I have gathered the power of all the mountains and rivers in the realm, and can evolve into a giant with combat power beyond eternity. In addition, I can also suppress the mountains and rivers in the realm, making the realm more stable and preventing it from collapsing. I can also absorb the power of chaos and refine it into the power of the realm, mountains, and rivers, making the realm, mountains, and rivers stronger. There are 3 abilities: combat, suppression, and enhancement." Just by listening to Fatty's description, Momoyu already knew its function. The realm, mountain, and river order is very powerful. If an eternal being obtains it, he can almost be said to be invincible in eternity. But then again, no eternal being can easily suppress it, and it is already good enough not to be suppressed by it in return. Lin Moyu continued, "Have you been sleeping under the lake?" The fat girl said, "It's about the same. I sleep and wake up. I will wake up when someone comes, and I will sleep when no one comes." Lin Moyu asked, "Who else has been here before me?" The fat girl said, "There was a guy who came here many times, but he just flew over there every time and didn't activate the formation. There was only one person who actually activated the formation, but that person didn't know how to control the formation. Instead, he walked through the maze of the bridge corridor, so I didn't care about him. So it's such a coincidence. The guy who often comes here and flies over, mentioned by Fatty, Didi, is the butler. The person who activated the formation and passed through the bridge corridor maze was Emperor Kunlun. I never thought that Emperor Kunlun and I were walking the same path. What a coincidence. Lin Moyu said, now that you have acknowledged me as your master, follow me from now on. I will take you out of Tianchu Palace and see the outside world. The fat girl seemed to have no feelings about the outside world, and asked, how can the residents leave Tianchu Palace? Lin Moyu asked curiously, are there several methods? The fat girl said, one way is to leave from the side door of Tianchu Palace. There seems to be some problem there. It was supposed to be closed, but later it opened for some reason. The guy who came last time left from there. There was a pretty powerful guard at the side door. That guy was able to escape only with the help of a treasure. The other way is to go to the center of Tianchu Palace, solve the puzzle inside, and then you can control the entire Tianchu Palace. Lin Moyu looked at the fat girl. How do you know this? The fat girl shook her head and said, I don't know, but I've known it since I became conscious. She has a bad temper, and even though she has acknowledged her master now, she still speaks with such self-righteousness. Lin Moyu didn't care about her, as long as she listened to him. Lin Moyu asked, can you beat the guard at the side door? The fat girl thought about it and said, it's not a big problem. Lin Moyu said, then let's go to the side door first. Do you know the direction? The fat girl raised her hand and pointed in a direction, there. Lin Moyu wanted to go to the side door first. According to what Fatty said, Emperor Kunlun left through the side door, and he escaped with the help of a treasure. Although countless years have passed, time seems to have lost its meaning in Tianchu Palace, and the various traces inside will not change with time. He can still see the traces of the past and guess some of what happened back then. He was also somewhat interested in the treasure that Emperor Kunlun had obtained, and wondered what he had obtained to escape from Tianchu Palace. Tianchu Palace did not seem to be dangerous to him, but to other Eternals, even to someone like Kunlun Emperor who was half a step into the Chaos Realm, it was an extremely dangerous place. This is not Lin Moyu's arrogance, but the fact. As for the housekeeper who came many times, Lin Moyu could easily guess that he wanted to go to the center of Tianchu Palace. Maybe he wanted to take control of the entire Tianchu Palace, or maybe he wanted to use Tianchu Palace to accomplish something. Lin Moyu ignored the butler for the time being and decided to deal with him after he went to the center of Tianchu Palace. Lin Moyu did not take seriously a person who could only hide in the dark and do sneaky things. After crossing the lake, we entered a small path. According to Fatty, the end of the path was the side door of Tianchu Palace. As for the treasure that Emperor Kunlun obtained, no one knows what it is. Lin Moyu quickly reached the end of the path and saw a small palace in front of him. Although the palace was not big and not magnificent, it was exquisite everywhere. A palace built entirely with innate precious materials would be a supreme treasure if it were placed outside. But if you think about it, even the stone slabs for walking in Tianchu Palace are made of innate precious materials. It seems that there is nothing to worry about. He looked at the palace and felt that it looked familiar, as if he had seen it before. Lin Moyu asked, is this the side door? Fatty said, that's about right. The side door is behind the palace, and the gatekeeper is also behind the palace. What is this palace used for? Lin Moyu continued to ask. The fat girl shook her head, I don't know, I've never been in there. Lin Moyu felt strange. You said these are all things you knew naturally, but why don't you know what this palace is used for? Fatty said, but the fact is, I know most of the ways in Tianchu Palace, but I really don't know what's inside the palace. Lin Moyu felt more and more strange. It was obvious that the fat girl's memory was implanted by someone. The person who implanted the memory can only be her refiner, that is, Tianchu Guancheng. But why should these memories be implanted? In Fatty's memory, she only knew the thumbnail map of Tianchu Palace and most of the roads, but she didn't know the specific functions of each room in the palace. Wanting to go through the side door to enter the palace, Lin Moyu knew that the fat girl would not lie to him, so he strode in. The interior of the palace is not large, and without using the space avenue for expansion, the depth is only about 10 meters, and the width is the same. The situation in the palace was a bit chaotic, as if there had been a fight and things were scattered all over the floor. Lin Moyu frowned, the feeling of déjà vu becoming stronger. Looking at the objects scattered on the ground, there were quite a few pens, papers, various decorations, and fallen tables and chairs. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that this palace was a warehouse. There are some unimportant things placed inside. Everything on the ground is a magic weapon. They emit precious light and look very precious. However, Lin Moyu did not pick them up. It was not because he looked down on these things, but because he had another guess in his mind. The situation here vaguely matches some memory, and now all that's left is verification. Walking to the back of the palace, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. There is a table here, and there should be something on the table, but now, CHFF, the thing is gone, leaving only a mark. The mark is in the shape of a long strip, from which we can roughly infer the shape of the placed object. And there is still a lingering aura here. The information is very powerful and familiar. Lin Moyu's heart was stirred, and he guessed what Emperor Kunlun got from this. Walking out of the palace, there is another small path, which is only 10 meters long, and there is a door 10 meters away. There is a gap on the left side of the door, which was obviously caused by someone knocking it out. At the door, a puppet glowing with golden light slowly turned its head and looked at Lin Moyu, and a terrifying aura came towards him. This puppet is no ordinary puppet. It is made entirely of innate precious materials and has been finely refined to make it even stronger. Lin Moyu felt that even if he used the Great Tao destroying world palm, he would not be able to hurt it. The aura emanating from the puppet itself has surpassed eternity. Not only is his defense strong, his attack power is also terrifyingly strong. No wonder the Emperor Kunlun was no match for him back then and had to break through the palace wall to escape. Moreover, with the strength of Emperor Kunlun, he might not be able to break into the palace, and what he had was also a magic weapon he got from the palace. Lin Moyu said, "I'll leave this guy to you." The fat girl hummed, "No problem." She flew out of Lin Moyu's hand, and halfway through she turned into a giant, rushing towards the gate-guarding puppet. The gatekeeping puppet simultaneously turned into a flash of lightning and collided with the fat girl, and the two sides started a fierce battle in this not-so-big path. Layers of light lit up around the path, absorbing all the aftermath of the battle between the two, and Tianqiu Palace was not affected at all. The two sides were evenly matched and fought fiercely. It was difficult to tell the winner after a long time. The fat girl dragged the gate-guarding puppet, while Lin Moyu walked leisurely to the side door and observed the gap created by the collision. The shape of the gap further confirmed his idea. Back then, Emperor Kunlun got the deliverance boat in the palace. When facing this guard, he used the deliverance boat to break through the palace and escape. But according to this, other people shouldn't know that he got the boat. And according to the legend, the deliverance boat appeared earlier than the Emperor Kunlun. Why is that? The solution of one puzzle leads to new puzzles. At this moment, Lin Moyu suddenly looked up and saw through the gap into the distance. A black dot shuttled through the avenue and quickly approached the fifth-generation Void Palace. The boat of salvation. Lin Moyu exclaimed that the boat that he was looking for appeared at this moment and was flying towards the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace. The Dewey boat was traveling at a very high speed and quickly stopped above the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace. Then it slowly descended to the center of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu had an idea and said to the fat girl, "Let's go." The fat girl was very obedient. She immediately stopped and followed Lin Moyu. The guard at the side door was only responsible for guarding the side door. Once he entered the palace, he would not take any more action. He would immediately return to the side door and stand upright, strictly carrying out his duties. Lin Moyu stood in the palace and glanced at the guard at the side door. This puppet, who was more than eternity old, was probably at the pinnacle of puppetry. If there were more of these puppets, they would be an extremely terrifying fighting force. From another perspective, if I did not exist in the Five Worlds domain, this puppet, once born, would be enough to sweep across the entire domain. Back then, even the Kunlun Emperor, who was half a step into the Chaos Realm, had to use the deliverance boat to break through the Tianqiu Palace and escape when facing this guard. From this we can see how powerful the Tianqiu Palace is, and how powerful the master of Tianqiu Palace is. Lin Moyu was cautious and asked Pang Ru to lead the way to the center of Tianqiu Palace. According to Fatty, their current location is just on the edge of Tianqiu Palace, which is the outer layer. To reach the center, one has to pass through the ancient forest in the palace. The ancient forest is not easy to pass through, and the fat girl is not sure about it. Walking along the corridor and through the palace walls, we found that the internal structure of Tianqiu Palace was complex and it was a large maze in itself. Without the fat girl leading the way, we would hardly be able to walk around the periphery and would not be able to see the ancient forest in the palace, let alone explore it carefully. Moreover, there are many dangers here. If you take a wrong path, it will be very troublesome. Even if you exist forever, you may die. Lin Moyu guessed that the Emperor Kunlun was most likely lost in the periphery and eventually entered the palace. He accidentally obtained the deliverance boat and also saved his life with the help of the deliverance boat. The designs in Tianqiu Palace were closely linked. If he failed to crack the heaven and earth formation in the lake and failed to subdue the fat girl, it would be difficult to find the right path. The fruits you have sown have already taken effect unknowingly, pointing you on the right path, which may be the only right path. After wandering around Tianqiu Palace for half a day, Lin Moyu saw an unusual door. This door is higher than other doors. There is a terrifying force on the door that reaches up into the sky and connects to the avenue. This also means that if you want to pass through this door, you can only go from the front, and there is no way to go through it, whether in heaven or on the ground. However, in front of the door, 2 puppet guards stood there. The 2 guards are exactly the same as the guards at the side door. They all have combat power beyond eternity. The eternal realm cannot break through at all. Even if a half-step chaos comes, he will be stopped here. Lin Moyu wasn't worried, he didn't even have to do anything himself to get through here. The fat girl said, "I can block one." The implication is that Lin Moyu has to solve the other problem himself. Even though she has recognized her master, the fat girl's temper has not changed. Of course, if Lin Moyu insists that she fight 2 people alone, she will do it, but she will be a little unhappy at most. Lin Moyu shook his head. "You don't have to do it, I'll take care of it." As soon as he was conscious, a large number of undead servants rushed over. Facing these 2 gatekeeper puppets, the combat power of the undead servants is not enough, and no matter how many undead servants there are, they cannot deal with them. As a puppet, with the support of Tianqiu Palace, he has an endless supply of power and is not afraid of consumption at all. But Lin Moyu didn't want to defeat them. The role of the undead servants was only to entangle them so that he could go over and open the door. The undead servants fought with the gate-guarding puppets. In an instant, a large number of undead servants were maimed or killed, but they could recover in the next second. The undead servants adjusted their tactics, entangled the 2 puppets in a round-robin battle, and led them away from the gate to make room for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu came to the gate as if taking a walk. The gate seemed to be 100 meters high, but if you look closely, you will find that it is almost infinitely high, and it seems endless in your sight. There are countless patterns on the door, interweaving into an extremely complex pattern. Lin Moyu tried to push the door, but it didn't open. "Fatty, you push." The fat girl responded and turned into a giant and started pushing the door. The patterns on the gate lit up one after another, making a harsh friction sound. This door, which has not been opened for who knows how many years, seems to be about to be pushed open at this moment. The fat girl possesses the power of the mountains and rivers of the entire realm. No one can compare to her in strength, not even the Lord of Power can compare to her. The door became brighter and brighter. When all the patterns on it were visible, a tremendous force suddenly erupted. The fat girl screamed and was blown away. Even Lin Moyu, who was standing in front of the door, was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. The power of the avenue continuously fell from the sky and enveloped the gate, which was shining and motionless. The fat girl flew back. "I'll try again." She looked very unconvinced, and Lin Moyu followed her. The fat girl once again transformed into a giant and pushed the door with all her strength. This time she was more decisive. As soon as she exerted her strength, the door buzzed and the fat girl was directly blown 1,000 meters away. She only stopped after hitting 10 high walls. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Do you want to try again?" Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Although the fat girl looked unconvinced, she knew her limits and would not try again. Lin Moyu had already seen that it was impossible for Fatty to push open the door. Not only Fatty, but he himself couldn't push it open either. There is a formation on this door. This formation is very strange. It is impossible to push open this door before unlocking the formation. The pattern on the door is not an ordinary pattern, but an interweaving of thousands of shepherd talismans. Lin Moyu had seen this method before, which was to break up the rooms but not completely disconnect them, leaving them somewhat connected. The broken talismans were then mixed together to eventually form this unique pattern. Inside, the pattern was actually an array formation. The great formation of heaven and earth where the fat girl is a simplified representation of God. But the gate before us is the most complex expression of the divine talisman. 0. One is simple and the other is complex, which have already explained the two extreme uses of the talisman. Since entering the Tianqiu Palace, there are formations and talismans everywhere. It is obvious that the master of the Tianqiu Palace is very good at formations and talismans. Lin Moyu studied the formation in the gate. He reassembled the scattered talismans and finally understood the true meaning of the formation and figured out how to break it. Soon, Lin Moyu had an idea. He gradually understood the formation, but his brows became more solemn. He discovered that this formation could not be broken. It was a deadly formation. The so-called ultimate formation is to set up a thing to break the formation in advance. Once the thing to break the formation is lost or destroyed, the formation can no longer be broken, even if the person who set up the formation comes. The things that can break the formation in front of us are the two gatekeeper puppets. In other words, only these two gatekeeper puppets can push open the door, no one else can do it. Then you need to control the two gatekeeper puppets and make them obey you, at least for a short period of time. Controlling two half-step chaos puppets is easier than killing them. Lin Moyu sighed inwardly, this is not going to be easy. While Lin Moyu was thinking, the fat girl walked to the door carefully again, pushed it with a little force, and was blown away again. She tried it several more times, and each time the result was the same, which made the fat girl so angry that she stomped her feet. The floor of the innate precious material under his feet was stomped to cracks. After a moment, a strong aura rose from Lin Moyu's body, and he whispered to himself, I have already sown the fruit, and my choice is the right one. I don't have to follow your path. Lin Moyu's aura became stronger and stronger. He had always maintained a state of concentration since entering Tianqiu Palace, maintaining the half-step chaos realm. The half-step chaos realm can only be regarded as being able to protect oneself in the Tianqiu Palace, just like an invincible chess piece on the chessboard that is powerful enough to kill all enemies, but it is still a chess piece, not a chess player. At this moment, Lin Moyu wants to overturn the chessboard. Either he can go from being a chess piece to a chess player, or everyone will stop playing. Controlling the gate-guarding puppets is almost impossible. It would be easier to kill them. In that case, let's just break the door. Lin Moyu also understood one thing, that all the choices he made were correct. The aura rose, and a thunderous sound erupted from Lin Moyu's body, and the aura suddenly rose to another level. There is a world of difference between half-step chaos and the real chaos. The difference in their combat power is like the difference between eternal existence and the great Tao realm, which is thousands of times more than 150. The fat girl was frightened by Lin Moyu. She stood there with her eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. In Tianqiu Palace, the rules of the domain cannot be touched, and Lin Moyu has no worries about being expelled from the domain. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu, who was in the chaos realm, slapped out with all his strength. A huge palm print emerged in the void, attracting the power of the great Tao. All the power of the great Tao was rolled up and instantly refined into the original energy of the great Tao. The palm print landed heavily on the gate, and a brilliant light bloomed on the gate, resisting the great Tao's world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu was already shattered to pieces, and was reborn in the purple light. He watched his attack being crushed bit by bit. The power of both sides comes from the power of the great Tao, but the great Tao world-destroying palm has a special feature, which is that it can refine the power of the heavenly Tao for one's own use. At this moment, it is refining the power of the avenue in the gate for its own use. Every time the palm print advances a little, the power of the gate will weaken a little. But at the same time, the power of the great Tao world-destroying palm is also weakening. Gather your strength. Lin Moyu's breath rose again, and the scene just now was played out again. If he couldn't overturn the chessboard once, then try twice. If 2 times didn't work, then try 3 times. Lin Moyu once again stepped into the primal chaos realm and once again used the great Tao destroying world palm. Then Lin Moyu continued to step into the chaotic realm without stopping, at the cost of his own death, and then slapped out the great Tao destroying world palm. He has done this kind of thing many times and has become accustomed to it. After being bombarded again and again, the light of the gate became dim, cracks appeared in the patterns, and the formation in the gate began to collapse. Lin Moyu slapped out 10 times in a row, and the door finally couldn't bear it and collapsed with a loud bang. The door was not pushed open, but was smashed down. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with his masterpiece and said to himself, another way to deal with the ultimate formation is to break it with force. This is another way to deal with the absolute formation, and Lin Moyu has also thought that if his great Tao destroying world palm doesn't work, then he can use another trump card, the scepter of natural disaster. He didn't believe that this gate could withstand the scepter of scourge. The fat girl was shocked and a little weird. It's actually possible to do this. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there's nothing impossible, right? As he spoke, he raised his legs and walked through the broken door in 2 or 3 steps. The fat girl quickly followed him. After Lin Moyu left, the undead servants disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. The 2 gatekeeping puppets had no opponents and returned to guard both sides of the gate at the same time. Their mission is to guard the gate. They don't care whether the gate is good or bad. They are just puppets, without intelligence, unable to think, just acting according to orders. Passing through the gate and stepping onto the grassland, there is an ancient dense forest in front of you. Deep in the forest, in the clouds, there is a spire palace. The fat girl pointed at the looming hall and said, that's the center of Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu looked at the Jianyu Hall and felt vaguely familiar with it. At the same time, he also saw the Suyo boat that had come from afar before, now parked on top of the spire. The power of the avenue permeated near the spire, turning into clouds that floated freely. Lin Moyu also saw a guy hiding stealthily inside. It was the butler. Although the butler has no physical form, he is able to merge with the power of the Tao, making him difficult to detect. But it has a soul, and if it has a soul, it cannot escape the eyes of the dead. The butler never thought that his existence would be discovered like this. It's so lively. Lin Moyu chuckled. The housekeeper's goal was indeed the center of Tianqiu Palace. Fatty didn't understand. What's the excitement? Lin Moyu smiled and said, nothing, the ancient forest in the palace is ahead. The fat girl was diverted to another topic. Yes, this is the interior of Tianqiu Palace. If you want to go to the center, you have to go through the ancient forest. It's very dangerous in the ancient forest. Lin Moyu asked, what are the specific dangers? Tell me. The fat girl shook her head. I only know it's dangerous, but I don't know what the specific danger is. Well, that's another half understanding. The purpose of the fat girl's existence is to point the way. Don't try to get too much information from her. It's not that she doesn't want to tell you, but that she herself doesn't know. When you walk to the ancient forest, you will see ancient trees rooted unevenly and in an orderly manner on the ground. These ancient trees should have existed since the day Tianqiu Palace was built, and they have existed for countless years. They were thick and tall, and seemed to have grown to their maximum size. The ancient trees that I had seen in the small garden before were slightly inferior to them. Each ancient tree has eternal peak combat power. In addition, due to the characteristics of ancient trees, each ancient tree has countless roots that can evolve into warriors or be transformed into weapons. 10 activations can completely block Jilin. At that time, it will not be a question of how many people there are. No matter how many undead servants there are, it will probably be difficult to attack. After all, no matter how many there is always a limit to the number of people who can actually rush to the front and participate in the battle. Lin Moyu was sure that the undead servants could not rush over just by imagining it. It felt like surrounding the enemy with undead servants, making it difficult for the enemy to rush over. Now I want to rush over, but I find that I can't. Moreover, the ancient forest in the palace is not just composed of these ancient trees. Under the eyes of the undead, these ancient trees all have souls, and the strength of their souls varies slightly. Near the center of the ancient forest, there are even more powerful souls. The power of that soul has completely surpassed eternity. Lin Moyu judged that it should be half a step into chaos. There are 10 souls like this in 3.1. Afterwards, at the place closest to the center, there is an even more powerful soul, and this soul is the real difficulty. Now there are 2 methods for Lin Moyu to choose. One is to continue to use the concentrated force to elevate himself to the chaotic state, use the Great Tao Destroying World Palm to open a way, and blast all the way in. The other option is to find a way to break the impasse. Since the Lord of Tianqiu Palace has arranged it this way, there must be a way to break the impasse. It just depends on whether you can find it. Lin Moyu speculated on the intentions of the master of Tianqiu Palace. Since entering Tianqiu Palace, he has been dealing with the divine talisman formation. Obviously, the Lord of Tianqiu Palace wanted to find someone who was familiar with the formation, crack part of it himself, and then plan to overturn the chessboard, and no longer want to follow the Lord of Su's ideas. Since this is the case, we might as well stick to it. Lin Moyu decided to force his way in, but he did not use the concentration technique completely. Massive amounts of undead servants were summoned, densely occupying the sky and the ground. Although the ancient forest in the palace was huge, it could not withstand the large number of undead servants. Hundreds of billions of undead servants formed a circle around Gulin and surrounded him. Judging from the number alone, the number of undead servants is no less than that of the ancient trees in the forest, and may even be greater. But in terms of individual combat power, the undead servants are somewhat inferior. Then Lin Moyu took out the Scourge Scepter. Such a good opportunity is rare. It would be a waste if we don't do an experiment. Fatty didn't understand what Lin Moyu said, but when she saw the Scepter of Calamity, she felt a chill down her spine. She retreated more than 100 meters with a whoosh, her voice several points sharper than usual. What is this thing? Lin Moyu laughed. My magic weapon. The fat girl stared at the Scourge Scepter. She had a feeling that if she was hit by it a few times, she would probably die. Her body was extremely solid, and the fat girl never thought that she would be broken by something one day. Now she no longer thinks so. The Scepter of Calamity 27 has given her a new understanding. Lin Moyu activated the Scepter of Calamity with a thought. As his strength grew, it became much easier to manipulate the Scepter of Calamity, and he could basically do it as he pleased. 4 gems lit up, and then the Balance Gem shone brightly, covering a large area of space. At least 1/3 of the ancient forest was covered by the light of the Balance Gem, and even more of the undead servants were covered. The Balance Gem blooms with its own brilliance, and within the range of its light, new writing is created. The aura of the undead servants began to rise, while the aura of the ancient trees in the ancient forest began to fall. The ancient trees came alive one after another, as if they were greatly stimulated, with countless branches dancing in the air. The fat girl also shouted at the same time, "What's going on? Why has my strength become weaker?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "Don't panic, this is a normal change." Fatty knew that it was Lin Moyu's doing, or to be more precise, it was Lin Moyu's magic weapon that did the trick. But Lin Moyu is the master and she is just a servant. She can only obey whatever Lin Moyu wants her to do. The fat girl said no more, but just stared at the Scepter of Calamity. She was deeply afraid of this magic weapon. The ancient trees awakened from their slumber, they quickly locked onto the source, and countless branches pierced the void. Sniff, sniff. The branches passed through the space and whipped towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was the instigator of everything, so he was naturally regarded as the primary target of attack. Lin Moyu didn't need to do anything, the undead servants were already blocking in front of him, and Lin Moyu blocked all attacks. The combat power of the ancient trees is greater than that of the undead servants. Normally, it is difficult for the undead servants to block their attacks. It takes at least dozens or even hundreds of times the undead servants to form a meat shield to barely block the attacks. However, under the effect of the balance gem, the power of the undead servants increased, and the power of the ancient tree decreased accordingly. The two sides maintained the same level and were no longer willing to give in to each other. The undead servants blocked the attack of the ancient tree, and then some of the undead servants affected by the balance gem moved towards the ancient forest. They turned into sharp knives and stabbed at Gulin, as if they wanted to rip Gulin open. The ancient trees waved their branches, and countless roots rushed out from under the earth and danced into a wall in the void, firmly blocking the undead servants. This scene was just as Lin Moyu had expected, neither side could do anything to the other. Even if the balance gem was used to bring the combat power of both sides to the same level, the undead servants were still unable to break through the ancient forest head-on. There are too many powerful ancient trees in the ancient forest, with countless branches, and only the first few layers of undead servants can play a role. The tree branches evolved into ancient tree warriors who fought against the undead servants, and the tree roots turned into large shields, guarding the city tightly. Lin Moyu slowly rose into the air, looking down at the ancient forest from above. When the undead servants launched a large-scale conflict with the ancient forest, countless divine runes lit up in the ancient forest. One by one, the divine runes evolved into formations, and these formations were interwoven into a giant formation group, connecting the entire ancient forest into one. This allows the power of the ancient trees to communicate and gather and disperse with each other, so even if one wants to break through the surface with a point, it is impossible to do so. Lin Moyu also knew the real solution to this situation, which was to break the formation and use it to counter Gulin. This is the arrangement made by the Lord of Tianqiu Palace, and it is the correct solution to this game of chess. Lin Moyu didn't want to solve it this way, he had his own ideas. He was in the process of overturning the chessboard, so why would he follow the path you set? For Lin Moyu, breaking this formation was just a matter of time. He had an idea after just a few glances. This formation did not exceed my own level of formation skills, there was nothing worth learning from it, so there was no need to waste time on it. Still, according to my own ideas, I used this ancient forest and its countless ancient trees to conduct an experiment of my own. The balance gem continued to shine, causing the entire battle to fall into a strange state of balance, where no one could do anything to anyone else. Then, a strange aura rose from Lin Moyu's body. A power that did not belong to the Great Tao and even surpassed the Great Tao grew from Lin Moyu's body and quickly fell onto each of the undead servants. Chaos magic, strong soldiers. A powerful spell of the same level as the power of concentration can elevate all summoned creatures to a higher level. Even though it is only a small level, it is enough. Under the effect of the balance gem, the undead servant who had just touched eternity has reached a relatively high level in eternity and is about to reach the peak of eternity. As for the ancient trees in the ancient forest, they were supposed to be at the eternal peak, but due to the sharp drop in the power of the balance gem, they dropped from the peak. Now they are almost at the level of the eternal peak. Lin Moyu used powerful military techniques, and the combat power of the undead servants increased dramatically, reaching the eternal peak, and was only 993 away from half a step of chaos. However, the balance gem did not suppress the increased combat power of the undead servants, allowing them to continue to maintain balance. In other words, chaos-level powerful military techniques are not restricted by the balance gem. The combat power of the undead servants suddenly surpassed the ancient trees. The original balance was broken. The undead servants began to break through the defenses formed by the ancient trees bit by bit and killed their way in. This is the experiment that Lin Moyu wanted to do, and the results are very encouraging. In this way, he has one more killer weapon. The combat power of the undead servants will be greatly enhanced when combined with powerful military spells and balance gems. The defense formed by the ancient trees was completely shattered. The undead servants tore gaps in different directions, and teams rushed in one after another. The ancient trees were immediately riddled with holes. The attacks of the undead servants fell like a rainstorm. Countless cracks appeared on the ancient tree, and then it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although the trunk of the tree is broken, the roots still have strong fighting power. The roots can continue to fight. The undead servants showed no mercy. They broke through the earth, rushed into the ground, uprooted the ancient trees, and then chopped them into pieces. The ancient tree has great vitality. Even if 70% to 80% of its roots are destroyed, it is still alive and can continue to fight. The undead servants will kill them all without leaving a single piece of armor. They will not stop until you are dead. Finally, an ancient tree was killed, and it wailed as it died, and the flame of its soul was extinguished. Lin Moyu chuckled. The next experiment can begin. The ancient tree died in battle. Its corpse quickly decayed and turned into dust, but even though it turned into dust, some material remained, and for Lin Moyu, that was enough. His next experiment was a corpse exploding. These ancient trees are very powerful, and their combat power has already touched the half-step chaos realm. But their bodies have not yet turned into chaos and are still within the acceptable range of the realm. Lin Moyu knew that chaos and being in the realm were two different concepts. If the body was not chaotic, even if it was an eternal physical soul, once it entered chaos, it would not last long. The power of chaos can cause great damage to the eternal physical soul, and this damage cannot be stopped. However, the most basic requirement for chaos is to reach the half-step chaos state, which is the last step to eternal existence. You have to take at least half a step. Although the Kunlun Emperor took half a step forward at that time, he did not enter the chaos, and his body did not become chaotic. He did not pass the soul-devouring spirit test. No one knew whether he backed down or he knew that the half-step chaos realm was not enough to pass the soul-devouring spirit test. At that time, Lin Moyu obtained some information about chaos through the Great Monument in the spiritual demon clan. Once the body and soul have completed their transformation into chaos, they can be considered truly transcendent. At that time, the strength of the body and soul will be greatly enhanced, and this enhancement is calculated in multiples, possibly dozens, or even hundreds of times. In this ancient forest, there are 10 powerful ancient trees that are half a step into the chaos realm. At the place closest to the central spire palace, there are 10 ancient trees that resemble the real chaos realm. Even if Lin Moyu entered the chaos realm, he was not sure of fighting against it. He didn't want to take the usual path and didn't want to follow the instructions of the master of Qianshu Palace, so he had to think of other ways to kill that guy. But the chaos realm is too strong. He only entered the chaos realm briefly with the help of magic, but he has already experienced the horror of the chaos realm. If the opponent is really in the chaos realm, it is still unknown whether the balance gem can play a role. So Lin Moyu is going to conduct a second experiment, not using the formation in the ancient forest as a weapon, but using the ancient trees themselves as weapons to deal with them. At the same time, he also wanted to see whether the explosion of the corpse could cause any harm to the guys in the chaos realm, and see how powerful the chaos realm was. The soul wrapped around the body of the killed ancient tree, a cloud of dust slowly flew up, and a strange smell emerged. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed lightly. The corpse exploded. His movements were extremely gentle, and it looked like he was just pointing casually, but the ancient tree he was pointing at suddenly exploded with a loud bang, causing 10 earth-shattering explosions. Its body exploded from the inside, and the ancient tree that was still fighting a second ago was instantly shattered to pieces. The explosion extended from the inside of its body to the roots, and not only did it die, but even the other ancient trees were implicated. The roots of the ancient trees are intertwined underground. The explosion affected at least 5 ancient trees nearby, all of which were injured to varying degrees, with a large number of branches and roots broken. But this was just the beginning. The body of the ancient tree that was killed by the explosion was locked onto by Lin Moyu before it could turn into dust. The finger pointed again, the body exploded. Boom! The explosion was so deafening that it shot straight into the sky, and even the airborne avenue was shattered by the impact. The two explosions, each one was more powerful than the Eternal Being's desperate attack, were extremely terrifying. The fat girl looked at this scene in shock and murmured, "Master, what did you do? Lin Moyu's various methods are really too weird." The fat girl had no idea what method Lin Moyu used. With just a light finger, the ancient tree of the eternal level exploded. If this finger was directed at myself, would I also explode on the spot? Fatty felt that she should control her temper and be more polite to her master Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu glanced at the fat girl and said calmly, "It's just an experiment, don't think too much about it." But the more calm and nonchalant Lin Moyu was, the more Fatty felt that Lin Moyu was unfathomable. The two explosions were just the prelude, not even the prelude. Then the drama officially began. Lin Moyu pointed one finger after another. The explosions continued and the ancient trees fell down one after another. Lin Moyu's body exploded, and with the crushing of the undead servants, more and more ancient trees died. The originally dense ancient forest was quickly cleared out. As the number of corpses increased, Lin Moyu's experiment began to expand further. He began to detonate 2 ancient trees at the same time, then 3, and 4, judging the effect of the explosion based on the number. After a series of explosions, Lin Moyu determined that it would be most efficient to blow up several plants at the same time. Using one corpse to blow up 5 ancient trees at the same time, although it cannot kill them, it can seriously injure the 5 ancient trees. Then if you blow it up again, all 5 ancient trees will be killed. That is to say, 2 corpses can kill 5 ancient trees in exchange for 5 corpses. Then these 5 corpses can kill more than 10 ancient trees. Lin Moyu walked into the ancient forest as if strolling in a garden, stepping on the ancient land that had turned to dust and on the corpses of ancient trees. The footprints left on the dust are the last gift that Lin Moyu brings to them. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, you didn't exist in this world, so go with peace of mind. Lin Moyu talked to himself, as if praying for their salvation. The fat girl followed Lin Moyu without saying a word. She had said before that Guilin was dangerous and sad, but in front of Lin Moyu, Guilin was no different from strolling in a garden, and it was even easier to deal with than when she was dealing with herself. Fatty was a little relieved, because if Lin Moyu had used these methods at that time, she would have been beaten to death. The light of the balanced gem covered more areas, and the undead servants crushed and swept through all the way. The killed ancient trees turned into soul power to replenish Lin Moyu's consumption. They slaughtered all the way, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, the 10 powerful ancient trees deep in the ancient forest were awakened. Their soul power was burning fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. They were much stronger than other ancient trees. They were outside the light of the balanced gem, and tens of millions of tree branches penetrated the void and were pulled down. The instant the branches appeared, they became incomparably huge, with a diameter of more than a kilometer, falling like mountains. A large number of undead servants were beaten to pieces. The branches seemed to be unaffected by the balanced gem. They swept across the battlefield, defeating the undead servants, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Fatty said, "The ancient tree king has woken up, good Zhao Zhao. They have the strength of half a step into the chaos realm. It is difficult to deal with them." Lin Moyu hummed, "So it's the ancient tree king. Then there's another one that should be called the ancient tree emperor. How strong is it?" The fat girl said, "Yes, it is called the ancient tree king. Its strength is unknown, but it should be very strong. It has only woken up once in such a long time." At that time, a guy flew in from outside and seemed to be heading to the Spire Palace in the center, but was stopped by the Ancient Tree King. At that time, a branch of the Ancient Tree King rushed up to the sky, then turned into an ancient forest and fell down, smashing the guy to pieces. However, the guy did not die, but escaped. The fat girl's attitude was much better this time. She didn't even need Lin Moyu to ask any more questions, and she took the initiative to tell him everything. Lin Moyu could guess that the guy the fat girl was talking about should be the housekeeper. It seems that if you want to go to the palace in the center, you must pass the ancient Tree King. But now, let's get rid of the ancient Tree King first. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he couldn't help but frown. He couldn't lock onto the solid Tree King. When Lin Moyu's soul swept over, the area where the ancient Tree King was located was empty, and Lin Moyu had an indescribable feeling. The ancient Tree Kings are shrouded by an invisible force. Although they exist in the world and the eyes of the undead can see their soul flames, they seem to be not in this world. This feeling is very strange. It is there but not there. It's like there is something that you can see but can't touch, and yet that thing can actively attack you. Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly, red flames poured out, and the hell of bones fell from the sky and covered the ancient Tree King. Countless evil spirits from hell rushed out from the hell of bones, but they seemed to have lost their target. Countless branches were lashed over, densely packed like a large net full of sharp blades. The evil spirits in hell were torn into pieces in an instant. The entire hell of bones was shaking continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. Black Prison rushed out with a roar, spewing out dragon breath to burn the branches. Its dragon tail lashed in the air, scattering all the branches. Its dragon claws grasped the branches tightly, trying to tear some of them off. The branches were too strong, and Black Prison's tearing had no effect, and the effect of Dragon's breath was not obvious either. More branches came over and suppressed Black Prison. Today's skeleton hell is very powerful, and the strength of the evil spirits in hell is no worse than that of the undead servants, especially the Black Hell, which has exceeded 420 eternities by many times. But facing the ancient Tree King, it was still a little bit lacking. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Normally, when the skeleton hell was attacked, it should automatically lock onto the attacking killer. This feature has never failed, but it failed today. The skeleton hell was also unable to lock onto the ancient Tree King, and the Black Prison could only grab some branches. If the branches were not attacking, Black Prison would not even have a chance to touch them. In this way, I can only defend passively. How can I fight? Lin Moyu was multitasking as he continued to bombard other ancient trees, and part of his attention had already fallen on the ancient Tree King. He observed the ancient Tree King, looking for the cause and the flaw. Sniff, sniff. The space in front of Lin Moyu shattered, and several tree branches fell from the air. The fat girl reacted very quickly and turned into a giant to block Lin Moyu. She punched with both fists, forcing the branch back, and she was knocked back nearly 1,000 meters. A lot of cracks appeared on Fatty's fist. As the realm, mountain, and river order, Fatty's entire body was made of innate original precious materials and was extremely strong. Just by pulling it out, cracks appeared, which shows how powerful this blow was. If it hit Lin Moyu would have died. The branch made a circle and lashed over again. The fat girl also flew back and blocked Lin Moyu again. In less than half a second, the cracks on the fat girl's fists disappeared, and her recovery speed was equally amazing. Lin Moyu suddenly whispered, "Grab it." The fat girl was now very obedient. She immediately changed her fist into a clenched fist and grabbed one of the branches tightly. But the remaining branches hit Fatty, causing her body to crack again. Lin Moyu took out a magic weapon that had not been used for a long time, the Ice Jade Futon. He sat directly on the cushion, and his soul power surged into the cushion like crazy. He had used the Ice Jade prayer mat many times before. The Ice Jade prayer mat could freeze the avenue in the vacuum zone of the virtual world. The Ice Jade prayer mat also played a significant role when dealing with the Little Spirit Realm King. But those are just some of its rare abilities, and its role is far more than that. Lin Moyu was using all his strength to activate the Ice Jade Futon, which was glittering, and countless white threads flew out of it, instantly wrapping around the branch that the fat girl was holding tightly. Wherever the white line passed, the void was suddenly frozen, and all the flow of power disappeared in an instant. There is nothing in the world that cannot be frozen, as long as the temperature is low enough and the force is strong enough. The avenue can be frozen, the realm can be frozen, everything can be frozen. The branches that were struggling frantically suddenly became quiet. Its surface was covered with a layer of white frost, and its interior had long been occupied by the Eastern calendar. Let go. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the fat girl immediately let go of the branch. The power of ice exploded on a large scale, freezing the surrounding void. The fat girl retreated quickly. She felt that the ice was very dangerous and she might be frozen. The next second, the ice passed through the void along the branches and appeared around the ancient tree king. Frost rose from one of the ancient tree kings, which was then covered with a layer of ice and turned into an ice sculpture. A pair of eyes appeared in the ice sculpture. They belonged to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu used the ice jade cushion, and his soul spread along the ice and came into contact with the ancient tree king. Lin Moyu did not expect to freeze the ancient tree king to death with the ice jade mat. He just wanted to know why he could not lock the ancient tree king. The soul came into contact with the ancient tree king through the ice, and Lin Moyu finally understood why he couldn't lock onto the other party. Chaos, so this is what it is. Lin Moyu whispered to himself, some strange changes have taken place on the ancient tree king's body, making it different from all the creatures in the realm. Not only did the ancient tree king's combat power reach the half-step chaos level, their body surfaces had also turned into chaos. When the ancient tree king's skin turned chaotic, it no longer belonged to the realm. Chaos is the source of the great Tao and also the source of the realm. In terms of level, it is inherently higher than the realm. Because of this, his soul, which had not yet become chaotic, naturally could not lock onto the other party. Lin Moyu had a headache, but it was not the ancient tree king that was bothering him. Although the ancient tree king had turned into chaos on the surface, it was not completely chaotic, so there was still a way to deal with it. The real headache is the ancient tree king. Judging from the situation of the ancient tree king may have completely completed the chaos, which is a difficult existence to deal with. Unable to think of a way to deal with the ancient tree king for a moment, Moyu took the initiative to get rid of it in the ancient tree village. The frozen ancient tree king has adapted to the ice and started to struggle frantically. Its companions also waved branches and roots to whip the ice, which had already been cracked and could collapse at any time. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and more power surged out. Countless spikes instantly appeared on the ice and pierced through the bark of the ancient tree field. Only the skin of the ancient tree king had become chaotic, but the body beneath it had not. Lin Moyu's soul drilled into the body of the ancient tree king along the ice thorns and locked onto the ancient tree king by passing through the epidermis. Tap your fingers, corpse explodes. A large number of ancient tree corpses that had been prepared long ago were reduced to ashes, and the body of the ancient tree king exploded. One corpse explosion was not enough to kill the ancient tree king, so Lin Moyu continued to use corpse explosion, exploding it again and again. He had a large number of ancient tree corpses and plenty of materials on hand, and he wanted to see how long the ancient tree king could survive. The gap between half-step chaos and eternity is indeed huge, and the ancient tree king screamed in one huge explosion after another. Anger and pain mixed together, the sound was like a sharp knife piercing the soul, causing it to suffer endless pain. That sounds terrible. The fat girl covered her ears and didn't want to hear the sound, but the sound went straight to her soul, and covering her ears was useless. Lin Moyu exploded 10 times in an instant, and his body exploded 10 times. The ancient tree king was only injured but not killed. So hard. Lin Moyu discovered that there was indeed a big gap between himself and the ancient tree king. He had reached the half-step chaos by focusing his strength, but that was only his attack power. But in terms of defense, his body and soul have not completed the chaos, and are much weaker. As his thoughts turned, Lin Moyu continued to explode. If 10 times were not enough, he would try 20, 40, or even more. Anyway, there are plenty of corpses, so there is no need to worry about running out of them. The sound of the explosion mixed with the screams of the ancient tree king woke up the entire Tianqiu palace. The ancient tree king seemed to sense a fatal threat and screamed even more fiercely than before. The other 9 ancient tree kings that had not been attacked also began to scream one after another. Their attacks became more and more frantic and fierce. Countless branches and roots pierced through the void and bombarded Lin Moyu and the undead servants. A large number of undead servants were bombarded into ashes. Undead servants are like cockroaches that can't be killed. They are resurrected after death, and their number is greater than before, making them impossible to kill. The ice jade mat was emitting white steam, and the area of nearly 100 meters around Lin Moyu was frozen into ice, forming a high wall of ice to resist the attack of the ancient Tree King. Fatty stayed firmly outside the ice, blocking as many attacks from branches as possible to reduce Lin Moyu's pressure. The entire Tianqiu Palace was shaking. In the huge maze in the outer area of Tianqiu Palace, lines of aura rose into the sky. These auras were similar to those of the ancient trees, which reminded Lin Moyu of the escaped ancient tree. There should be quite a few similar ancient trees in the outer area of Tianqiu Palace. They should have heard the cry of the ancient Tree King and woke up one after another. The earth began to shake, cracks began to appear in the ground from afar, and then ancient trees rushed out from under the earth and onto the battlefield. These ancient trees can move underground. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many ancient trees there are in the outer area of Tianqiu Palace, but it is a good thing for him that they come back to support. Under the cover of the balance gem, they cannot cause any trouble, but will instead deliver a large amount of ammunition. Well done. Lin Moyu had a smile on his face, and the fight became more and more interesting. Corpses exploded one after another. No matter what the ancient Tree King did, he could not stop the corpses from exploding. This attack was invisible and intangible. The source could not be found and it could not be stopped. He could only be forced to endure it. There were 30 consecutive violent explosions, 30 times equivalent to the desperate attack of the eternal existence, and each time it exploded within the body of the ancient Tree King. Even though the ancient Tree King was already half a step into the Chaos Realm, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. A huge hole was blown into its body, and the explosion of its corpse not only blew up its flesh but also its soul. The wounds to the flesh are often the manifestation of the wounds to the soul. The bark of the ancient Tree King was gleaming, and strands of chaotic power seeped from the bark into the body. Wherever the chaotic power passed, the ancient Tree King's injuries recovered quickly, and its soul also recovered. In the blink of an eye, the injury was mostly healed, and Lin Moyu's previous efforts were almost in vain. The ability after chaos? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a function after chaos. However, he became more and more interested and wanted to see what other effects it would have after becoming chaotic. In his opinion, the ancient Tree King was already strong enough. This was the most difficult one to kill since he used the corpse explosion to kill the enemy. The difference of half a realm is indeed significant. Fortunately, there are countless ancient trees here, which can all be his weapons, so he can continue to bomb them. The sky-high explosions continued, and the locked ancient Tree King struggled frantically. The power of chaos seemed limited and no longer appeared after several treatments. Lin Moyu continued to explode, and its skin was finally affected, with large cracks appearing, and its soul aura began to weaken. No other abilities? If the power of chaos only has the ability to heal injuries, it would be a bit disappointing. Lin Moyu hopes to see more uses of the power of chaos, but he will not hold back. The ancient Tree King, which had endured dozens of corpse explosions, was covered with wounds, and its chaotic skin could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse. The ancient Tree King screamed more and more fiercely, but it was helpless and could not prevent death from coming. The other 9 ancient Tree Kings have already tried their best. They wrapped their companions with their roots, protecting them like shields, and at the same time sent their strength to help heal their wounds. But it was of no use. The corpse's exploding attack ignored space and time and could not be blocked. The life of this ancient Tree King has come to an end and it is dying. Lin Moyu didn't dare to relax at all at this time. He stared at the ancient Tree King in the distance. This terrifying existence that towers into the clouds remained silent. Even though the ancient Tree King's shrill cries echoed, it did not move at all. Even if it was sleeping, it couldn't be sleeping so soundly. It was obvious that it didn't care about the life or death of the ancient Tree King at all. Lin Moyu guessed that it should have its own mission, or in other words, the ancient tree king of the half-step chaos realm was dispensable to it, and even the entire ancient forest was the same to it, insignificant. Lin Moyu had only scratched the surface of how powerful the chaos realm was. Perhaps he could get a good look at it this time. After 100 explosions, the ancient tree king was finally blown to ashes. A half-step primal chaos realm cultivator is already so difficult to kill, so one can imagine how difficult it is to kill a primal chaos realm cultivator. The ancient tree king died and his body turned into dust, and it will also become Lin Moyu's weapon. Lin Moyu did not use the corpse of the ancient tree king to deal with other ancient tree kings. He needed to keep this corpse, as it might be useful when dealing with the ancient tree king. Please give me flowers. As for other ancient tree kings, he can do the same and use ordinary ancient trees to deal with them. Anyway, there are plenty of corpses of ordinary ancient trees. The ancient forest is full of dust and corpses of ancient trees, which are inexhaustible. Moreover, for Lin Moyu, the battle was just an experiment from beginning to end. Now that Lin Moyu has finished it, he knows that the explosion of corpses can kill a half-step primal chaos realm cultivator. This is enough. One ancient tree king died, and the remaining 9 ancient tree kings became more and more crazy, but for some reason they could not move. Song Ming stood in place and used branches and roots to attack. They were inherently passive, and when Lin Moyu found a way to kill them, their fate was sealed. The light of the balance gem finally enveloped several other ancient tree kings. Just as Lin Moyu expected, the effect of the balance gem was not ideal. The chaotic skin of the ancient tree king blocked the light of the balance gem. But it's not to say that it's completely useless. At least the ancient tree king's attack has been weakened to a certain extent. With the first experience, Lin Moyu was much more relaxed this time. A tremendous force surged into the ice jade cushion, the cushion sparkled, and the aura it emitted was stronger than before. A piece of information suddenly came into Lin Moyu's mind, and the ice jade mat was truly activated at this moment, and Lin Moyu gained one of its abilities. Heaven and earth are frozen. With a low shout, all the strength in Lin Moyu's body, including his soul power, was instantly drained. The efforts to strengthen the army and gather strength lost their support at the same time and were interrupted. Fortunately, there is the gem of balance, so even if we lose our strong soldiers, our deceased wife and servants can remain invincible. Lin Moyu looked like a dry corpse, and with a bitter smile, he voluntarily exploded. His body turned into a blood mist and shattered, and then he was reborn in the purple light. He also didn't expect that the ice jade prayer mat would require such a great deal of power, and his strength at his level was drained away in an instant. But fortunately, I have barely grown up to the requirements of the Bingyu futon. The ice jade cushion reflected the pure white light and turned into ice in the air, forming a mirror. Most of the ancient forest was reflected in the mirror, and then the ancient forest in the mirror began to freeze, and the ancient forest froze along with it. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and all the undead servants were recalled. The next moment, the ancient trees were frozen one after another, and the originally vibrant world became almost dead silent. The heaven and earth were frozen, not simply frozen, but cold. This chill penetrates into the soul, erupts from the depths of the soul, spreads throughout the body, and then spreads to every corner of heaven and earth. So it is called heaven and earth are sealed and cold, not heaven and earth are frozen. In the area covered by the freezing cold, all things were shrouded in cold air and lost their vitality. The cold air turned into wind and flew everywhere, bringing endless death wherever it went. Only the area within 100 meters around Lin Moyu was not affected by the cold air, which was a safe place. Fortunately, there was no frozen wall around Lin Moyu at this time. The fat girl stuck to Lin Moyu and did not dare to move away. She had a feeling that this cold air could blow her to death. Lin Moyu glanced over and said, "It's not dead yet." Thousands of ancient trees in the area were not spared, but the 3 ancient tree kings did not die completely. They were sealed in the cold, their bodies emitting a faint glow, struggling against the cold. The same was true for the soul of the ancient tree king, which barely blocked the erosion of the cold 0.67 air. Although they are not dead, they have no power to attack for the time being, and it is even difficult for them to move. Lin Moyu whispered, "It's still because I'm not strong enough to exert my full power." He used all his strength to activate the Heaven and Earth Frost Seal, but could only unleash about half of its power. If he could unleash its full power, it would be enough to kill the Ancient Tree King. The power of the Ice Jade Prayer Mat is unexpectedly great, but the requirements are a bit too high. Every time I use it, I will die. Lin Moyu's mind moved slightly, and all the ancient trees that were frozen to death now remained intact and could not turn into dust, but this did not prevent them from becoming his weapons. When the Heaven and Earth Frost Seal was activated, Lin Moyu's soul had already flowed into the ancient Tree King's body along with the cold air, completing the lock. The body exploded. The ancient trees killed by the cold air turned into dust one after another, and exploded to exert their last remaining heat. This time, Lin Moyu no longer blew up the ancient trees one by one, but blew up 3 ancient tree kings at the same time. Amid the roar, the ancient tree king, which had already been struggling to resist the coldness of heaven and earth, suddenly suffered a fatal blow. They couldn't scream in the freezing cold and could only face death and suffocation. Lin Moyu blew them to death without much effort, much easier than before. Lin Moyu said softly, "Having a powerful magic weapon at hand really saves a lot of effort." The fat girl had a complicated expression at the moment. Not only did she feel that her master was a pervert, but even the magic weapon he took out was perverted. The freeze of heaven and earth would last for a while. Lin Moyu manipulated the balance gem and walked towards the remaining area with the light of balance. Today, more than half of the ancient trees have not been cleared, and there are still 6 ancient tree kings. Lin Moyu had just taken 2 steps when the fat girl suddenly shouted, "Master, be careful." A huge vine was pulled down from the sky, and Lin Moyu felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as if the whole world was pressing down on him. The fat girl turned into a giant and stood in front of Lin Moyu. With a loud bang, the fat girl flew backwards with a scream. The giant collapsed, the fat girl disappeared, and the real body of the magic weapon of the realm of mountains and rivers appeared. A huge crack has appeared on the magic weapon, and it looks like it is about to fall apart. Lin Moyu teleported to the fat girl's side, took the realm mountain and river order in his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief after a quick inspection. The injury was serious, but fortunately the core was not damaged. The realm mountain and river order has self-healing ability and will recover soon. There were shattering sounds coming from the air, which became more and more frequent, and the space surrounded by the cold air shattered. This attack not only seriously injured the fat girl, but also destroyed the cold seal of heaven and earth, and shattered the surrounding space. Lin Moyu looked at the instigator. Not far from the center, the ancient tree king stood proudly. A huge branch was slowly retracting. It was it that had made the move just now. He actually woke up. Lin Moyu looked fearless. He probably knew what the ancient tree king meant. Don't look for other ancient trees, otherwise it will continue to attack. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu walked towards the ancient tree king. Sure enough, the ancient tree king did not make any further move. The ancient forest that had not yet been destroyed seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. Those ancient trees and several ancient tree kings had received orders from the ancient tree king and stopped moving. When Lin Moyu passed by the corpses of the ancient tree kings, it waved its hands and collected their corpses. At the same time, it collected a large number of ancient tree corpses along the way. These are all weapons. Whether you will use them or not, it won't be wrong to collect them first. Lin Moyu gradually moved towards the center of the ancient forest. The closer he got to the center, the more he could feel the power of the ancient tree king. The fat girl slowly recovered and was finally able to transform again and reappear beside Lin Moyu. At this moment, she was very weak and whispered, "Master, the ancient tree king is very strong." Lin Moyu nodded, "It's okay, I can handle it." Although Fatty knew that Lin Moyu had many tricks, she was not sure whether he could really deal with the ancient tree king. The attack just now was obviously just a tentative attack by the ancient tree king, but it was so powerful. If I take it seriously, I might die with one strike. The power of the ancient tree king is completely different from before. She didn't know where Lin Moyu's confidence came from. Lin Moyu's confidence came from finding the cause. When I first entered Tianqiu Palace, I used the cause-seeking ring to sow the seeds of results, and I would definitely be able to come out safely. Lin Moyu has confidence in Sun Yinhuan. He believes that he will be able to return safely in the end. So he was not afraid at all when facing the ancient Tree King. Gradually approaching the center, Lin Moyu saw the Dui boat clearly. The Dui boat was parked motionless on the central spire, as if waiting for something. On the other side, the butler was also hiding in the clouds and mist, waiting for something. What they wanted seemed to be in the central spire, but they couldn't get in. If you want to enter the central spire, you must pass the ancient Tree King, but the ancient Tree King is too strong. When they were still 1,000 meters away from the ancient Tree King, the earth shook, and the roots of the ancient tree slid across the ground like a dragon, drawing a line in front of Lin Moyu. "Don't cross this line." The voice of the ancient Tree King sounded slowly. Its voice was dull and old, like an old genius. Lin Moyu stopped in response and bowed politely. "Lin Moyu, meet Senior Tree King." The ancient Tree King whispered, "Do you know your mistake?" Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "What's wrong with that?" The ancient Tree King said in a deep voice, "You slaughtered my descendants, and that is wrong." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I want to go to the center. If they want to stop me, then they are my enemies. I am killing them, so there is nothing wrong with that. If the seniors also want to stop me, I will not be polite either. Whether I can win or not, I will fight with all my strength." The ancient Tree King did not argue with Lin Moyu, but said to himself, "You did not break the situation according to the master's arrangement, which is also wrong." Lin Moyu said, "Your master is not my master. Why should I follow his plan? I don't know what his purpose is. Even if he shows up today and wants to stop me, I will fight with all my strength." There was a hint of disdain in the ancient Tree King's tone. "You are weak and far from being a match for the master." Lin Moyu said, "Whether we are opponents or not is another question. If that is all you want to say, then there is no point in saying more. We can just start fighting." The ancient Tree King did not make a move. Instead, a thick branch slowly lifted up, and the branch glowed with light, projecting a picture. "If you can solve this game, you can enter the Tianqiu Tower." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he thought to himself, "I guessed right." The ancient Tree King is the last link guarding Tianqiu Palace, and can also be the gatekeeper of the Tianqiu Central Pagoda. Its existence must abide by many rules, and the master of Tianqiu Palace cannot let it go free. Just like Zhulong back then, he can have certain privileges, but he must also act within the rules. When the ancient Tree King launched its first attack, Lin Moyu was already guessing the significance of the auspicious Tree King's existence. Strictly speaking, all the ancient trees in the ancient forest, including the ancient Tree King, can be regarded as the ancient Tree King's people. The fight was so intense just now, it couldn't have been unaware of it. There are many reasons why it didn't care, one of which may be that it didn't care. As long as it is still there, this ancient tree can continue to reproduce and grow, so the loss of some of it is nothing. But when it was obvious that he was about to kill all the ancient trees, it took action, but it was just a warning, so it only took action once. I understood it, I realized it, I no longer attack other ancient trees, and they no longer attack me. When I came before it and it began to accuse me, I naturally would not admit it. Because the purpose of the Lord of Tianqiu Palace is not this. Since the Lord of Tianqiu Palace has such a layout, it is nothing more than selecting people who are qualified to enter Tianqiu Palace. This person must have extremely strong skills in magic talismans and formations. In addition, he must have strong enough strength. Both are indispensable. If you want to get here, you must pass the Fatty. Without Fatty's guidance, you can't reach the ancient forest. Such people are often arrogant and proud, and 9 out of 10 times they can see through the plan, and are very likely to rebel and refuse to follow the plan. This is the case with Lin Moyu, and the master of Tianqiu Palace must have thought of this as well. Therefore, it is not impossible to get here by relying on strength alone, and the ancient Tree King's questioning is naturally just a question. However, since the Lord of Tianqiu Palace wanted to choose someone who was proficient in the magic talisman formation, he would definitely rule out other possibilities and put the test related to the magic talisman to the last stage, and hand it over to Gu Shugao for control. Only after passing this final test can one enter the central Tianqiu Tower. Because the ancient Tree King is powerful enough, no one in the entire realm can surpass him. People in the Chaos Realm will inevitably leave the realm and cannot come here, and people who have not reached the Chaos Realm cannot be the opponent of the ancient Tree King. The Lord of Tianqiu Palace made such a layout. Obviously it was Dr. Fong. Even Lin Moyu himself was not sure he could deal with the ancient Tree King, let alone others. To put it bluntly, even if Zhulong came here at that time, he would have to lie down obediently. Even if Zhulong transcends and enters the Chaos Realm, he may not be a match for the ancient Tree King when he comes back here. The ancient Tree King has lived for countless years, and it is impossible to estimate how powerful it is. Lin Moyu was less than a kilometer away from the ancient Tree King. In his sight, the ancient Tree King stretched across the sky and the earth. In the eyes of the undead, the terrifying soul flames were equally terrifying and boundless. But in his soul perception, the ancient Tree King seemed to be non-existent. This tearing feeling made Lin Moyu tremble with fear. However, he has planted the fruit, so he would not be afraid even if he really had to do it. It is better not to do it if possible. After hearing the ancient Tree King's last words, Lin Moyu knew that he had guessed correctly. The ancient Tree King would follow the rules and would not attack him. The branches of the ancient Tree King projected a picture of the Tianqiu Tower in the distance. The area around the Tianqiu Tower was shrouded by the power of the Great Tao and could not be seen clearly. Now the ancient Tree King used projection to reveal a part of the Tianqiu Tower. The Tianqiu Tower in the projection slowly rotates, showing the first floor. Tianqiu Tower has a total of 8 gates, and the rays of light flow above the gates, presenting various patterns. The patterns are lifelike and are not static, but are constantly flowing and changing. The ancient Tree King said, "Every time you unlock a door, you advance 1 level. My master said that if they can break through the formation and come here, I only need to unlock 2 doors and I can let them into the tower. If they are not here to break through the formation, we need to unlock the 4 gates so that we can let them into the tower." Lin Moyu glanced at the projection. The Tianqiu Tower in the projection was exactly the real-time situation of the Tianqiu Tower at the moment, without missing a single detail. There is no difference between breaking the formation here and breaking the formation in front of the real Tianqiu Tower. The constantly flowing and changing pattern on the door is the formation. The formation is composed of scattered magic runes, but these magic runes are intertwined with each other and constantly change their positions, forming various patterns, which greatly increases the difficulty. If the master of formations came here, he would be dazzled just by looking at it. Even Lin Moyu felt a headache at this moment. The master of Tianqiu Palace had attainments in divine talismans and formations that exceeded his imagination. He turned around and took a look at the Tianqiu Palace, which was shrouded by the avenue. Although it was hazy, he could still see that the Tianqiu Palace had a total of 9 floors. Lin Moyu said, "Tianqiu Palace seems to have 9 floors, but there are only 8 gates here." The ancient Tree King said, "The master said that only when all 8 gates are open can one have a chance to enter the 9th floor. As for how to enter the 9th floor, you need to find it yourself." Lin Moyu nodded and continued to ask, "In all these years, besides me, has anyone else come here?" In fact, Lin Moyu had already gotten the answer to this question from Fatty, but he just wanted to confirm it again. After all, fat girls also fall asleep sometimes, so it is not impossible that she missed something. The ancient Tree King said, "Both guys above have been here before, and they both opened 2 doors." Lin Moyu looked up. "They're here again this time. What's the reason?" The ancient Tree King said, "If you successfully open the door, they can follow you in." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, clearly a little surprised. "You mean, if I open the door, they can follow me in?" The ancient Tree King said, "That's what the master said." Well, Lin Moyu probably understood what the Lord of Tianqiu Palace was thinking. If someone breaks the formation on the gate, other people can follow him into the Tianqiu Tower. If the person who breaks the formation doesn't want to be taken advantage of, he must find a way to stop the other party. In any case, Gu Shuho will not take action. If you can't stop it, then you can only say that you don't have the strength or luck, and you have to blame yourself for your bad luck. Lin Moyu could understand this. The person chosen by the Lord of Tianchu Palace must be proficient in divine symbols, powerful, and not too weak in luck. But such people must be extremely rare. No wonder so few people have been able to enter over the years. Lin Moyu didn't act immediately. He had another question. This is the 5th generation Tianchu Palace, so what about the other Tianchu palaces? The ancient tree emperor said, the answer to this question is in the Tianchu Tower. Whether you can get the answer depends on your luck and strength. But I really hope you can open all 8 gates at once. If you can, I can promise to grant you one request. Lin Moyu raised his brows slightly. Being able to make the Chaos Realm say this meant that opening all 8 gates simultaneously would obviously be of great benefit to the ancient Tree King. The benefits were not important, but the promise of the ancient Tree King was important. Moreover, Lin Moyu also wanted to open all 8 gates at once and then find a way to enter the 9th floor. He guessed that the answer he wanted should be in the 9th Kong. Lin Moyu whispered, I'll do my best. His eyes fell on the projection given by the ancient Tree King, and he began to study the divine rune formation within it. It's very difficult, but Lin Moyu is confident that he can do it. The divine rune patterns in the projection kept changing, and various creatures could be seen from them. There are 3 types of creatures interwoven with the patterns. One type is the one Lin Moyu has seen and knows, another type he has never seen before, and the third type is the one he has met once but cannot name. The creatures in the pattern cover all worlds, from the smallest ants to the largest behemoths, as well as all kinds of practitioners. The Tianchu Tower in the projection was rotating slowly without stopping, and the patterns on the 8 doors were changing every moment. This is all the living beings in the entire realm. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the patterns displayed on the 8 gates of Tianchu Tower were not false, but the various creatures born from the various worlds in the realm. None of these creatures were left out, and all were revealed with divine talismans and resurrected. Just by standing in front of the Tianchu Tower for a while, you can see all the living beings in the realm. This is simply incredible. What you see now is just a projection. If you really walk to the front door, you may be even more shocked. While checking the projection and cracking the talisman, Lin Moyu was also thinking. These projections are so realistic, and the door can be unlocked directly through the projections. The projections are not ordinary pictures. It should be some method used by the master of Tianchu Palace, who has actually connected the gate and the projection together. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Moyu was immersed in it. It was the first time he saw such a change in the arrangement of the magic runes. Lin Moyu was proficient in the magic runes and also had a strong interest in them. Now he not only has to crack the door, but also has to figure out the mystery of these magic symbols. He had a feeling that only by figuring out the various mysteries in the talisman and finally integrating them, would he be able to find a way to enter the 9th level and ultimately solve all the puzzles. The ancient Tree King waited patiently. It had existed here for countless years and had long forgotten what anxiety was. In the sky, the Dewey boat was floating, emitting a slightly oppressive atmosphere. At the other end, the butler was hiding in the avenue. They were all waiting for Lin Moyu to open the door and wanted to follow him in. Both of them had entered the Tianchu Tower, but only the first 2 floors. They should know something about the Tianchu Tower and wanted to enter again, and even enter higher floors. Fatty said that the housekeeper had come many times, but Emperor Kunlun had never come back. In fact, after Emperor Kunlun escaped with the help of the Dewey boat, he came back several times with the help of the Dewey boat, but Fatty didn't know about those times. Lin Moyu had sorted out his thoughts and figured out whether to let them in together. According to the Lord of Tianchu Palace, if multiple people enter at the same time, there will inevitably be a fight. No one wants others to enter, especially the person who opens the door, who doesn't like others to take advantage of him. However, Lin Moyu wanted to do the opposite. He didn't want to stop Kunlun Emperor and the housekeeper. As long as they were willing to pay some price, he would let him pass. As for the price, Lin Moyu already has an idea. The reason for this decision was that he didn't want to follow the ideas of the people in Tianqiu Palace. Time passed minute by minute, and for 10 days, Lin Moyu did not move. The fat girl was already sleeping soundly sitting aside. She was so bored that she couldn't understand these magic symbols at all. She might as well take a nap. 10 days later, Lin Moyu finally took action. He pointed his finger at the projection, and his fingertips passed through the projection and appeared in front of the gate of Tianqiu Tower. The fingertips glowed slightly, and with the power of the soul as ink, they outlined divine runes one after another. The talisman was suspended in the air and then cracked on the spot with a crisp sound. The talisman is still connected and looks broken, but it is actually still intact and can still function. More and more divine runes broke apart and then combined with each other, becoming a divine rune that seemed disorganized but clearly defined. This talisman that looks dazzling and like a ghost painting has actually turned into an array formation. The talisman shimmered and flew into one of the gates, filling the gap in the pattern on the gate. Boom! The Tianqiu Tower burst into a rosy glow that shot straight into the sky, and the earth vibrated continuously, as if celebrating for Lin Moyu. The ancient tree king whispered, "Yes, you opened the first door in just 10 days. You are much faster than those two guys." Lin Moyu asked, "How long did it take them?" The ancient tree king said, "The guy in the deliverance boat took 99 years, and the other guy took 95 years. Both of them are nearly 100 years old, and I used the field area. The gap between them is more than just a little bit." The rosy glow gradually dissipated, and the Tianqiu Tower returned to calm. One of the 8 gates had been fully opened, and now there were 7 left. As for the gate that was opened, the divine symbol on the gate flowed into the adjacent gate like running water. The door flickered with light, and the runes on it became more complex, making it more difficult to open. The other 6 doors suddenly became dim at this moment, as if they had entered a dormant state. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had to open this door before he could continue to open other doors. This is also the rule set by the Lord of Tianqiu Palace. The first door can be opened at will, but from the second door onwards, you must open it in order, and each door you open will be more difficult than the previous one. You can imagine how difficult it will be to open the next few doors. The difficulty increase is no longer just a multiple level. Moreover, the next few doors cannot be opened by just spending time. If they cannot be opened, they cannot be opened. No wonder the Kunlun Emperor and the steward could only open 2 doors. The first door took 100 years, the second door at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The third door is probably beyond their ability and would not be used for 1,000,000 years. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. His mind was as clear as a mirror, and he had already figured out the reason clearly. At the same time, his attention fell on the second door. Looking at the rune that was many times more complicated than before, he began a new round of cracking. The difficulty is indeed high, and Lin Moyu's interest has become stronger. He has already determined that the Lord of Tianqiu Palace's attainments in divine runes are higher than his own, but that is only temporary. The experience of cracking the door is a practice. He can comprehend more knowledge about divine runes during the practice, and it is not impossible for him to eventually surpass the Lord of Tianqiu Palace. The surroundings fell into silence again. The fat girl was still sleeping soundly, and the ancient tree king remained silent. The ancient forest that was destroyed before began to recover at some point. One by one, the saplings emerged from the ground and grew silently. They grew at an astonishing speed and turned into towering trees again in just a few dozen days. Several powerful ancient trees moved silently to the location where the ancient tree king once was. Their aura slowly rose, and they became the new ancient tree king. At this rate, the Tung forest will be completely recovered within a few hundred days. Therefore, the ancient tree king did not care about the casualties of the ancient trees, as they recovered too quickly. 100 days later, Lin Moyu took action again. Just like last time, his finger passed through the projection and appeared in front of the second gate of Weishu Tower. From his fingertips, a vast amount of divine runes flew out, then broke apart and then reassembled, eventually forming a divine rune formation that was several times more complex than the previous one. The magic talisman formation looks fragmented, but it seems to have some kind of pattern. Lin Moyu pushed with his finger, and the magic flute flew into his hand. With a slight roar, the second door slowly opened. Looking at the rising rays of light, Lin Moyu asked, how long did it take them to open the second door? The ancient Tree King spoke slowly, 9,674 years, and 7,588 years respectively. It remembered it so clearly that if Lin Moyu needed it, he could get it down to the second. It took Emperor Kunlun 99 years to open the first door, and the time taken to open the second door was nearly 100 times longer. The steward took 95 years to build the first door, and the second door increased by about 80 times. When they opened the first door, the time difference was actually not that big, but when they opened the second door, the time difference became extremely obvious. This also means that there is a gap between the two people's talents in divine runes. However, the two of them had reached their limit. The third door was beyond their limits, and it was useless to try any further without sufficient talent. Sometimes, the magic talisman formation really cannot be honed by time. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. If it takes time to hone it out, then all the Dao realm masters and Dao lords in the realm should be proficient in the magic talismans, but obviously not. As the second door opened, the runes on the door flowed towards the third door. The runes on the third door became more complex, and the difficulty increased several times again. The difficulty is increased several times, and the time required may increase dozens or even hundreds of times, until it exceeds the limit. Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly. He became more and more interested and couldn't wait to start deconstructing the third door. After unlocking 2 doors in a row, Lin Moyu gained a lot. It was not the joy of unlocking the talisman, but the deepening of his understanding of the talisman. He was not only solving the puzzle and opening the door, but also trying to understand the divine talisman path of the Lord of Tianshu Palace. Opening the door was secondary, the most important thing was inheritance. If Lin Moyu simply wanted to open the door, he could be even faster. He could unlock the first door in 2 days at most, not 10 days at all. He only needed 5 days to open the second door, and the rest of the time was spent learning the magic talismans of the master of Tianshu Palace. But Lin Moyu would not tell anyone about this. The ancient Tree King was already shocked by Lin Moyu's speed in opening the door. After all, others calculated it by years, while Lin Moyu calculated it by days. Just 300 days later, Lin Moyu attacked again, and a large number of divine runes flew out, breaking and intertwining, forming an extremely complex pattern. Huh! The ancient Tree King made a slight sound. It was surprised that Lin Moyu unlocked the third door in just 300 days. It thought it would take Lin Moyu at least several decades to unlock it, but it didn't expect it would take less than a year. It also discovered that Lin Moyu was drawing the talisman faster than before, with almost no pause, and his proficiency had greatly improved. The ancient Tree King suddenly realized that Lin Moyu was making progress at an astonishing speed. Maybe he can really unlock the 8 doors. This thought suddenly popped up in the ancient Tree King's mind, and his soul fluctuated violently, showing how excited he was. Lin Moyu felt the ancient Tree King's soul tremble and thought to himself, it seems that the ancient Tree King really wants me to unlock the 8 gates. Does he also want to enter the Skyvoid Tower, or is there something else? The rosy glow dissipated, and the talismans from the first 3 gates had all flowed into the 4th gate, increasing the difficulty again. Lin Moyu concentrated his mind and began to deconstruct the 4th door. The reason why he had sped up before was because he had digested some of the divine runes left behind by the master of Tianshu Palace. The divine runes on the doors seemed complicated, but in fact, there were traces to follow. In the final analysis, it is just those fixed talismans that are taken apart and then combined with other talismans. As long as you can firmly grasp these fixed talismans, it will be easy to crack them, and the process will become faster and faster. For others, it becomes more difficult as time goes by, but for Lin Moyu, it becomes easier as time goes by. He was learning and inheriting, gradually turning these talismans into his own possessions, and then applying what he had learned to other situations. Just 500 days later, Lin Moyu took action again and began to crack the fourth door. Such a fast speed once again shocked the ancient Tree King. Not only the ancient Tree King, but the person in the Dewey boat was equally shocked. Even the Dewey boat couldn't stop shaking, and the same was true for the housekeeper. In the avenue hidden in it, the clouds rolled and unfolded, constantly changing into various shapes. It took them nearly 10,000 years to open the second door, and they gave up on the third door. Lin Moyu opened the fourth door in just 500 days. The gap between them is so big that it is despairing. Lin Moyu didn't care what others thought. He had already started studying the fifth gate. He had already digested most of the divine runes left by the Tianqiu Palace Master, which made his speed faster and faster. The fifth gate gathered all the divine runes from the first four gates. It looked extremely complicated, but Lin Moyu had completely mastered its regular trajectory. No matter how complicated it was, he could find the core in a short time. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu had grasped the essence of it. This time, only 400 days later, Lin Moyu cracked the fifth door. Not only did his cracking speed not slow down, but it became faster, which was completely contrary to common sense. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, this is normal, because he truly masters the secrets of the talisman. Another 300 days passed, and the sixth door was opened. Only 200 days later, the seventh gate was opened. It was the last door's turn. It was covered with divine runes, leaving no gaps at all. The divine symbols of the 8 gates are now gathered together, and ordinary people may have their souls shattered if they just take a look at them. No matter how dazzling it is nothing compared to the talisman on the door. The picture on the door kept changing, and countless creatures in the realm appeared one after another. Lin Moyu could vaguely hear the creatures' shouts. As the number of divine symbols increased, the creatures that evolved became more and more real. Lin Moyu had an illusion that the Lord of Tianqiu Palace wanted to create living beings with the magic talisman, but now it seems that it is still a little short of the mark. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while, then raised his head and said to the ancient Tree King, "Senior, let me see your promise." The ancient Tree King uttered a low voice, "Can you untie it?" There was clearly suppressed excitement in its voice, and it was obvious that it very much hoped that Lin Moyu could unlock the 8th door. But it also knew very well that the 8th gate was the most difficult. Even it felt a little scared when looking at these divine symbols. Lin Moyu said, "Yes, the 8th door is easier than the previous ones." "Ah? Is it possible that something so complex could be simpler than before?" The ancient Tree King didn't think Lin Moyu was talking nonsense. He chose to believe Lin Moyu. "As long as you can open the 8th gate, my promise will stand." Lin Moyu said, "Okay." As he spoke, he inserted his finger into the projection and appeared in front of the 8th door. The soul is ink, and a talisman slowly takes shape. This talisman does not break, but is complex and complete. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Actually, the 8th gate is the easiest. It brings together the divine symbols of all the gates. Although it maintains a balance, the balance is already very weak. We only need to break this balance to open the gate." The ancient Tree King vaguely saw this point, but even though he saw it, it was unlikely to be realized, and not everyone could break the balance. If anyone can do this, it can only be said that this person's magic talisman level has surpassed the planner. Lin Moyu gently pushed the talisman he had drawn, and the talisman turned into light and flew into the door. Boom! The Tianqiu Tower shook violently, unprecedented rays of light shot up into the sky, and the 8 gates opened completely. The first floor of Tianqiu Tower disappeared, and the entire tower stood suspended in the air. The first floor of the Tianqiu Tower completely disappeared, and the Tianqiu Tower was suspended in the air like water. Lin Moyu asked, "Is Tianqiu Tower like this?" The ancient Tree King shook his head, "I don't know either. I've never seen it." Well, the ancient Tree King is just a gatekeeper, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Suddenly, the rays of light emitted from the Tianqiu Tower fell from the sky and landed on the ancient Tree King with incredible accuracy. A thunderous sound came from the ancient Tree King's body, as if some shackles were broken. A huge amount of soul power rushed out from the ancient Tree King's body, turning into a hurricane that swept in all directions. Lin Moyu was blown away uncontrollably, and the fat girl who was sleeping soundly was also not spared and was blown away in the air. The Dewey boat and the butler were also blown very far away, making it difficult to get close for a while. A hole appeared above the ancient Tree King's head, and a large hole appeared in the sky space, and soul energy poured in continuously from outside the hole. Lin Moyu suddenly understood why the ancient Tree King hoped that he could open the 8 gates, because according to the rules set by the Lord of Tianqiu Palace, the ancient Tree King was the gatekeeper. Even though it has entered the realm of chaos, it is still trapped here as a gatekeeper. The Tianqiu Tower is a shackle for it. Unlocking the 8 gates yourself is equivalent to unlocking it. It can now enter chaos and be free. Chaos is not a good place. Although the ancient Tree King has gained freedom, he will still face danger. Lin Moyu has already sensed the breath of chaotic creatures from the passage. The ancient Tree King looked at Lin Moyu and said, "Thank you for helping me break free from my chains. I will enter the primal chaos. I will not forget my promise to you. I will wait for you to find me in the primal chaos." As he spoke, the bark of the ancient Tree King cracked, and a piece of sparkling emerald green tree core flew out and fell into Lin Moyu's hands. This is the core of the ancient Tree King. It can be said to be one of the most important things of the ancient Tree King, just like the Dragon Ball of the Dragon Clan. It gave itself a small piece of tree core, which was a promise to itself that it could find it through Shusi in the future. Lin Moyu bowed slightly. "Congratulations on your freedom, Senior. I wish you a safe journey." The ancient Tree King laughed, and countless branches suddenly retracted, then pierced into the space channel. Screams were heard from the space channel as chaotic creatures were being attacked by the ancient Tree King. The ancient forest shook violently, and ancient trees drilled into the ground at the same time. With the ancient Tree King as the center, the ancient earth exploded. The ancient Tree King rose from the ground, and its tangled roots appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. Lin Moyu was shocked. The roots of the ancient Tree King were so huge that it was astonishing. The entire ancient forest is surprisingly based on its roots. Those ancient trees, including the ancient Tree King, also grow on the roots of the ancient Tree Emperor. It can be said that the ancient tree and the ancient Tree King are actually just branches of the ancient Tree King. They have their own independent souls and lives, but are also subordinate creatures of the ancient Tree King. They are a very peculiar form of existence. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. He had been fighting in the ancient forest for a long time, but in the end, he was fighting against the creatures affiliated with the ancient Tree King. What kind of tree is the ancient Tree King? It is so powerful. The ancient Tree King that rose from the ground gradually shrank in size and slowly flew into the space channel. During this period, the soul power was howling and no one could get close to it. It was not until he left completely that things gradually returned to normal. The ancient earth is riddled with holes, and it will take a long time to recover. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and hundreds of millions of undead servants rushed out and headed straight for the Tianqiu Tower. The restriction on the Tianqiu Tower had been lifted and anyone could enter. The undead servants rushed over at the fastest speed, surrounding the first floor of the Tianqiu Tower inside and out again and again. Their mission is to surround the Tianqiu Tower and prevent anyone from entering, so that Lin Moyu will have bargaining chips with others. Of course, Duozhou and the housekeeper both have the ability to force their way in, but if they do so, it would mean declaring war on Lin Moyu. With Lin Moyu's character, he would fight at all costs, and would not give in even if both sides suffered losses. Want to take advantage of him? No way. Lin Moyu said loudly, "You two, let's talk." The Dewey boat slowly flew over, and a slightly hoarse voice rang out from it, "I didn't expect you to grow so fast." Lin Moyu recognized the voice and said calmly, "Is it Emperor Luan?" Duozhou was silent for a few breaths before responding again, "Of course." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something happened after Emperor Kunlun got the deliverance boat. At this time, the butler also flew over. He changed his appearance in the avenue. It can only be considered as most of it, not all of it. A cold snort came from the Dewey boat. Butler, you are meddling too much. The housekeeper laughed and said, I'm the housekeeper, so of course I have to be more lenient. Am I wrong? Please give me flowers. Duajo didn't say anything else, which was considered as his agreement with what the butler said. Lin Moyu realized that the butler should know, and immediately asked, what happened in the boat? The housekeeper smiled and said, it's nothing, actually. Some residual willpower remained in the deliverance boat, merging with the Kunlun Emperor. However, the Kunlun Emperor is still in control, though he's a little different from when he first started. Of course, to others, he's still the Kunlun Emperor. A cold snort was heard from the Dewey boat. Stop talking nonsense, fellow Taoist Lin. I want to enter the Tianchu Tower. I will do my best to meet any conditions you require. Lin Moyu said, before that, please complete what you promised me. No matter what changes happened to Kunlun Emperor, it was not important to Lin Moyu. What was important was the fifth gem. He had once promised that as long as she found the fourth gem, he would give her the fifth gem. 0. The being in the Dewey boat fell silent again, as if Lin Moyu's question was difficult for him to answer. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. The steward chuckled and said, although he occupies the Dewey boat is very special. The things inside are not necessarily under his control. Shut up! Kunlun Emperor roared, interrupting the butler's words. The butler still chuckled and didn't look angry at all. Emperor Kunlun decided to speak for himself. Fellow Taoist Lin, I want to apologize first. Although I have obtained the deliverance boat, it has some special features that my authority cannot fully cover. At this point, Lin Moyu already understood what was going on. His tone gradually grew colder. It seems you can't give me the fifth gem. As Lin Moyu was speaking, he was about to attack. Emperor Kunlun quickly said, that's not the case. I have another plan. Lin Moyu said coldly, speak. Emperor Kunlun said, I can give up the boat and give it to fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin can go and get it himself. Lin Moyu didn't believe him. How could you possibly give up? Emperor Kunlun said, I am only a hair's breadth away from achieving transcendence. If fellow Taoist Lin is willing to allow me to enter the Tianchu Tower, I can promise to hand over the destiny boat to fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then said, you must first hand over the boat of salvation. I will refine it before letting you into the tower. If you refuse, I will come and take it away myself. Lin Moyu didn't even try to negotiate with him, but rather issued an ultimatum. The former Dewey boat was too mysterious and powerful for him, and was simply not something he could fight against. If a Taoist master enters the boat to save his life, he will lose his mind and become a slave. If a master of the Great Tao enters the boat to save his life, it will be difficult for him to return. Because the existence in the Dewey boat is half-step chaos, it is the Kunlun Emperor. Even if an eternal existence enters it, it will be very troublesome. But now, although Lin Moyu's realm is still eternal, his combat power has long surpassed eternity. He could even unleash the lethality of the Chaos realm in a short period of time. Even if he entered the Dulu boat again, he had a certain degree of confidence in making his way out. Lin Moyu and Emperor Kunlun were both aware of this matter, so Duozhou was in a friendly manner with Lin Moyu in the business district. Otherwise, it would have forced its way in long ago. It's impossible to talk to a guy of this level in a good way. Strength is the bargaining chip. No matter where it is placed, it is the truth. The housekeeper looked at the silent Duozhou and the extremely powerful Lin Moyu, and was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, Emperor Kunlun would not be so humble. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something else about Lin Moyu that he didn't know. Should he be more polite and make more concessions when negotiating with Lin Moyu later? The housekeeper didn't know that the reason why Lin Moyu was so strong was that he had some ideas of his own. When Lin Moyu entered the Dewey boat last time, he had already discovered that Emperor Kunlun's attitude towards him was a little different. He must know something else, so he treats me differently. So this became Lin Moyu's bargaining chip, which was considered to be an intensification within a limited scope. But Lin Moyu didn't add too much, and overall it was still within the acceptable range for the other party. After waiting for a few breaths, Du still didn't speak. Lin Moyu's aura began to rise, and it seemed that he was about to take action. Kunlun Emperor finally spoke before Lin Moyu's patience ran out. Okay, I promise you, and I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Moyu whispered, don't worry, Lin, always keep my word and never go back on my word. Kunlun Emperor sighed, you really can't. As he spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the boat. Lin Moyu recognized the man as Kunlun Emperor at a glance. Kunlun Emperor's voice suddenly changed, this is the last chance for this emperor. If I fail, I will die. If I fail, I will die. I will return to the spirit realm and rest in peace. My emperor. At this moment, the will of Emperor Kunlun emerged. Lin Moyu said, look at the bright side. What if it succeeds? Besides, your great spiritual realm has already been ruined by you. Emperor Kunlun whispered, you must pay a price to gain something. I have done so many things and planned for countless years. Those people sacrificed their lives for me. This is their fate. A vast spiritual realm, countless worlds, and countless lives were summed up in one word, fate. Lin Moyu did not comment on this. In his opinion, Kunlun Emperor's behavior was normal. But who can explain the cause and effect clearly? Not to mention half a step into chaos, even if you truly enter the chaos realm, you may not be able to escape cause and effect. Unfortunately, as the Emperor of the Void Realm, Emperor Kunlun's understanding of the Great Tao is biased, and he does not understand many things. Emperor Kunlun let out a low roar, and his aura suddenly changed, cutting off the connection with the Dui boat. For an artifact spirit, this is considered to be freedom. But for Emperor Kunlun, there is still one step left. The boat came into Lin Moyu's hands and turned into a decorative boat less than half a meter long. Lin Moyu's soul moved slightly and wrapped around the boat, leaving his soul mark on the boat. The whole process went very smoothly and the refining was completed with almost no effort. Emperor Kunlun looked at this scene with a noticeable change in his expression. He knew very well that refining the deliverance boat was not that easy, but the fact that Lin Moyu had easily completed the initial refining process made him feel that his decision was correct. Lin Moyu put away the boat. Although he also wanted to get the fifth gem immediately, now was not the time. He looked at the butler and asked directly, what price do you intend to pay? The housekeeper chuckled and said, I have nothing permanent, so I can only give you one thing. Tell me about it. Lin Moyu wanted to know whether what the butler gave was consistent with his guess. The housekeeper said, fellow Taoist Lin should also know that this is the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace. There are 4 other Tianqiu palaces besides this one. I know their exact locations, and I also have a formation that can directly transmit to the front of the palace. There are many dangers in this Tianqiu land. Although fellow Taoist Lin is powerful, there is no need to provoke these dangers. It is a waste of time. If the butler takes one more step, he might leave Tianqiu, because the formation layout in the void will naturally be useless. And this is the only thing he can trade. Lin Moyu didn't answer, but looked at Kunlun Emperor. Is what he said true or false? Kunlun Emperor whispered, it's true, there are indeed many strange and dangerous guys here. You are very strong, but you may not be able to take advantage of them. The butler added, the dangerous places are marked on the map I gave you, which will save you a lot of trouble. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, okay, let's go. But you have to give me the things first. Of course. The butler agreed immediately, and the faint light in front of him condensed into a pressure card and flew into Lin Moyu's hand. Lin Moyu checked and saw a map. The map marked various areas and dangers in detail, as well as the locations of several other Tianqiu palaces. The teleportation array he mentioned was not far away and could lead directly to any Tianqiu palace. Lin Moyu said, well, since the deal is done, let's go in. The undead servants immediately made way for 8 passages, which corresponded exactly to the positions of the 8 gates. Lin Moyu made a gesture of invitation, allowing them to freely choose which passage to enter from. Emperor Kunlun quickly selected a door and turned into a stream of light and flew over. He chose the fourth 0.0 door. The butler chose the location of the fifth door and flew into it with the cloud of the avenue. After they entered, Lin Moyu took back his undead servant and said to himself, "Actually, it doesn't matter which door you go in through. There's no need to choose." Just now, when solving the puzzle of the gate, Lin Moyu had discovered that these gates were actually just the switches for each floor. The more gates you unlock, the higher up the tower you can reach. It makes no difference which door you enter through. This is why the first door can be opened from anywhere. The Lord of Tianqiu Palace has hidden a lot of information in the 8 doors, and those who understand will naturally understand. Lin Moyu arrived in front of the Tianqiu Tower and looked at the first floor that was already suspended in the air. He chuckled and said, "The Tianqiu Palace Master is really good at this. If I hadn't noticed more clues, I would have been deceived." While deconstructing the 8 gates, Lin Moyu discovered a special point. That is, there is a unique divine symbol inside each door. This talisman exists, but it does not participate in the changes of the talismans in the gate. It simply exists. And when a door is unlocked, the talisman will disappear and will not flow to the next door. Each gate has such a special talisman, and there are 8 such talismans in total for the 8 gates. The 8 talismans alone have no meaning, but when combined together they become completely different. There are dozens of ways to combine the 8 talismans, which can be combined into dozens of talismans. These talismans can then be combined with each other to form many formations. There are so many formations, big and small, that the number of possible combinations is almost infinite. But the Lord of Tianqiu Palace gave another clue, which was on the Tianqiu Tower and above the 8 gates. Lin Moyu arrived in front of the Tianqiu Tower. The first floor had disappeared, and the 8 floors in front were hidden by the ministers of Yunyuan. Lin Moyu slowly rose into the air, entered the clouds, and looked at the tower. There are also a lot of patterns on the tower, and the clues are hidden in them. The clouds and mist were composed of the power of the Great Tao. When Lin Moyu entered it, he was immediately squeezed by the power of the Great Tao. He did not understand the rules here, nor did he bother to figure them out. He just relied on his strength to withstand it. The power of the Great Tao was like countless huge hands that kept squeezing in, as if to crush Lin Moyu into pulp. If it were the Lord of the Great Tao, he would be crushed within 10 breaths, not only his body but also his soul. Even if you exist forever, you can't last long here. Lin Moyu, however, remained calm and composed. All the squeezing force was shared by his undead servants and the universe, and he himself was not affected at all. What he feared least was this kind of attack that lacked explosive power but had a strong persistence. Lin Moyu looked at the tower carefully and found that the pattern on the tower could correspond to the pattern on the gate, but the pattern on the tower did not change. It was fixed there and was clearer and richer than the constantly changing pattern on the gate. In contrast, the same pattern evolved in the gate always has something missing. And the clues lie in these shortcomings. Memories flooded through his mind as he searched for all the patterns he had seen before, comparing them with the patterns on the tower, and finding every missing part. Then make various combinations of the 8 talismans, overlapping them or breaking them up, to fill in the missing parts. After doing this again and again, the outline of a formation gradually took shape in his mind. As the elements of the formation gradually became richer, Lin Moyu followed the clues and was able to complete the formation in the end. Hundreds of days later, Lin Moyu finally had a complete outline of the formation in his mind. This formation doesn't look too complicated, but the talisman that makes it up is actually 8 pieces of talisman fragments. In this way, Lin Moyu opened a new door of divine talismans. The plan of the Lord of Tianqiu Palace is to pass on the way of magic talismans step by step. Those who want to break the deadlock must master all his ways of magic talismans to truly solve the mystery. Lin Moyu slowly ascended and gradually reached the 9th floor of Tianqiu Tower. On the 9th floor, there is a blank area, which is the gate. Lin Moyu drew the divine rune, accurately depicting the formation he had outlined before, and then gently pushed it forward. The formation flew into the blank area, forming a pattern. The pattern merged with the patterns elsewhere in the Tianqiu Tower, looking extremely harmonious. Buzz! A low voice sounded, and the sound was like a heavy drum hitting the soul. The fat girl screamed and twisted her chubby face, feeling very uncomfortable. With the sound of low knocking, the power of the great Tao that enveloped the Tianqiu Tower turned into a tornado and rushed towards the Tianqiu Tower. The tower body became a vortex, sucking away all the power of the avenue without leaving a drop, and the squeezing force dissipated at this moment. The patterned dragon circled and swam above the tower. When it absorbed enough power from the avenue, a door slowly opened in front of Lin Moyu on the 9th floor of the Tianqiu Tower. The fat girl seemed to have just realized what was happening and said in surprise, "So the 9th floor of the Tianqiu Tower can't be entered from the inside." Lin Moyu chuckled, "If you can't find it within, the path lies not within but outside." As Lin Moyu spoke, he stepped into the gate. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw a starry sky. There was surprise in his eyes. He seemed familiar with this starry sky. I remember that when he first started practicing and awakened his skills, there was a demonstration of his skills. A similar starry sky had appeared when demonstrating skills. Later, when entering the big world, Lin Moyu thought that the starry sky for skill demonstrations should be in the big world, and he even deliberately looked for it, but found nothing. After that, he became the master of the big world, and everything in the big world was under his control, still did not find a similar starry sky. Although the starry skies are not much different, in Lin Moyu's eyes, each starry sky has its own characteristics. The starry sky I see now is similar to the one I saw during the skill demonstration. At this time, a magic weapon appeared from the void behind him, and Moyu reached out and grabbed it in his hand. The one who appeared was Heling from Jieyu Mountain. After the fat girl followed him in, she turned back into her original form and could not be revealed. The fat girl was motionless, as if she had fallen asleep. Lin Moyu knew that it was the space here that suppressed Fatty. Fatty was refined by the Lord of Tianqiu Palace. If the Lord of Tianqiu Palace wanted to suppress it, it would naturally be an easy task. "You're finally here." A heavy voice came from the depths of the starry sky, and a brilliant star road appeared in the starry sky, extending to Lin Moyu's feet. "If I'm not mistaken, this voice should come from Tian Guancheng." He said, "You are finally here." This also means that he has been waiting for himself. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the you that Tianqiu Palace Master mentioned was referring to himself and no one else in 903. The biggest secret of Tianqiu Palace is finally about to be revealed. This secret may be related to the entire realm, or even beyond. There is no point in thinking too much. If you want to know and agree, then go ahead. As they set foot on the Star Road, the planet quickly retracted with brilliant light, taking Lin Moyu with him to the depths of the starry sky. The starry sky is vast, with countless stars shining in it. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, and it is just a fleeting glimpse. Even with Lin Moyu's eyesight, he cannot see the specific appearance of the stars. The clearest he can see is just the starlight it emits, bringing a little light. Finally, the Star Road reached its destination, and Lin Moyu was no longer sure how far he had traveled. When returning on the Star Road, they did not fly, but traveled through the void. After repeated teleportation, Lin Moyu could not even find the way he came. The Scepter of Calamity appeared silently in his hand. This was his biggest trump card. In case of any danger, it might save his life. At the end of the Star Road, there is a huge rock floating. The rock is 1,000 meters long and wide, square in shape, and about 5 or 6 meters thick. Lin Moyu saw a meadow with lush flowers on top of the boulder. In the middle of the meadow stood a simple thatched house. "Now that you are here, there is no need to hesitate any longer." Lin Moyu stepped onto the boulder and followed the path through the grass until he arrived in front of the thatched cottage. The door slowly opened, and a breeze blew out. In an instant, the breeze turned into sword energy and exploded in the void. Countless sword lights passed by Lin Moyu, shot into the distance, instantly crossed the long distance and then exploded in the starry sky. Every sword light can cut through eternity. Even the eternal existence that has stood at the top of the realm is like a child in front of such sword lights. If the sword light hits me, I will die as well, but I can be reborn, so there will be no danger. He also had a strange feeling that Jian Guangxinglia was actively avoiding him. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that the tip of Jian Guang's head was just a small grass planted in front of the house. Just now, the door of the house was opened, and a faint light blew in, blowing the grass, causing it to burst out with such a strong sword light. This little grass is a rare treasure, of extremely high quality. Footsteps were heard and a man walked out from behind the door. He looked hazy and illusory, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He came to the door, stretched out his hand and pulled up the grass by the roots. The grass burst out with sword light again, but was easily pinched out. This scene made Lin Moyu realize that the newcomer was incredibly powerful. In his memory, perhaps only the two men in green robe and white robe could compare with him. The man pulled out the grass and threw it aside. There's a weed growing in front of the door. I hope it didn't scare you, fellow Taoist. Lin Moyu bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Senior." This man was too strong. Lin Moyu knew that he had no chance of winning against him. He felt so powerless that he had never felt before, even when facing the ancient Tree King. So he is very honest and polite. The figure chuckled softly, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just a remnant of soul, lingering here for countless years. I can't be considered a senior." As soon as these words came out, Lin Moyu's heart exploded like thunder, and he almost couldn't suppress his Tao heart. To be so powerful, it is just a remnant soul. This remnant soul alone is enough to kill eternity in an instant and suppress chaos. Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how powerful that original body was. A figure came to the front of the house and waved his hand. Two cushions appeared on the grass. He gestured for a seat. "I have no permanent possessions, so I ask you to make do with me." Lin Moyu had no objections and sat down on the cushion tactfully. The man followed suit and said calmly, "As I said back then, strength, intelligence, and talent are all essential. The fact that you've made it here, you've proven that the Tao is capable." Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Senior, are you the master of Tianqiu Palace?" A soft laugh echoed from the shadow. "Perhaps it was once. After all, my name is the 5th generation." His words made Lin Moyu a little confused. What did he mean by maybe it was once? This ambiguous statement contains too much meaning and is very uncertain. If we analyze it in depth, we can even think that even he himself cannot be sure that he was once the master of Tianqiu Palace. With his strength, he couldn't even be sure that he was the master of Tianqiu Palace, so what kind of existence was Tianqiu Palace? The 5th generation asked with a laugh, "What do you think of the Tianqiu land and Tianqiu Palace?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I'm a young man with limited experience, so I don't have any opinions." Wu Shidao, not making assumptions is actually a wise choice. You are very smart and must have had many guesses in your mind, but guesses are just guesses after all, not facts. There are some things you can guess about, but you can't say them out loud. If you say them wrong, it might lead to some bad consequences. Since ancient times, countless great minds have known the heavens, understood the earth, and comprehended the chaos. However, compared to the chaos of heaven and earth, the most difficult to predict is the human heart. If you keep everything in your heart, you won't get into trouble. If you tell it out loud, even if no one hears it, heaven and earth will know it. His words alerted Lin Moyu, who immediately grasped the key point and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand now." Wu Shi's words were telling Lin Moyu that if many things were not said out loud, no matter how turbulent the heart was, only he would know. Once it is spoken out, even if no one around hears it, perhaps some existence will know it, or even the chaos of heaven and earth will know it, which is very likely to cause some trouble. Within the realm, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen, but if it happens in the chaos outside the realm, it is hard to say. From his words, Lin Moyu also guessed a possibility that there might really be an omniscient existence in the chaos, similar to the listening beast in the realm. But this kind of existence should be unable to know the inner thoughts of living beings. Wu Shidao said, since you don't want to guess what Tianqiu is, then I will tell you and you listen. Please give me some advice, senior. Lin Moyu immediately pricked up his ears. He felt that he was about to learn a shocking secret. The fifth world said, the world of the realm will eventually return to nothingness. When the world of the realm returned to nothingness, it became Tianqiu. Then, in the first world, Tianqiu Palace first appeared. Its palace masters sat in it, gathering the power of the origin of chaos, transforming the heaven and earth, and creating a new world. He told the origin of Tianqiu land and Tianqiu Palace sentence by sentence, allowing Lin Moyu to gradually understand the source of everything. The realm of heaven and earth where he lives is called the Five Worlds Realm. This realm of heaven and earth had a source in ancient times. That source was called the First World Domain. The First World Domain was destroyed for some reasons, and this destruction was called Return to Void. After the world returned to emptiness, an area was formed, which is the land of Tianqiu. When the Tianqiu land was first formed, the power of chaos gathered here and evolved into a Tianqiu Palace, named the first generation Tianqiu Palace. At that time, there was a palace master in Tianqiu Palace. He was very powerful. He ruled Tianqiu Palace for a lifetime. The power of Tianqiu Palace gathered chaos to recreate the world. The realm he evolved is called the World Realm. Afterwards, after one world domain returned to emptiness, a second Tianqiu Palace appeared in the Tianqiu land, named the Second World Tianqiu Palace. There is also a palace master in the Second World Tianqiu Palace. Like the palace master of the First World Tianqiu Palace, he continues to gather chaos and evolve a new realm, which is the Second World Realm. This cycle repeated itself until there were now 5 Tianqiu palaces, and the realm had evolved to the 5th era, hence the name Five Worlds Realm. The name of the realm was determined at the beginning of its evolution, so Zhulong said that at the time. The evolution of each world domain is led by the then Tianqiu Palace Master. This seems to be the mission of the Tianqiu Palace Master. When they evolve the world, they will exhaust all their strength, including their life force. When the realm evolution is complete, that is also the time of their fall. Therefore, the Lord of Tianqiu Palace in every generation has fallen, without exception. The person in front of him was the 5th generation master of Tianqiu Palace in his lifetime, and his innate mission was to evolve the 5 world domains. After completing his evolution, he died. However, many questions arose in the process of evolution, such as why he had to evolve the 5 worlds and sacrifice his life for it. Why am I the 5th generation master of Tianqiu Palace? Where do I come from? He couldn't resist his mission, and although he had doubts, he had no choice but to do so. However, since other ideas arose in his mind and his own strength was strong enough, he held back. He did not use all his strength to evolve the 5 worlds, but instead set up a plan in the Tianqiu Palace and used the great Tao to sow fruit, waiting for someone to solve the problem. It is precisely because of this that the 5 worlds are not perfect and have many omissions. Only then will things like the great Tao wild beast appear. The existence of the great Tao wild beast hinders the practitioners. Also, the imperfection of the domain makes it difficult for practitioners within the domain to transcend. But for the 5th world, he doesn't care what happens to the realm. What he cares about is how to solve this mystery. And Lin Moyu is the one he is waiting for. After listening to Wusher's story, Lin Moyu finally understood why he said that he might have once been the master of Tianqiu Palace. This sentence contained too much meaning. At that time, he was indeed the master of Tianqiu Palace and could control everything in Tianqiu Palace. But Tianqiu Palace was not founded by him, and he didn't even know where he came from. How could such a palace master be considered a real palace master? He thought of himself as just a tool used to evolve the realm. He even felt that the realms of previous lives were the same, and those seemingly powerful Tianqiu Palace masters were just tools. He was unwilling to die like this, so he wanted to break the deadlock. This former 5th generation Tianqiu Palace master thought of many things based on his own feelings and tried to find a way to break the deadlock. Unable to fight against the mission, he could only think of other ways. He must have done a lot of things, but he didn't say what they were. Leaving a trace of soul here is one of them, and there must be many other things besides this. Lin Moyu listened to his words and fell into deep thought. Combining what he had known before, he came to a deeper conclusion in his heart. The breakthrough lies in the Lingyao clan. The reason why the Lingyao clan came to the Five Worlds domain was because of the order of the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. As for why the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth wanted the spiritual demon clan to come to the Five Worlds domain, one reason was to help the practitioners in the Five Worlds domain. Otherwise, the 347 Worlds domain would likely be destroyed by the Great Tao wild beasts, or develop in a not-so-good direction. This also means that the Five World domains have always been watched by the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. Continuing to speculate, the realms of previous lives were probably also watched by the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. Even the reason why every world realm is like this is because of the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. Then, could it be that what the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master did had already been seen by the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth? Whether his plan could succeed was probably just a matter of 10 thoughts from the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. The realms of one lifetime after another felt to Lin Moyu like the reincarnation of life. If the person manipulating it was truly the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth, they must be planning something. If I were to rashly get involved, it might not be a good idea. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu was suddenly startled, and he suddenly thought of another possibility. In the eyes of the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth, a small area of heaven and earth can be destroyed with just a wave of his hand. If the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth is behind all of this, then the Five Worlds are not perfect, so just create a new one. It is entirely possible to destroy the Five Worlds and create the sixth or even the seventh world. It's probably not a difficult task for them. But why go to so much trouble to allow the Spirit Demon Clan to come to the Five Worlds domain to maintain the balance of the Five Worlds domain? The Five Worlds domain must have some special features that prevent it from being destroyed for the time being. And this is special. Lin Moyu thought of himself, and only himself. The man in green robe and the man in white robe seemed to be the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. Both of them looked at him differently and their attitudes were friendly. There was no sign of the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth looking down on all living beings in the world. The man in green robe even imprisoned the ghost husband. The ghost husband's clone was in the core of the realm, which meant that the ghost husband wanted to plot against the realm, so he was imprisoned by the man in green robe. The ultimate reason is that they don't want the realm to be destroyed and collapsed. In addition, the Immortal Avenue is so special that it comes from outside the realm and forcibly enters the place of origin. There is only one person who corresponds to the immortal path, and that is yourself. Combining all his speculations, Lin Moyu got a shocking answer. The reason why the Five Worlds existed was actually because of him. This answer was too shocking, yet it seemed reasonable. He could not find any other reason. Lin Moyu thought to himself, what is so special about me that I deserve such special care? But thinking of this, he had already made a decision. He decided to join the resistance of the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master. With the help of the layout of the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master, try to see what those Tianzuan Daos really want to do. And then again, perhaps by coming here and meeting the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master, he would also be in the sight of the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth. If there was anything wrong, they would have most likely come to warn me. Since they didn't react at all, did it mean that what I did had been tacitly approved by them? In game after game of chess, I kept popping up, transforming from a chess piece into a chess player. Now we are about to jump onto the biggest chessboard and see who will be the final chess master. How can we give up and retreat? Lin Moyu whispered, what do you need me to do? And what can you give me? Wu Shidao said, I have always suspected that the other Tianqiu palaces are hiding secrets about us, but I cannot enter the other Tianqiu palaces. I hope you can go and take a look at the secrets hidden in them. I had an illusion back then that I seemed to have some connection with the master of the Tianqiu Palace. This issue also needs to be confirmed. As for the benefits, he stretched out his hand and 10 blades of grass flew over from a distance. The 10 blades of grass were exactly the same as the blades of grass that had burst out with swordlight in front of the door before. Wuxia Dao, this is Chaos Sword Grass. Each plant can produce a sword strike, and its destructive power is no less than a full-strength attack from a Chaos Realm cultivator. Minor success Chaos Realm? This was the first time Lin Moyu heard of it. Wushido, chaos is the general name for this realm. I know some realms don't use this term, but once you enter chaos, your body and soul will become chaotic and you will be exhausted. Just after transcending, but before the complete transformation into chaos, it's called the initial entry into the chaos realm. After the transformation into chaos is complete, it's called the minor success. After that, getting used to chaos and understanding chaos, it's the minor success that progresses to the great success. Lin Moyu asked, after achieving great success, will one become the great lord of heaven and earth? Wuxia Dao, after great accomplishment, there is another realm called perfection, also known as domain lord. This realm is the foundation of great venerable. If you want to become the great venerable of heaven and earth, you must control a domain. Without the power of a domain, you cannot become a heavenly venerable. Lin Moyu realized that the path he had chosen before was not wrong. It was difficult to become a great master without becoming a domain master, so the path like Zhulong narrowed his future. But the fifth's words made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. Why did he know so much? If he was just a tool created by the great venerable using the Tianqiu Palace, he shouldn't know these things. Shouldn't a tool person know the facts but not the reasons behind them? Lin Moyu asked, did you also arrange the ancient Tree King? Wushido, at that time, I was evolving the Five Worlds realm and discovered a seed. This seed was very ancient but full of vitality, so I planted it outside Tianqiu. I didn't expect him to grow all the way and reach the Chaos realm. I attracted the power of chaos and helped him complete the chaos transformation and reach the minor chaos realm. By the way, I asked him to do something for me and guard the Tianqiu Palace until someone unlocked the 8 gates. So that's how it is. The ancient Tree King is at the minor success stage of chaos, and even if he uses all his strength to concentrate his energy, he is only at the beginning stage of chaos. The gap between them is enormous. It is indeed true that the higher the realm, the more each gap will be magnified. At this time, the fifth world said again, if you can agree to my request, I can help you with the initial stage of chaos transformation. Initial chaos, which is the state of the ancient Tree King. The surface chaos of the body and soul, although not as good as complete chaos, at least the strength can be greatly improved. Lin Moyu had originally decided to help him, and now there was an extra benefit, so he immediately said, deal. Seeing that Lin Moyu agreed, the fifth world was obviously happy, even a little excited, and his shadow fluctuated several times. After countless years of waiting, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. Wuxia chuckled and said, fellow Taoist, you know how happy I am now. Lin Moyu could feel some of his emotions. Although he was just a remnant soul, he was no different from a normal living being. Wuxia Dao, since you have agreed, I will tell you about the various Tianqiu palaces and some of the things happening in Tianqiu. Fellow Taoist has already obtained the map of Tianqiu from the steward, so I will not elaborate on this. The formation the steward has set up is very useful and can reach the gate of Tianqiu Palace in every world. But he doesn't know the internal conditions of the Tianqiu Palace in each world. I have tried to explore it for countless years and have made some minor gains. As the former master of Tianqiu Palace, Wuxia knew everything that happened in Tianqiu Palace. Including the Emperor Kunlun's acquisition of the deliverance boat and the repeated visits of the housekeeper, all were under his surveillance. Moreover, he tacitly allowed the butler to come in. Otherwise, the butler would not have been able to come in at all. The same was true when Emperor Kunlun obtained the Dui boat. The more Lin Moyu listened, the more frightened he became. The fifth generation was not only monitoring the actions of Kunlun Emperor and the housekeeper, but was also plotting against them. It was not accidental but inevitable that Emperor Kunlun obtained the deliverance boat. At that time, Emperor Kunlun was lost in Tianqiu Palace and accidentally came to the side door and met the puppet guard. Normally, as long as he retreated, the puppet guard would not chase him. But that time, the puppet guards did not stop chasing him because it was the fifth generation who was manipulating them. Under the guidance of the five invisibles, Emperor Kunlun obtained the deliverance boat and used it to break through the palace wall and escape. It seems that Emperor Kunlun has become the master of the Dui boat, but in fact, Emperor Kunlun only has partial control over the Dui boat. The Dui boat shuttles between the real and virtual worlds, flying everywhere. Wuxia used the Dui boat to see part of the realm created by him, and also knew many situations inside the realm. However, the fifth generation was not the master of the boat. According to the fifth generation, the deliverance boat has always existed in the Tianqiu Palace. He once tried to refine it but failed. He could only be considered one of the users of the deliverance boat, but his authority was one level higher than that of the Kunlun Emperor. The Dui boat is very important. If Lin Moyu wants to enter several other Tianqiu palaces, the Dui boat will be the key. Fortunately, the Dui boat is now in Lin Moyu's hands. If not, Sure would have handed the Dutong boat over to Lin Moyu. The reason why Emperor Kunlun returned at this time was such a coincidence. In fact, it was the fifth generation who was manipulating it. However, his manipulation was so silent that even Emperor Kunlun did not notice it. After hearing what happened to Emperor Kunlun, Lin Moyu couldn't help but think to himself that perhaps the cause of all this was also a factor. The fruit he sows will lead to all his choices being correct. This fruit is playing a role in the dark, silently influencing the development of things. After 5 generations, the story of the butler began again. The butler was a product bred by the Tianqiu land itself. It was a special creature that was highly integrated with the Great Tao. It could hide in the Great Tao, manipulate various Great Taos, and change in a myriad of ways through the Great Tao. The steward has existed for an equally long time, even earlier than the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace, but his strength is restricted by the Tianqiu land and he is always trapped in the half-step chaos realm. With the help of the avenue in Tianqiu land, the butler can display combat power that is better than that of a half-step primal chaos realm, but it is still slightly inferior to the real primal chaos realm. The butler wanted to be detached, so he did a lot of things over the years. When Emperor Kunlun came for the first time, he injured the little python and broke in. The butler followed behind Emperor Kunlun, gave the little python a finishing blow, and sent it directly into the beast abyss, causing it to fall into reincarnation. He thought that since the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace no longer had the guardian beast, he could come and go freely. The 5th generation saw all of this and followed his lead in making arrangements. The butler entered the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace again and again. He moved high and low using the avenue and also set up formations in the Tianqiu Palace. When he thought that no one knew what he had done, the 5th generation had already used the formation he had set up to leave the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace and spy on several other Tianqiu palaces. It was precisely because of this that he condoned some of the butler's actions. The butler was actually his tool. Everyone has their own thoughts and pursuits. They just use each other for their own benefit. The final result depends on who has the last laugh. The last 5 lives talked about the other Tianqiu palaces. He did not enter the Tianqiu Palace. The other 4 Tianqiu palaces were all closed, and his identity was special. Unless he broke in by force, he could not get in. But Lin Moyu is different. Lin Moyu can go in. There are many ways to get in. One is to enter through the main gate, but you need to break the main gate. The method of breaking the gate is different for each Tianqiu palace. The second is to use the Dui boat to fly directly in. The problem is whether the masters of Tianqiu Palace will have other arrangements. After all, no one knows what the situation inside Tianqiu Palace is like, and it would be a bit risky to go in directly. The 5th did not give any advice on what Lin Moyu should choose and left the decision to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "Are you sure those Tianqiu Palace masters have all perished?" The 5th world whispered, "I am absolutely certain. Fellow Taoist, even though I still have a glimmer of soul left, if one day the 5th world domain returns to emptiness, the 6th world's Tianqiu Palace will appear in the Tianqiu land. Then I will completely disappear from this world." Lin Moyu understood that as one life follows another, the emergence of a new life represents the fall of the old one. The only trace of the old world may be Tianqiu Palace, and nothing else. No one knows when the five worlds will return to the void, and the five worlds can only wait and hope to meet someone who can break the deadlock before it returns to the void. 0. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, I'll go give it a try soon. I hope I can figure this out and understand why this is happening." The fifth world said in a low voice, "I'm counting on you, fellow Taoist." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm doing my best. I have one more question. How are Emperor Kunlun and the steward? Can they achieve transcendence?" The fifth shook his head, "No chance." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed lightly, and two pictures appeared in the starry sky, one of which was the location of Kunlun Emperor and the other of the housekeeper. Although they entered the first floor together, they were in different spaces and did not meet. I don't know what the two of them are going through. Their expressions are a little complicated. Lin Moyu vaguely feels that their auras are not stable, and they seem to be injured. Wushido, I have a selfish motive in evolving the five worlds, especially the Void Realm. The Great Spirit Realm Emperors within them are inherently flawed, their limit being half a step into chaos, impossible to go any further. If they were to advance even a step further someday, it would be the cause of their downfall. They wouldn't be able to pass the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor stage. Some things can be pursued, but they cannot be forced. If you insist on forcing them, you will only end up with bad consequences. What he said seemed to make sense, but Lin Moyu didn't quite believe it. Rather than being determined by fate, I prefer to believe that man can conquer nature. The fifth world said, "There is always a way out. Everything has a glimmer of hope, but this glimmer is not easily found. It requires the immense support of heaven and earth for this glimmer to appear. Emperor Kunlun can't do that. There are too many causes and effects on him. Heaven and earth don't recognize him. This thread has already been broken." Lin Moyu could naturally understand what the fifth life said. He had previously felt that the karma of Emperor Kunlun was too heavy, and that the destiny of heaven and earth would naturally not recognize him, and his only chance of survival was thus cut off. Even if he is extremely talented, it is impossible for him to take another step forward. Tianqiu Tower will be his end point. If he retreats in the face of difficulties, he can go back to be an emperor. With the strength of half a step into the Chaos Realm, he will continue to be the chief emperor. He will also be a top figure in the realm, and even supreme in the virtual world. But if he forced it, Tianqiu Palace would be his burial place. And if he died here, if no one sent him into the Beast Abyss, he would not even have the chance to reincarnate. Back then, the butler had helped the little python to death and at least sent it into the Beast Abyss, otherwise the little python would have died long ago. Wuxia explained everything he knew about the various Tianqiu palaces. Finally, he whispered, "I will now draw upon the power of chaos to help fellow Taoist Lin achieve his initial chaos transformation. Once 227 arrives, fellow Taoist Lin's strength will greatly increase, and his safety will be even more assured." Lin Moyu nodded, "Then I'll trouble you, senior." His tone was sincere, with a hint of gratitude, and he seemed to trust this fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace girl very much. But Lin Moyu was clear-headed. He knew that Wuxia was just talking nicely and was doing this for himself. He asked her to go to another Tianqiu Palace, so there must be some conspiracy behind it. He was plotting against Emperor Kunlun and the housekeeper. His plan was so deep and took so long. He had to plan ahead carefully. How could it be so simple? What appeared before Lin Moyu now was just a remnant of his soul, but was he really just a remnant of his soul? But it won't be wrong to take the benefits first. Wuxia lightly tapped his finger, and a large amount of chaos sword grass swayed in the grass. The power of the sword grass gathered into a ball, and became a sharp sword that cut through the starry sky. The starry sky was like a curtain with a huge crack, and behind the crack was a thick chaotic aura. This is not chaos. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the world behind the crack was not a chaotic world. He had seen chaos through the crack in the deadly land of Jiuedao and felt the aura of chaos firsthand. Wushido, when I evolved the realm, I absorbed a vast amount of chaotic energy. I kept some of it for selfish reasons. Now I can use it to help fellow Taoists with the initial stage of chaos transformation. He spoke sincerely, but Lin Moyu was wary. Because of distrust, one will naturally doubt every word the fifth generation says. In Lin Moyu's eyes, 9 out of 10 of Wushu's words were true, but the half-lie was the most important core. But I can't refuse the current situation, and there is no warning from my soul, so I think there will be no danger. The chaotic energy drawn from the fifth generation transformed into a gentle rain that fell on Lin Moyu. Dao Fa, refine it. Lin Moyu nodded and tried to start refining. As soon as he started refining it, he felt something was wrong. There was a hint of impurities in the chaotic energy. These impurities seemed insignificant, but they were difficult to remove. From the core of the impurity, there seems to be a trace of consciousness. Lin Moyu immediately understood that this was the backup plan left by the fifth generation. Just like he monitored Kunlun Emperor and the Housekeeper, perhaps after he refined the chaotic energy, he could also monitor himself or even influence himself. Fortunately, his soul was sharp enough to discover that he not only wanted to do things himself, but also wanted to use himself as a tool. In this case, Lin Yu will not let him off easily. The chaotic energy in the universe surged in and silently offset the chaotic energy attracted by the 5 lives. During this process, Lin Moyu showed no intention of becoming chaotic at all. But it seemed that Lin Moyu was indeed working hard to refine it, and the refining speed was very fast. A large amount of chaotic energy was consumed, but there was no change on Lin Moyu's body. The fifth generation was surprised. Fellow Taoist, why is that? Lin Moyu shook his head. I'm not sure either. No matter how I refine it, it's useless. How strange. The fifth generation muttered to himself. He was a little confused about the situation before him. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Could it be related to the fact that I am just eternal? The fifth thought for a moment and said, perhaps that is the case. There is really no other reason, so this is the only explanation. Lin Moyu said, then please don't waste the chaos energy, Senior. It's not that I can't achieve chaos transformation, but with my strength, I might still be able to help you. This is all we can do now. Just be careful. Wushu put away his chaotic energy and gave a seemingly kind warning. Lin Moyu heard disappointment in his voice, perhaps because he was disappointed that he couldn't monitor himself. But in fact, this is not the case. He still has ways to monitor himself, such as the Dewey boat. It's just that he just said that once the Dewey boat entered other Tianqiu palaces, he would lose contact with the Dewey boat, which Lin Moyu did not completely believe. Even the Chaos Sword Grass, which was used as a trading item, Lin Moyu had to consider whether it would be dangerous to use. Is it possible that if he becomes an enemy of the 5 worlds or loses his usefulness, the Chaos Sword will immediately turn around and attack him? Retracting the chaotic energy, Wushu waved his hand to open the passage. You go first. Whether it succeeds or not, I will remember this kindness. If anything happens, we can talk again when you come back. Lin Moyu stood up and bowed slightly to the fifth generation, then walked into the passage and left. After Lin Moyu left, a long sigh was heard in the starry sky. This sigh echoed in the starry sky, and it would take thousands of years to dissipate. The entire sky was filled with a feeling of unwillingness. The scene shifted slightly, and Lin Moyu found himself in front of the fifth generation Tianqiu palace. The little python, the guardian beast of the gate, was looking at him with its eyes open. Master, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. The little python shouted loudly. He was the guardian beast of the gate, but he could not enter the Tianqiu palace. This beast was just a nice-sounding beast. Lin Moyu nodded and put the Chaos Sword Grass into the storage space. This thing will definitely be useful for the time being. As long as you are not an enemy of the 5 worlds, the Chaos Sword Grass will be your trump card. If you become an enemy of the 5th generation, the Chaos Sword Grass will be a deadly thing. Lin Moyu asked, Little Python, are you still going to sell yourself as the guardian beast? The little python immediately shook its big head. The little python wants to follow the master. Lin Moyu said, Okay, then you go in and stay there first, and I will let you out after we return. Lin Moyu waved his hand and put the little python away. 2.2 After many reincarnations, the little python, the guardian beast, actually had nothing to do with the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace. Besides, anyone can be the guardian beast, and it doesn't even matter whether there is one or not. If Lin Moyu takes the little python away, the fifth world will have no objection. Lin Moyu knew very well that he was still useful and that the fifth generation would not turn against him. But he also needs to be prepared for how to deal with it if he ever falls out with his friends. According to the map given by the housekeeper, Lin Moyu walked in the land of Tianqiu, feeling the antiquity of this land along the way. Soon Lin Moyu came to the formation set up by the butler and activated it according to the method given by the butler. He did not go in immediately, but stood in front of the formation and observed it carefully. The housekeeper was not very trustworthy, and this formation had been tampered with by 5 generations, so he didn't know what problems might be hidden inside. After a moment, Lin Moyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There is indeed a problem. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master once used the butler to tamper with the butler's formation, and the butler himself was not aware of it. Because his divine rune level completely surpassed the butler's, the two were not on the same level at all. But it was not so easy to hide it from Lin Moyu. It must be said that the 5th generation had done it covertly enough, but Lin Moyu still found the clues. In a very inconspicuous position of this teleportation array, there are several broken talismans. These talismans are integrated with the array and usually exist like scraps. They will only be discovered when the array is activated. So Lin Moyu activated the formation first and then started searching. According to his analysis, the function of this talisman is to leave a mark on the user of the teleportation array. The mark is extremely inconspicuous, but it can allow the 5 generations to monitor them. Over the years, the steward's every move has been under the surveillance of the 5th generation. The 5th generation must have a deeper purpose in doing this. Lin Moyu did not take any action to break the talisman left by the 5th generation. If he had broken it, the 5th generation would definitely have felt it. Lin Moyu took out a blank jade token. There was nothing in it. After a simple refinement with the soul fire, the jade token became a good formation plate. He casually drew a simple formation on the formation plate, then entered the teleportation formation with the jade token in hand and headed for the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace. The formation was activated with bursts of roars, opening a space energy path between the avenues. The transmission began, and the sky and the earth in the sight began to turn into streams of light and rotate rapidly. The divine talisman left over from the 5th generation was also activated along with the formation. It blended into the flowing light and was extremely concealed, drilling towards Lin Moyu's bed. Lin Moyu activated the array disk, and an inconspicuous array began to operate, sucking in the mark of the 5th life. Wuxia would feel that his talisman had been activated and successfully attached to someone. Who else could be in the teleportation array besides Lin Moyu? So he would not doubt it at all. After the transmission was completed, Lin Yu arrived at the gate of the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace. He did not put the formation plate away, but hung it around his waist, looking as if he knew nothing. Lin Moyu looked around the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace. The pattern on the gate was different from that of the 5th generation Tianqiu realm. The creatures represented by the pattern were basically something Lin Moyu had never seen before. These are all creatures from the 4 worlds. The creatures in each world are completely different. It is normal that you have never seen them before. However, some information can be analyzed from the characteristics of the creatures in the realm. The characteristic of the 5 worlds is that they have all the great ways, which leads to the existence of all kinds of creatures, and there is no saying that any one is stronger than the other. The gate of the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace and the creature patterns on the palace walls on both sides are basically dominated by fish creatures, and from these patterns, Lin Moyu feels a strong breath of water and Taoism. The 4 worlds realm is a realm that evolved from the great way of water? No, a single avenue of water alone cannot constitute the entire realm. It can only be said that the avenue of water occupies a certain proportion within it. 5 generations have already become 4 generations of extinction. The moment the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace appeared, the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace should have fallen into silence. Judging from this, there should be no living creatures in it. Lin Moyu walked to the door and tried to push it open. But the door was tightly shut and could not be opened, even with all his strength. If you want to open this door, you must solve the mystery inside the door, but where is the mystery and how to solve it? There were no magic symbols or formations here, and Lin Moyu couldn't find a way for a while. The Four Worlds domain has its own rules, which come from the thoughts of the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace Master and are completely different from the Five Worlds domain. If you look carefully, you will eventually find it, but it will be a waste of a lot of time. I don't want to waste so much time, and the Four Worlds have already passed. Apart from history, things at the Avenue level are no longer useful to the present world, and are not worth inheriting and learning by future generations. Lin Moyu very simply took out the Dewey boat, and then used the Dewey boat to crash in. The Deliverance boat had been initially refined, and Moyu entered it with a thought. On the deck of the boat, Dao Lord Realm beings are working. These beings are both real and imaginary, and come from different regions. They have lost their self-awareness and everything is controlled by the boat. Once a living being loses consciousness, it is equivalent to a walking corpse, which is worse than death in Lin Moyu's opinion. Lin Moyu felt that he could already control these creatures and could order them to do anything, even letting them rush out of the boat to fight for him. But there is no need for this, they are just Dao masters with limited power, and Lin Moyu doesn't look down on them at all. The preliminary refinement of the Deliverance boat was enough for Lin Moyu to move freely on the deck. As for going inside the boat, further refinement was needed, and he was not able to control the boat yet. Boat. The soul power surged out and flowed into the Deliverance boat for further refinement. As the soul power flowed, Lin Moyu saw the general structure of the interior of the Deliverance boat and understood the function of each area. The Dewey boat is divided into 3 areas, outer, inner, and central. The external area is the deck of the boat. This area can control people's souls, eliminate their consciousness, and make them slaves of the boat. It can also directly obliterate the cultivator's soul, but the specific level of cultivator that can be obliterated or controlled depends on the strength of the operator of the Dewey boat. For example, when Emperor Kunlun was controlling the Deliverance boat before, he was considered the weakest half-step chaos, barely surpassing the Eternal Realm and passing through the Dao Lord Realm. Under his manipulation, the Dewey boat can deal with the Taoist Master, control the Taoist Master to make him a slave of the boat, or directly kill the Taoist Master. If you face the Lord of the Great Dao, you will be powerless. It can deal with enemies one level lower than you, but this function is a bit useless. There is a huge gap in realm. I can easily wipe out a large area with just one move. Why bother to control the boat to make a move? This ability is indeed not practical. Instead, it erases the soul and turns it into a boat slave. This function is better, but Lin Moyu also despises it. He has undead servants, aren't they more useful than boat slaves? After all, the 263 evil boat is not a magic weapon for killing enemies, and its true ability does not lie in this regard. The inner area is where the managers of the Dewey boat are active. It is also the area that Lin Moyu has visited before. Including where the statue is located, all belong to this area. As long as you refine this area, you can become the manager of the Dewey boat and can operate it freely. There is also a central area, which is an area that only the master of the Dewey boat can enter. Lin Moyu is not sure what its specific use is, as he has not yet refined it. Now he has refined the outer area and is refining the inner area. The refining speed is getting slower and slower, and the difficulty is getting higher and higher. During this process, Lin Moyu understood that the Kunlun Emperor had only refined the inner area, and so had the 5th Tianqiu Palace Master. None of them could truly become the master of the Dewey boat, but only became the manager and operator of the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat existed earlier than the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace, and it was obvious that the person who refined it was also older. Dozens of days later, Lin Moyu finally finished refining the inner area and became the new manager and operator. When he wanted to refine the central area, his soul power was rejected. Lin Moyu immediately stopped, as he felt the central area was dangerous. If he tried to refine it forcefully, he was afraid that the gold would have bad consequences. That's enough. Use it first. With a thought, the boat of salvation burst into brilliant light, illuminating the gate of the fourth-generation thru palace. The dewy boat slowly flew towards the gate of the fourth-generation thru palace. It was not fast and did not seem to have any tremendous power. Just when the boat was about to touch the gate suddenly opened automatically. Lin Moyu, standing on the deck, was stunned for a moment. He had already prepared himself to withstand the impact, and you showed me this? The door was not opened by force at all. The boat was like the right key, and the door opened automatically for it. The deliverance boat is the key to the gate of thru palace. Lin Moyu's soul had such a thought. He didn't know whether his thoughts were right or wrong, but this was what he thought in his heart at that moment. If this is true, the role of the dewy boat is even greater than what the fifth thru palace master said. Perhaps every thru palace has an inseparable relationship with the dewy boat. And this relationship is hidden in the central area of the dewy boat, an area that even the fifth-generation thru palace master cannot reach. The boat of salvation slowly flew into the fourth-generation thru palace. Lin Moyu seemed to have entered another realm and felt a completely different avenue. Except for the Tao of immortality, all the Taos he had comprehended became ineffective, and the rules became completely different. Lin Moyu stopped the boat and didn't move forward. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. You can't see it here. The completely different rules and completely different power of the Tao in the fourth-generation thru palace have become an independent new world. Even Lin Moyu felt the powerful power of the realm. He was 100% sure that the soul that remained in the dewy boat for 5 lifetimes had been completely isolated from his body, and he had no way of controlling this soul. Now, what he had to do was to completely refine the internal area of the dewy boat, erase all the power that did not belong to him, and make himself the sole manager and operator of the dewy boat. As for whether or not one can become the master of the boat, that is a matter of the future. The soul power exploded and surged into the boat. When refining before, Lin Moyu was very restrained. With his sharp soul, he clearly felt the 2 souls left in the dewy boat. These 2 souls firmly occupied the 2 corners of the dewy boat. One was slightly less hidden, and the other was extremely hidden. They were the souls of Jing Dizun and Kaisha respectively. None of them really gave up on crossing the evil boat, but Emperor Kunlun didn't know that there was someone behind him. But none of them could escape Lin Moyu's perception. When he was refining them before, Lin Moyu was careful not to touch them, as if they did not exist, and even deliberately avoided them. At that time, Lin Moyu became the 3rd operator of the ferry boat. If Kunlun Emperor and the 5th generation wanted, they could expel Lin Moyu and take back the ferry boat at any time. Now, with the help of the 4th generation thru palace, Lin Moyu wants to completely wipe them out and make the dewy boat truly his own. As long as he succeeds, he will be invincible. Even if he turns against me for 5 generations, he can still protect himself with the boat of salvation. The soul force first rushed towards the soul left behind by Emperor Kunlun. Lin Moyu used the power-gathering technique to gain the combat power of a half-step to chaos, but the soul level was still only at the peak of eternity, much weaker than Emperor Kanchi. Fortunately, only a trace of the other party's soul was left, and under the overwhelming impact of Lin Moyu's soul, that trace of soul was gradually being erased and disappeared. Lin Moyu's soul continued to attack until Kunlun Emperor's soul was completely wiped out. It's your turn. Lin Moyu aimed at the soul left over from the 5th generation. It was hidden so deeply that even Emperor Kunlun did not discover it. This is the real tough nut to crack. The 5th level is too high, at least it is the great accomplishment Chaos Realm, which is extremely difficult to chew. The soul power washed over and over again, but the soul of the 5th life remained motionless, and the mark remained calm under the impact of the soul. The soul level is a huge gap, which cannot be made up by quantity. But Lin Moyu is not worried, he still has various means. The fire of the burning world, the power of death, the hell of bones, any one of them has the potential to erase the soul of 5 lifetimes. However, those methods were very slow, so Lin Moyu used the most convenient and quickest method. The soul condensed into shape. Looking at the soul of the fifth life, the scepter of calamity appeared in his hand. In his opinion, whether it is the balance gem or the soul gem, it can solve the current problem. With the scourge scepter in hand, Lin Moyu felt like no one else could do it. Once he gets rid of the soul of the fifth life, he can enter the inner area, take the fifth gem on the statue, and restore the scepter of scourge to its original state. Moyu was also a little curious as to what the fifth gem would be. The balance gem glowed faintly, enveloping the soul of the fifth life, and at the same time a large number of undead servants appeared. The balance gem can balance the power and realm level. Based on the massive undead servants, the soul level left over from the 5 lives began to decline. Initially, tens of thousands of undead servants were deployed. The level of Wusher's soul only dropped a little bit, and still remained in the chaotic realm. The effect was not obvious, but the strength of the undead servants was affected. This is enough to illustrate how big the difference is between the Chaos Realm and the Tao Lord Realm, and the Balance Gem is also affected, and the effect is much worse than usual. Lin Moyu continued to summon undead servants, and the number increased from 10,000 to 100 million, a direct increase of 10,000 times. Although the effect of the Balance Gem was greatly weakened when facing the Chaotic Realm, what remained here was only a trace of soul consciousness. Under Lin Moyu's wear and tear, Wusher's soul level finally fell to the Chaos Realm and reached the same level as Lin Moyu. The next step was easy. Lin Moyu continued to do the same thing, using his own soul power to erase the soul of the fifth life. The soul of the fifth life was rootless and sourceless, unable to withstand Lin Moyu's continuous consumption, and after a while he was finally bedridden. Buzz! Lin Moyu heard a slight sound coming from the Dewey boat, and for a moment he felt that the connection between him and the Dewey boat had become closer. The area occupied by the souls of the 5 generations is also very important for secrecy. Lin Moyu finally became the sole operator of the Dewey boat. Unless the owner of the Dewey boat came forward, no one could take the Dewey boat away from him. And if there is any danger, he can hide in the boat to avoid danger. Even when transcending, one can directly control the boat to pass through the blockade of the soul-devouring spirit and rush into the chaos. To help people overcome difficulties, this is its greatest function. After understanding the greatest use of the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu felt sorry for Emperor Kunlun. If Emperor Kunlun could understand this, he could easily control the boat to rush towards the chaos. It's a pity that he didn't understand this, and he wouldn't do so in the next 5 generations. With a thought, Lin Moyu appeared in the inner area of the Dewey boat and came to the large square again, where he saw the kilometer-long statue. The 1,000-meter-high statue, made entirely of innate precious materials, stands tall and straight, emitting a mysterious aura. Last time I wanted to see the true appearance of the statue, I was stopped by Emperor Kunlun. This time, no one can stop me. With a thought, Lin Moyu appeared in front of the statue as if by teleportation. Looking up, he frowned immediately because the statue had no face. Is it that she has no looks, or is it that I'm really not worthy of seeing her true appearance? Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart. At this moment, the 5th gem on the top of the statue slowly rose. Gem! Lin Moyu was delighted, but before he could make any move, an eye suddenly appeared on the faceless statue, and divine light shone down, causing Lin Moyu to freeze in place, unable to move. Countless images came rushing in, and Lin Moyu saw a majestic being who traveled across all realms, killed countless powerful men, and emerged from the chaos. All kinds of strange creatures that had never been seen before were destroyed by him. The vast realm was like a pile of eggs in front of him that could be destroyed at the touch of a finger. His weapon is the scepter of scourge. The 5 gems on the scepter sparkled, and wherever the light reached, everything was annihilated. All the images are just fragments, and the true appearance of that majestic being can only be seen from behind. He killed his way through the chaos, and fought to the end of the chaos, until the last moment, his body shattered and turned into smoke and dust. The scourge scepter disappeared, and the 5 gems flew away. The divine light disappeared, and Lin Moyu suddenly woke up. This is his experience. The majestic figure in the picture is the person represented by the statue in front of you. Why did such a powerful person end up with nothing left? What happened? How could such a powerful magical weapon as the Scepter of Calamity be broken apart? What kind of existence is his opponent? As his thoughts raced, the fifth gem on top of the statue suddenly transformed into a stream of light, whizzing towards the depths of the dewy boat. Lin Moyu had no time to stop it. The fifth gem flew into the center of the boat, a place that Lin Mo303 could not reach for the time being. This statue, the fifth gem, is actually not controlled by Emperor Kunlun. But why did Emperor Kunlun ask me to find the fourth gem before he could give me the fifth gem? Lin Moyu looked at the palace in front of the statue. It seemed that Emperor Kunlun had been talking to him in the palace. This palace is called the Central Hall and belongs to the operator of the boat. If you want to enter the central area, you must pass through the nave. Maybe there's an answer in there. Lin Moyu took a step forward and appeared in front of the central hall, striding in. The hall was empty, with an exquisite throne in the center and nothing else. Lin Moyu's eyes swept through the hall. He saw that the hall was full of divine runes. These runes were in an inactivated state. Once activated, they would form an extremely complex formation. The core of this formation is the throne in the center. This throne is also prepared for the operator, who can control the boat by sitting on it. Lin Moyu went over and sat down, his soul power poured into the throne, and in an instant he felt himself connected to the boat. Except for the central area, all situations in other areas of the dewy boat are clearly visible, and one can see and control them at the same time as long as he thinks about it. The formation in the hall was activated, and the talismans lit up one by one. At the same time, a low voice was heard in the hall. I am the great lord of natural disasters, the master of the boat of misfortune. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you must find the Scepter of Scourge and gather the 4 gems, soul, element, balance, and realm. Only then can you obtain the final gem. When you reach the Chaos Realm, enter the Central Grand Palace and receive my inheritance. Hearing this, combined with the scenes he had seen before and what Emperor Kunlun said many years ago, Lin Moyu immediately connected the dots and understood why. The owner of the Deliverance Boat is called the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Like the green robe and white robe, he is a great disaster to heaven and earth. The statue is him. The Scourge Scepter is his weapon, which has a total of 5 gems. If you get the Scourge Scepter, the first 4 of them, plus your own Chaos Realm cultivation, you will have the opportunity to inherit his mantle and become his successor. Emperor Kunlun naturally thought so too, but Emperor Kunlun had restrictions and could not leave the dewy boat. At that time, Emperor Kunlun discovered that he had obtained the Scepter of Calamity and had collected 3 gems, so he thought of continuing to collect gems and taking them for himself. So what I said before is about myself. When I collect all 4 gems and then enter the Deliverance Boat, he will definitely try to snatch them away. However, things developed beyond his expectations. In just a few years, he had gone from being a Tao Lord to becoming an eternal being, and he could even fight across borders. He was as powerful as him, and it was almost impossible for him to snatch the Calamity Scepter from him. Emperor Kunlun may have realized that the Scepter of Calamity was not for him, so he decisively gave up the Scepter of Calamity and wanted to use the Tianqiu Tower to achieve transcendence. In order to escape, he was even willing to give up the boat for a final fight. Unfortunately, the world is imperfect, and Emperor Chu Jie is destined to be unable to transcend. His only chance of survival was cut off due to his lack of understanding of cause and effect. Kunlun Emperor's countless years of planning were doomed to fail from the very beginning. He may be extremely talented in cultivation, but he lacks a lot in other aspects. He always has to pay the price for going too far. Now the 5th gem has flown into the central area, and I am not strong enough to enter. If I want to truly collect the 5th gem and restore the Scepter of Calamity, I must at least wait until I reach the Chaos Realm. This trip was fruitful. At least I knew about the existence of the Great Lord of Calamity, who the previous owner of the Calamity Scepter was, and I also determined how to obtain the 5th gem. Now that the matter on the Dewey boat has been completed, the next step is to explore the 4 generations Tianqiu Palace. But before that, there is one more thing to do. In case the 5th master of Tianqiu Palace turns against him, Lin Moyu must make full preparations. He took out the Seeking Cause ring and activated it with the influx of soul power. There is effect but no cause. He began to sow fruits, and the fruits he sowed were straightforward. The first of them was that he could return safely from the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace. He didn't ask for anything in return. If there really was nothing in Tianqiu Palace, the consequences would be so great that even dying 20 times might not be enough. If you just want to return safely, it shouldn't be too difficult as you have the boat to cross the river with you. As expected, the backlash of the Seeking Cause ring only caused Lin Moyu to die 5 times before it was declared over. This result was not difficult to come by. After waiting for dozens of breaths, Lin Moyu planted the second fruit, and he will leave Tianqiu land safely. The backlash from the Seeking Cause ring became turbulent, and Lin Moyu died 18 times before finally managing to survive, nearly breaking the limit of his new talent. Dying 18 times in a row means that this result is very difficult and he will be in danger in the Tianqiu land. But now that the fruit has been planted successfully, the cause and effect will play a role in the dark, so that I can be safe. Lin Moyu also wondered where his danger would come from. It's most likely the 5th generation. If the Tianqiu Palace of the previous generations has been destroyed, then he is the only source of danger. Lin Moyu thought to himself that he was ready to turn against the 5th generation at any time. After planting 2 fruits, Lin Moyu finally looked at the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace with peace of mind. He did not leave the Deliverance boat. The Deliverance boat, built by the great Lord of Natural Disasters, has been preserved intact from ancient times to the present day. Needless to say, its safety is very high. If it weren't for the restrictions on Emperor Kunlun and the 5 generations, such a good thing probably wouldn't have been mine. The formation flickered, and the hall suddenly became transparent, revealing all the situations in the outside world with incredible clarity in the hall. Lin Moyu didn't need to move, just sit in the hall and he could see everything in the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace clearly. Now the place where the Dewey boat is located is an ocean. The ocean is vast and the waves are rolling. On the distant coastline, streaks of fire are rising into the sky. The flames in the ocean intertwine to form a gorgeous picture. Lin Moyu immediately flew over in his boat to see what was going on. The boat flew across the ocean and saw a land of red flames. The magma was flowing, and there were a large number of volcanoes, which were constantly erupting. The flames that erupted contained countless stones, and stones were raining from the sky. Water and fire should not coexist, but there is a faint golden light separating them. The golden light is not strong, but it makes it impossible for both parties to share it. Looking at this scene, Lin Moyu overturned his previous thoughts. The inside and outside of the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace are 2 different worlds. The internal situation cannot be seen from the outside, and the inside is a broken 5 elements world. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth have now appeared. The ocean is fire and water, the red flame is fire, the ejected boulders are earth, and the light that isolates the water and fire is gold. In addition, there should be a wood attribute area. At this moment, the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace has become a ruin. Lin Moyu believes that it must not have been like this in the past. It is because the 4 worlds returned to the void and the 5 worlds appeared. Everything belonging to the 4 worlds was buried, and the 4th generation Tianqiu Palace became like this. The boat controlled by Lin Moyu was flying in the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a column of water transformed into a giant dragon and rushed towards the Dewey boat. The water column transformed into a dragon, which contained tremendous power, comparable to a blow from a half-stepped chaos realm. The Dewey boat remained motionless in the face of this attack and easily blocked it. Even the true Chaos Realm may not be able to shake the Dewey boat, so a mere half-stepped Chaos Realm is naturally not enough. The attack of the Avenue of Water began, and the avenues of Gold, Fire, and Earth followed suit with attacks that continuously bombarded the outsider, Duozhou. The Dewey boat was engulfed by endless attacks, but it remained motionless and unaffected. Even the Taoist masters and boat slaves on the deck continued to do what they were supposed to do, and no one was injured. The Dewey boat flew in the Tianqiu Palace under endless attacks, and gradually Lin Moyu saw a green scene. Amidst the green, the Sun Palace appears faintly. Every Tianqiu Palace has a central hall, which is the core of the entire Tianqiu Palace. The center of the fifth Tianqiu Palace is a 9-story pagoda. Lin Moyu is a little curious about what the center of the fourth Tianqiu Palace will be. Tianqiu Palace has been reduced to ruins. The central hall that has survived must have something extraordinary about it. The boat of salvation approached rapidly. It flew out of the area of water, fire, gold, and earth, and entered the area of trapped path. In an instant, all attacks disappeared, and Lin Moyu felt the breath of the Great Way of Wood. Although he was unable to comprehend the Great Way of Wood in the fourth-generation Tianqiu Palace, it did not prevent him from feeling the unique aura of the Great Way of Wood. It seems that the 4 generations of Tianqiu Palace all prefer the Great Tao of Confinement. From the remains of Tianqiu Palace, Lin Moyu was able to deduce the preferences of the 4th-generation Tianqiu Palace master. This was evident from the fact that the central area of Tianqiu Palace was completely occupied by the Avenue of Wood. The Avenue of Wood evolved into a green land, bringing a hint of life to the destroyed 4th-generation Tianqiu Palace. Amidst the green, the ruined Sun Palace Hall came into view. The central hall is in ruins, and is surrounded by 5 small pools, each containing the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the center of the broken central hall, there is a coffin. The moment he saw the coffin, Lin Moyu blurted out, "Sleeping plant?" He would not make a mistake, it was the sleeping coffin. He had obtained the sleeping coffin and had built it with his own hands, so how could he make a mistake? The sleeping coffin he had obtained in the mysterious manner was still lying in a corner of the storage space. Unexpectedly, I saw another sleeping coffin here. The 2 worlds have different domains, but the sleeping coffins can be used in both worlds. This is very strange. The boat slowly descended to the side of the sleeping coffin. Lin Moyu separated a bit of his soul from the boat and carefully examined the sleeping coffin. Although there are slight differences, Lin Moyu is certain that this is a sleeping coffin, and it has never been opened since it was closed. The sleeping coffin that can be placed in the central hall of the 4th-generation Tianqiu Palace, it is self-evident who is sleeping inside it. The 4th-generation Tianqiu Palace master buried himself in it. He probably didn't want to die like this, and wanted to use the sleeping plant to escape this disaster. But unfortunately, the sleeping coffin cannot be opened from the inside, and no one has entered the Tianqiu Palace since the 4th generation. Unless something unexpected happens, he will have to sleep forever. Although he entered the sleeping coffin, he may not survive. The sleeping coffin is not omnipotent. Although this thing is special, it also has its limits. Once the limit is exceeded, the creatures inside will also die. But before the coffin is opened, no one can know what is inside the coffin. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu realized that he was wrong. There was one exception, and that was the great Lord of Heaven and Earth. At that time, the man in green robe entered his soul world silently, opened the sleeping coffin, and took his wife away. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, knowing that this account would be settled sooner or later. 0 request flowers. Lin Moyu did not open the sleeping coffin, but put it away. Even if they wanted to hold a meeting, they wouldn't do it here. This is the territory of the 4th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. If he is still alive and attacks them, it would be a disaster to hold it in someone else's territory. Even if they want to open one, they will look for it in their own territory, such as the Great Thousand World or the Dewey boat. The sleeping coffin was taken away, and the dilapidated central hall collapsed. The green earth suddenly burst into shocking green light, and infinite vitality turned into a strong wind that blew towards them. Vitality is a good thing, but once it is too much, it will turn into a deadly poison. This is what is happening now. The vitality of the Avenue of Wood has turned into a deadly poison, enveloping the Dewey boat. The Great Way of Wood is powerful enough to poison the Lord of the Great Way, but it is a piece of cake for the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu controlled the Dewey boat and flew away slowly. Without the sleeping coffin, the fourth-generation Tianqiu Palace was completely collapsed. The Tianqiu Palace still existed, but the interior was in complete disarray. Today, the four generations Tianqiu Palace is just a relic left over from the four worlds and is no longer of any value. The Dewey boat flew out of the fourth-generation Tianqiu Palace and flew through the sky. It did not return to the teleportation array left by the housekeeper, but went straight to the third-generation Tianqiu Palace. When passing through the teleportation array before, the mark left by the fifth generation in the array was absorbed by Lin Moyu using the array disk. Later, the array disk entered the fourth-generation Tianqiu Palace and lost contact. Lin Moyu put the array disk into the storage space and cut off the connection. The souls in the Dewey boat were also wiped out by Lin Moyu, and the fifth generation had lost the possibility of monitoring Lin Moyu. Now the fifth generation will only think that Lin Moyu is still in the fourth generation Tianqiu Palace. So Lin Moyu no longer used the teleportation array, but directly used the Dewey boat to cross the Tianqiu land. The quiet Tianqiu land became lively, and a large number of creatures evolved from the Great Tao attacked the Dewey boat, trying to stop this outsider. However, most of the creatures here are Tao lords, and the powerful ones are ranked eternally. To the Dewey boat, they are just a drizzle, not even worthy of tickling. The Dewey boat crossed the Tianqiu land and arrived in front of the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace. Without stopping, it crashed into the gate. The tightly closed door opened and the boat rushed in. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed, and purple and gold lightning fell on the Dewey boat. The speed of the Dewey boat suddenly slowed down and it vibrated slightly. The boat slaves on the deck were knocked to the ground and fell down in large numbers. Lin Moyu frowned. The attack from the Third World Tianqiu Palace had actually shaken Dewey Zhou. Even though it only slightly shook the Dewey boat, it was still astonishing enough. It would require an attack at least at the minor chaos realm to achieve such an effect. If the third-generation Tianqiu Palace Master were still alive, reaching the minor success Chaos Realm would naturally not be a problem, and he could even launch an attack of the major success Chaos Realm. But now the Lord of the Three Generations Tianqiu Palace has long since fallen, and the Three Generations Tianqiu Palace has collapsed. Who else can launch an attack of this magnitude? If it is said that the Lord of the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace cultivated an existence similar to the ancient Tree King, that is impossible. When the four worlds were created, everything in the three worlds would be destroyed and nothing could be cultivated. The only ones that can remain are those avenues belonging to the three worlds. The lightning flashed continuously, and the boat moved forward amidst the vibrations. Only after it passed through the thunderclouds did Lin Moyu get a clear view of the situation inside the palace. Thunderclouds were floating everywhere in the palace. Some were big, some were small. Some were tens of millions of miles across, and some were thousands of meters across. The 060 space in the palace has been obviously expanded and is still expanding. The power to expand the space comes from these thunderclouds. There is no spatial force in the thundercloud, but it can exert the effect of spatial force. In addition, Lin Moyu also felt the power of various avenues. Space, time, and the five elements are all reflected here. Every thundercloud is different, and their strength and size are not certain. Some thunderclouds may seem small, but they exude a terrifying aura. Some thunderclouds seemed large, but to Lin Moyu they didn't seem very powerful. Of course, there were also some that were both large and powerful. As soon as it entered the palace, the Dewey boat rushed into a thundercloud. The thundercloud was not too strong, but it was able to shake the Dewey boat. There are even stronger thunderclouds here, which are infinitely close to the chaotic realm. The strength of the third-generation Tianqiu Palace Master seems to be stronger than that of the fourth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Lin Moyu maneuvered the boat closer to a thundercloud and analyzed it. He tried to draw a talisman and found that although the talisman had been affected to some extent, it could still play most of its functions. After a slight adjustment, Lin Moyu drew a formation, which unfolded like a big net and wrapped the thunderclouds inside. A large amount of information was transmitted back from the formation, and Moyu used the formation to analyze and deconstruct the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds were unraveled, revealing their mystery. The power composition of the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace was also revealed at this moment, including the foundation of the Three Worlds domain, which was also fully known to Lin Moyu. The Great Tao may change in many ways, but it never deviates from its essence. The core power of the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace is the two great Taos of Yin and Yang. Use the two great ways of Yin and Yang to evolve other great ways, and then evolve all things in the world. Thunderclouds are formed by the Yin-Yang avenue as the main body, and then integrating other avenues. The stronger the Yin-Yang avenue is, the stronger the thundercloud will be. The more avenues are integrated, the larger the volume will be. But the more avenues that are integrated does not mean the thundercloud is stronger. It mainly depends on the strength of the Yin and Yang avenues. As expected, the Great Tao is simple. The Great Tao of the five elements is simplified, but it is still not as good as the Great Tao of Yin and Yang. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, and he thought of a sentence: Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. The two in this sentence can be seen as two Yin and Yang roads, and the three does not refer to three, but to many. The five elements avenue can be regarded as three, and the myriad avenues of the five worlds can be regarded as all things. This understanding may not be entirely correct, but it is always the best. Lin Moyu had some understanding of the core of the Three Worlds domain. He seemed to vaguely see the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace Master evolving the realm. He controlled the Yin and Yang and created all things. The third generation Tianqiu Palace Master was very powerful, but he still couldn't escape his own death and eventually fell. In Lin Moyu's view, this was the arrangement of Tao and he could not escape it. The third generation Tianqiu Palace Master controls Yin and Yang, which can be considered two. Then the second generation Tianqiu Palace Master should control the one born from the Tao. What is this one? Could it be chaos? What is the Tao? Lin Moyu pondered the question more deeply. The Tao came from chaos, so what comes after chaos? The Lord of the Deliverance Boat, the great Lord of natural disasters, fought his way to the end of primal chaos, but why was he suddenly shattered to pieces? What did he see? Was it the Tao? The two great masters in green and white robes have been planning for countless years. What are they pursuing? When Lin Moyu reached his current height, profound questions came one after another. He found that the higher he stood, the more confused he became, and the more things he needed to explore. However, this also piqued Lin Moyu's interest. He had an urge in his heart. He also wanted to fight to the end of the chaos like the great lord of natural disasters and see the scenery at the end. The Dewey boat was flying in the Sancher Tianqiu Palace. The Sancher Tianqiu Palace was very large. The Dewey boat flew for a long time and finally found the center. The central hall has collapsed, leaving only a pool of thunder. The thunder pool appears black and white, representing the two avenues of Yin and Yang. A shadowy figure appeared within the thunder pool. It was the former third-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. He sat within the thunder pool, drawing upon the power of the Yin-Yang Great Tao, transforming into two bolts of lightning that blasted out and exploded in the void. The embryonic form of a realm was created in the explosion, and chaotic energy continued to flow in, being refined by him into Yin and Yang and integrated into the humble realm. The phantom images were intermittent, and a lot of content was missing, requiring Lin Moyu to fill in the blanks on his own. Lin Moyu understood about 70% of it. When the shadow disappeared, Lin Moyu saw a black and white round stone in the thunder pool. What's this? Instinctively feeling that this round stone was extraordinary, he flew out of the Dewey boat, reached into the thunder pool and took out the round stone. As soon as the round stone left the thunder pool, the entire thunder pool exploded. Without the pebble, the balance of the thunder pool was broken, and the thunder pool that had existed for countless years was about to collapse. Lin Moyu immediately returned to the Dewey boat. The power contained in the thunder pool was so strong that if it exploded, he would surely die several times. Boom! As soon as he entered the Dewey boat, the unbalanced thunder pool exploded. The collision of the yin and yang avenues triggered a terrifying force, and the already dilapidated central hall was completely razed to the ground. A large number of thunderclouds in the palace were squeezed by the explosion and exploded on the spot. The thunderclouds erupted, triggering an even more powerful impact. Like a chain reaction, the entire Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace fell into an extremely chaotic disaster. The explosions continued, the space shattered and collapsed rapidly, and in the process, even stronger forces erupted. Lin Moyu controlled the boat to fly out of the explosion and stopped only after reaching the level of the Three Worlds Heavenly Void official. Looking back at the non-stop explosions at the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace, Lin Moyu felt a lingering fear. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Without the boat to cross the river, even if he had a new life, it would not be enough. Each explosion is infinitely close to a chaos strike. Heavy gold is fatal. Fortunately, I had the boat in my hand, so I escaped safely. He lowered his head to glance at the black and white round stone. The stone was smooth in texture and contained the yin and yang Dao inside. It was not an innate treasure material, but it was better than an innate treasure material. Lin Moyu studied it for a while, but couldn't find any use for it, so he had to put it away for the time being. The Dewey boat left the Sancher Tianqiu Palace and headed for the next stop. The explosion of the third-generation Tianqiu Palace continued, and the terrifying power spread out, scaring the creatures in the Tianqiu land to death, making Lin Moyu's journey much more peaceful. Soon he arrived at the gate of the Second World Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu frowned. Why is this gate like this? In Lin Moyu's understanding, the second-generation Tianqiu Palace was the one born from Tao, the one that evolved from yin and yang. In reality, it should be chaos. It was just a guess before, but now that he had arrived at the gate of the second Tianqiu Palace, Lin Moyu found that his guess was not wrong. The door was closed, and a vortex was slowly turning in front of it. The vortex was filled with mist, and all kinds of forces were contained in the mist, intertwined together like chaos. Lin Moyu observed for a moment and determined that the vortex was not actually chaos, but a force similar to chaos. Chaos is the foundation of the realm, but chaos cannot be used directly to create a realm, so what is here is not chaos. The second Tianqiu Palace master probably wanted to imitate chaos to evolve the realm, so he abandoned the clearer avenue. But if this happens, the entire realm will be in a hazy state. The difficulty for the creatures within it to cultivate will increase significantly. Not to mention cultivating to the highest level, even getting started will become difficult. The advantage is that once you achieve success in cultivation, you will become extremely powerful. If you want to transcend in the future, completing the chaos transformation will also become extremely easy. Just by standing in front of the door and looking at the vortex on the door, Moyu already knew how the second-generation Tianqiu Palace Lord transformed the realm. Being able to evolve a realm in this way only meant that the second-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was very powerful, stronger than anyone who came after him. The evolution of the realm from generation to generation seems to be getting weaker and weaker. The Dewey boat flew over, and the moment it touched the whirlpool, the door suddenly opened and the Dewey boat was welcomed in. That's right, we went in to welcome him. As the operator of the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu had this feeling. The Dewey boat was really being welcomed in. This also means that Duozhou has been here before and even stayed here for a long time. There is fog everywhere inside the Tianqiu Palace. The fog is similar to the chaotic energy, from which infinite avenues can evolve. The fog was even stronger than thunderclouds. Once it erupted, Lin Moyu had no doubt that he would die in seconds. Moreover, no matter how many undead servants you summon, they will die as soon as you summon them, and they will die continuously. For creatures below the Chaos Realm, this place is a forbidden area. The first thing Lin Moyu did was to use the Cause-Seeking Ring to plant the fruit and make sure he could return safely. Unexpectedly, the backlash of the Seeking Cause Ring only caused Lin Moyu to die once, which also means that this method is extremely safe. And this kind of safety comes from the Dewey boat. The boat was flying in the fog, searching for the way over and over again. Fortunately, the second Tianqiu Palace was not big, and Lin Moyu soon found the central hall. The central hall of the second-generation Tianqiu Palace remained basically intact, and there was a force in the air that supported the central hall. The boat flew into the central hall, and suddenly a voice rang out, "You're here." The sound went straight through the Dewey boat and into Lin Moyu's ears. Lin Moyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There was actually someone in the Second World Tianqiu Palace. Could it be the residual soul of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace master? Lin Moyu found it a little unbelievable. The second-generation Tianqiu Palace should have been destroyed long ago, so how could there be a living person? Then the voice continued, "I have fallen. What remains here is neither my soul nor my consciousness, only a message from me. Don't be surprised. Only the deliverance boat can enter this place. Not even the great Lord of Heaven and Earth can. Even the great Lord of Heaven and Earth can't come in? This might be a bit exaggerated." Lin Moyu didn't quite believe it. The other party continued, "If the great Lord of Heaven and Earth were to come here, this palace would immediately collapse, leaving nothing behind." Lin Moyu was surprised. This was the meaning. It was totally unexpected. No wonder the second-generation Tianqiu Palace welcomed the Dewey boat. The reason lies with the second-generation Tianqiu Palace master. He continued, "I don't know your name, but I can guess who you are. You have to find many answers yourself, but I also need your help with something. At the bottom of the hall, there's something I left behind. Take it with you to the Yashishiangsu Palace. Perhaps you'll find something you want to know there." The second Tianqiu Palace master's message came to an abrupt end. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and controlled the deliverance boat to fly towards the bottom of the hall. But after a few breaths, another sound was heard. "You're here. I have fallen. What remains here is neither my soul nor my consciousness, only a message from me. Don't be surprised. Only the Dewey Zhou can enter this place. Not even the great Lord of Heaven and Earth can enter." He repeated the same words as before. Lin Moyu was at a loss for words, wondering if it was actually possible to do this. But to be honest, this method saves time and effort, and basically nothing will go wrong. It is more reliable than leaving behind 10 fragments of souls. Duozhou slowly came to the bottom of the hall and saw the things left behind by the second master of Tianqiu Palace. It was a memorial tablet with 2 characters at the bottom, "Your Honor." The words on it have been erased, so it is impossible to know who the tablet belongs to. At the bottom of the hall, there was no fog similar to the chaotic energy. It was obviously done by the second-generation Tianqiu Palace master. This was to leave space for Lin Moyu to obtain the tablet. Lin Moyu transformed into an avatar and left the boat, taking the tablet away. The moment the tablet was taken away, the repetitive voice suddenly stopped. His mission was accomplished. Regardless of whether the person who took the tablet was the right one or not, for the second master of Tianqiu Palace, the matter ended there. And for Lin Moyu, the mystery has come to an end. The Dewey boat flew out of the fog, left the second-generation Tianqiu Palace, and headed towards the first-generation Tianqiu Palace. This is the first Tianqiu Palace that has appeared in Tianqiu land since its birth, and it should also be the strongest of the 5 Tianqiu Palaces. Lin Moyu doesn't know what is hidden in it. The first-generation Tianqiu Palace is located deep in the Tianqiu land. The closer you get to it, the quieter the surroundings become. With the Yashishiangsu Palace as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is no living creature, not even a plant. The earth is completely bare. Gusts of wind kept blowing, and when they blew onto the Dewey boat, the boat roared and shook continuously. The wind that blows here is the wind of chaos. Any living being that is not chaotic cannot withstand this wind. Even Lin Moyu couldn't last more than 2 seconds in the wind before dying. Wherever the wind of chaos goes, nothing exists. How could there be any living creatures around? Lin Moyu knew that without the Dewey boat, it would be impossible for him to reach the Yashishiangsu Palace. At least on this point, Wuxia did not lie to himself. The Dewey boat was the key to the activities here. Gradually, a majestic palace came into sight. The first Tianqiu Palace is different from the previous Tianqiu Palace. It is a palace, about 10,000 meters high and wide, and extremely majestic. The majestic chaotic energy gushed out from the Ishir Tianqiu Palace. This was the real chaotic energy, which turned into chaotic wind and went towards the distance. It looked very intact, and the collapse of the realm seemed to have no effect on it. Lin Moyu felt something was amiss. The Yishishiangsu Palace looks a bit like a palace used for memorial services. He thought of the tablet he had just received, which seemed to be really used for memorial services. The boat was approaching the Yishishiangsu Palace. Lin Moyu had already taken out the Seeking Cause ring to sow the fruit, so that he could return safely from the Yishishiangsu Palace. Bang! A strong backlash force came from the Seeking Cause ring, and the body exploded. Purple light continuously illuminated the boat, and Lin Moyu died and came back to life again and again, feeling extremely sad and refreshed. After 16 times in a row, the backlash finally ended. Lin Moyu felt sympathetic. It seems quite dangerous. Even though he died 16 times in a row, Lin Moyu remained calm. He was used to dying and it was no big deal. In the intertwining of life and death, if the fruit has been planted, then all dangers will be averted, or even a blessing in disguise. After planting the fruits, he controlled the boat to fly into the Tianqiu Palace. The chaotic energy fell on the Dui boat, making a metallic collision sound, and the speed of the Dui boat suddenly slowed down. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and divine light flashed on the boat, slowly moving forward in the chaotic air. The Dui boat disappeared in the chaotic air, entered the Tianqiu Palace, and moved forward in the fog. Unable to see anything, all around was nothing but fog. Lin Moyu felt as if he had entered a chaotic world. The second-generation Tianqiu Palace Master simulated chaos, but this place is the real chaos. Lin Moyu even had the illusion that he might have left the realm and truly entered chaos. Of course, this was just an illusion. The fact was that the Lord of Tianqiu Palace had attracted a vast amount of chaotic energy and left it here, covering the entire Tianqiu Palace. I can't go out now. If I leave the Dui boat, I will die on the spot, and even a new life will be useless. After all, after being reborn in chaos, one will die again. When the number of rebirths is exhausted, one will die completely. If one wants to enter chaos and achieve immortality, one must at least initially become chaotic, and the surface of the body and soul must become chaotic, so that one can survive in the chaotic energy. The boat flew deeper and deeper, but Lin Moyu still couldn't see anything. The chaotic energy blocked his sight and perception, and he could only move forward blindly. In the chaos, the concepts of time and space were lost. Fortunately, there was still the universe that could provide Lin Moyu with accurate time, but there was no way to know the space. After flying for nearly 100 days, Lin Moyu didn't know how far he had flown, until the boat hit something and deviated from its direction. The object that the Dui boat hit was very hard. Lin Moyu could feel the huge recoil force pushing the Dui boat away, but the other party was not hurt at all. The strength of the Dui boat is enough to break through the wall of Tianqiu Palace, which shows how strong the other party is. When the boat came to a steady stop again, a ray of light suddenly lit up, dispelling the chaotic fog around it, and Lin Moyu finally saw clearly what he had hit. It was a statue, not small, about 1 kilometer long. Judging from the appearance of the statue, it is somewhat similar to the statue of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters in the Dui boat, but it is only somewhat similar. Is this imitating the Great Lord of Natural Disasters? Lin Moyu subconsciously felt that the other party was imitating the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. In the dim light, the statue's facial features suddenly moved, as if they had life. A pair of eyes turned from dull to sharp and piercing as they stared at Dui Zhou. "You're here." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. It was the same rhetoric again. It seemed that the masters of Tianqiu Palace for several generations were waiting for him. They didn't say it explicitly, but over the years, I was the only one who saw them. If they weren't waiting for me, then what were they waiting for? Lin Moyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out the tablet given by the second Tianqiu Palace master and sent out the boat to save his life. The tablet glowed faintly, quickly grew larger in front of the statue, and floated in front of the statue. 4 large characters appeared on the previously blank tablet, Lord of the Sky Void. Together they become the Lord of the Sky. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. Is the Rishi Tianchu Palace Master the King of Heaven? Just as he had this thought, the statue spoke again. There are still some things. Please hand them over as well, fellow Taoist. Lin Moyu realized what the other party wanted, and immediately took out the sleeping coffin and the black and white ball. The black and white sphere slowly flew up to the head of a statue, penetrated into the center of its eyebrows, and turned into the statue's first eye. The sleeping coffin slowly sank and came to the feet of the statue. Looking at this scene, Lin Moyu felt as if something was missing. At this time, the statue said again, "There is still a sleeping coffin on Taoist friend, please return it." Lin Moyu only then remembered that he had found a sleeping coffin in that mysterious garden a long time ago. It's just that my strength was weak at that time, and the existence in the mysterious garden was also not strong. After leaving the big world, I didn't pay too much attention to this matter. The sleeping coffin remained lying in the storage space, and no one had studied what was inside. Lin Moyu rummaged through boxes and cabinets, found the sleeping coffin from the storage space, and set out the boat for salvation. The sleeping coffin also fell at the feet of the statue, with 2 sleeping coffins located on both sides. The light emitted by the statue grew brighter and brighter, dispelling a large amount of chaotic energy and revealing a wider space. From the orb between his eyebrows, black and white lights shot out, landing on the 2 sleeping coffins. The coffins slowly opened, and an ancient aura rose from them. The breath turned into mist, blocking Lin Moyu's sight. Lin Moyu only felt that something in the sleeping coffin entered the statue. The statue's expression became even more lifelike. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a black and white robe emerged from the light, bowed slowly toward Dui Zhou, and invited fellow Taoists to come out and see him. The chaotic energy here has been dispelled, and Lin Moyu flew out of the Dui boat, but Lin Moyu had a trick up his sleeve, and only his clone came out. One must be on guard against others. Without knowing the other party's intentions, Lin Moyu will not go out. It is safer to stay in the Dui boat. The middle-aged man in the black and white robe looked at Lin Moyu, with a hint of smile on his face, nodding slightly from time to time. Lin Moyu noticed that there seemed to be a deeper meaning in his eyes, which was very complicated and he didn't know what it meant. After a moment's silence, he slowly bowed towards Lin Moyu. Tang Suzy greets fellow Taoist. May I know how to address you? Lin Moyu immediately returned the greeting, Junior Lin Moyu, Senior 4. Tang Suzy chuckled, you and I are both seekers of the Tao, and we are fellow Taoists. There's no need to be polite. Lin Moyu felt even more strange in his heart. From his words, it seemed that he really regarded himself as a fellow Taoist. Despite his status and strength, he is not arrogant at all. Even a guy like the 5th-generation Tianchu Palace Master, who looked polite, could occasionally sound condescending in his words. This is a status gap caused by the difference in strength, which is difficult to conceal. Ordinary people won't feel it, but I can feel it clearly. But now, Tang Suzy only said one sentence, but made her feel his sincerity, which was really strange. In this case, Lin Moyu was not polite. Fellow Taoist, did you ask me to come out? Is there something you want to talk about? Tang Suzy chuckled and said, I'd like to invite you to watch a play. Play? Lin Moyu was puzzled. At this moment, Tang Suzy raised his finger and pointed at the void. The chaotic energy rolled and moved. One picture after another turned into a big drama, slowly unfolding in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's consciousness was instantly pulled away, and he was immersed in the scene, like an eyewitness, caught up in the drama. The drama begins in the chaos. The protagonist is Tang Suzy, and in front of him is a realm. Tang Suzy pointed his finger and shouted, Return to the void. The realm collapsed. A vast realm, which in Lin Moyu's opinion was much larger than the 5 worlds, collapsed with Tang Suzy's words. Countless worlds and countless lives were reduced to ashes. A hole was blown out in the chaos, and a huge amount of chaotic energy was first dispersed, and then rolled back and poured into the realm. Then a new world began to evolve. This world was not large in scope, but was filled with chaotic energy, appearing primitive and ancient. The blood of living beings, the origin of heaven and earth, my soul builds the void of heaven. With a low, chanting voice, Tang Suzi shattered himself and plunged into this evolving world. Lin Moyu looked at this scene, and he felt as if he had witnessed it himself, and his heart was inexplicably shocked. Tang Suzi did not hesitate to shatter the realm and sacrifice himself, just to forge the land of Tianqiu. What is the use of this Tianqiu land? Is it worth paying such a huge price? Lin Moyu could see that the realm that Tang Suzi shattered was exactly his own realm. If he was not the great lord of heaven and earth, then he would have already reached the state of perfection in the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm has 4 stages: initial entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. When entering the chaotic state for the first time, the surface of the body and soul will become chaotic. At the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, the body and soul are completely transformed into chaos, and one can initially mobilize the chaotic energy with one's own great way. In the Great Chaos Realm, one's own Tao and the chaotic energy merge into one. When one uses the Tao, one can mobilize a large amount of chaotic energy. With every move, the chaotic energy surges and the power increases greatly. In order to achieve perfection in the Chaos Realm, in addition to one's own strength, one must also possess a realm. Use the power of the realm to refine the chaotic energy, then gather the refined chaotic energy into yourself, strengthen the great Tao, and merge the great Tao and chaos into one. When one reaches that realm, it is no longer a simple matter of borrowing the power of the chaotic energy, but one begins to control the chaotic energy. Only after reaching perfection can one go further and achieve the great way of heaven and earth. In Lin Moyu's eyes, Tang Suzi had reached the perfection of the primal chaos realm and was already a top-tier expert, only slightly inferior to the great lord of heaven and earth. If he could go one step further, he would become the great lord of heaven and earth. However, in order to forge Tianqiu, he took the initiative to shatter the realm he owned. He used the countless creatures and the foundation of the world in the realm, and integrated his own soul to forge the land of Tianqiu. Why on earth? Lin Moyu asked himself in his heart. He really couldn't think of the reason. Even if it is to become the great lord of heaven and earth, one would not do this. The price is too high and it is extremely dangerous. The scene in his sight changed, and Lin Moyu found himself entering the Tianqiu land. At this time, the Tianqiu land, had just evolved, and the Tianqiu palace had not yet appeared. In the land of Tianqiu, there is chaotic energy everywhere. In the chaotic energy, all living things are difficult to survive unless they evolve into chaotic creatures. At this time, Tang Suzi appeared in the Tianqiu land. His soul merged with the Tianqiu land and he could evolve freely in the Tianqiu land. Hogo Ritsurio, Kara. With a command, the chaotic energy collapsed, leaving a clear space between heaven and earth. Then Tang Suzi pointed again, Tianqiu Palace, come out. A roar sounded, the land of Tianqiu shook violently, and a palace rose from the ground. It was the Ishir Tianqiu Palace. The Tianqiu Palace was breathing in and out the aura of chaos, and a giant emerged from the chaos. It was the physical body of Tang Suzi. A strong person who has not reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, even if it is just a physical body, has the power to destroy the world. Every move he made could attract infinite chaotic energy, and when he moved, the chaotic energy would disperse actively to make way for him. Tang Suzi's physical body entered the Tianqiu Palace of the First Life, and Lin Moyu's sight also followed. There was nothing in the Tianqiu Palace in this life, it was empty, with only endless chaotic energy. When the Tianqiu land was evolving, no one knew how much chaotic energy it absorbed. Tang Suzi's physical body raised his hand, and countless divine symbols flew out from his fingertips, merging into the chaotic energy. As the Tianqiu Palace swallowed it up, it spread to all parts of the Tianqiu land. The originally chaotic Tianqiu land gradually had rules, and the one who made these rules was Tang Suzi. After stabilizing the Tianqiu land, Tang Suzi stretched out his hand to summon the vast chaotic energy. The chaotic energy was infinitely compressed, and under Tang Suzi's control, the vast amount of chaotic energy turned into 10 seeds. The seed contained tremendous power, and Lin Moyu had a feeling that if this seed were to explode within the Five Worlds domain, the Five Worlds domain would be shattered. Boom! With a loud bang, the seed exploded, and the Tianqiu Palace and even the entire Tianqiu land were shaking violently. Lin Moyu saw a magical scene where a realm actually began to evolve in the explosion. Tang Suzi threw the realm outside the Tianqiu land and continued to evolve it with his own power. The realm evolved rapidly, and a large number of worlds appeared in it, giving birth to sea creatures. During this process, Lin Moyu felt a magical force involved. This force contained a vibrant vitality that Lin Moyu had never felt before. Lin Moyu was shocked, but did not ask questions immediately. This drama was far from over. There are more and more living creatures in the realm. Some of them have survived the barbaric period and their wisdom is getting stronger. They begin to practice. There are also creatures with extraordinary talents, who can absorb and spit out the avenue and are naturally powerful. The chaotic energy in the world has not completely dissipated, the Great Way is not obvious, and it is extremely difficult to practice in it. But at the same time, once you succeed in practicing it, your strength will be extremely powerful. Time flies, and who knows how many years have passed. Lin Moyu witnessed with his own eyes the appearance of one powerful creature after another in the world. Some living beings broke through the boundaries, achieved transcendence, and entered chaos. At this moment, his pupils shrank slightly and he saw two shadows. They were hidden in the chaos, but could be seen clearly, one in a green robe and the other in a white robe. All the creatures that transcended from one world were taken away by them, leaving no one behind. What are they going to do? Lin Moyu was sure that he was not mistaken. The old man in green robe and the old man in white robe took away all the people who transcended from a world domain. There must be a reason. As the number of transcendents increases, the world domain is getting weaker. Such a change made Lin Moyu think of a possibility. The power of the realm has its limits. Every time a transcended person appears, a part of the power of the realm will be consumed. As more and more transcendents appear, the power of the realm becomes weaker and weaker, and eventually it becomes increasingly difficult to transcend, until no transcendence can be born. After a long time, a sigh suddenly sounded, "Not in this life." The voice came from Tang Suzi. As the words fell, a world domain began to decline rapidly. The entire domain was withering and eventually turned into a domain seed. Perhaps after going through an entire evolutionary process, this realm seed is now completely different from the original one. Returning his sight to the first Tianqiu Palace, Lin Moyu discovered that Tang Suzi's physical body had become extremely weak, completely losing its initial strength. The evolution of the realm consumed a lot of his energy. Tang Suzi flicked his finger, and the realm seed flew out. At the same time, he whispered, "Next life." As he spoke, his body turned into a statue, and a wisp of his soul flew out, carrying the realm seed with it and flew away into the distance. Lin Moyu's gaze followed the realm seed as it flew out until it landed somewhere. With a roar, the second Tianqiu Palace appeared. A world collapsed and shattered, the realm seed turned into the second-generation Tianqiu Palace, Tang Suzi's body turned into a statue, and all his power was restrained as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. However, a trace of his will followed the realm seed and did not dissipate. The second-generation Tianqiu Palace appeared, and the palace master was nurtured and evolved in it. He was burdened with a mission and possessed the strength of the great Tao Chaos realm as soon as he was born. But he was also restricted and could not leave Tianqiu Palace. He completed his mission in Tianqiu Palace and continued to evolve the realm. The cornerstone of the evolutionary realm is the realm seed created by Tang Suzi. It was only the second evolution, and the chaotic energy was no longer dense. The second-generation Tianqiu Palace master could only imitate it, and it was much weaker than the real chaotic energy. The second world domain slowly took shape under his control. As the domain evolved, the second world lord of Tianqiu Palace became weaker and weaker. Until the domain evolution was complete, the second world lord of Tianqiu Palace also fell. The will of Tang-Suzi emerged and turned into a tablet. The tablet originally had words on it, which was the title of Tang-Suzi. This tablet is not a spiritual tablet, but the product of Tang-Suzi's will. It can also be regarded as a part of Tang-Suzi's power. However, the tablet is just like the second-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, unable to leave and unable to return. Although the second world domain simulates the energy of chaos, it is still extremely powerful, and several transcendent beings are born in it. Without exception, these escapees were taken away by the two men in green and white robes. Until the realm became weak, a sigh came from the tablet, "Next life." There was a strong sense of helplessness in his voice. It was obvious that he was expecting something, but it did not come true. As he spoke, the second world domain collapsed and the civic seed reappeared. The realm seed had obviously become weaker and was no longer as powerful as before. It flew out of Tianqiu Palace and headed into the distance. At this time, a black and white sphere flew over from the Yashishiangsu Palace. Lin Moyu finally understood the origin of the sphere at this moment. It was Tang-Suzi's third eye. Tang-Suzi has a third eye between his eyebrows, but Lin Moyu doesn't know whether this third eye is innate or obtained through cultivation. He only knows that the third eye is extremely powerful. And now the third eye turned into a sphere, flying away with the realm seed until it landed in another area. The third Tianqiu Palace rose from the ground, and at the same time the second Tianqiu Palace completely collapsed. The Palace Master was born in the Three Worlds Tianqiu Palace. The Palace Master manipulated the sphere, drove the power of yin and yang, and evolved the three worlds based on the realm seed. This time, the chaotic energy was gone, and the power of yin and yang became dominant. The power of yin and yang comes from chaos, and its level is not as good as chaos. In addition, the realm seed is already the third generation, and the emperor is not as good as before. Therefore, the third world domain is not as powerful as the first two world domains. But this also has its benefits. Without the chaotic energy obstructing it, the great Tao is revealed, and cultivation becomes easier. The number of cultivators in the three worlds is obviously greater than that in the previous two lives, but the number of transcendents is not as great as in the previous two lives, and the strength of cultivators at the same level is not as good as in the previous two lives. In the first life, 12 transcendents appeared, in the second world, 8 transcendents appeared, and in this life, 5 transcendents appeared, and they were all taken away by the green-robed and white-robed men. After the emergence of 5 transcendents, the power of the realm was greatly weakened, and it was impossible for new transcendents to appear. The sigh sounded again, "Next life." This time he was obviously more disappointed, and there was a hint of anxiety in his disappointment. Tang-Suzi may also know that he has not many chances left, and the realm seed is getting weaker. If it continues to evolve, it may be difficult for even a transcendent to be born. He obviously wanted to accomplish something through the evolution of the realm, but this was beyond his control. He could only try again and again, and then try and wait. He paid such a huge price, almost even sacrificed himself. If he failed, even Tang-Suzi might not be able to bear the price. Lin Moyu was thinking about another question. All the transcendents who appeared in the past few generations were taken away by the blue-robed and white-robed people. What is the purpose of these two great masters of heaven and earth, and is what Tang-Suzi did within their scope? Did Tang-Suzi do it willingly, or was he forced to do it? The three worlds collapsed, and the realm seeds flew out again. In the first world Tianqiu Palace, a sleeping coffin flew out and created the fourth world Tianqiu Palace together with the realm seeds. This time Lin Moyu saw clearly that Kyoshi had placed part of his soul into the sleeping minister. It turns out that the sleeping coffin contains part of Tang-Suzi's soul. Lin Moyu finally got some answers. What he had done before was to bring back part of Tang-Suzi's soul, third eye, and tablet to make Tang-Suzi complete. But what's inside the sleeping coffin that was found in a mysterious manner? If it was Tang-Suzi's soul, why did it end up in a mysterious manner? Shouldn't it be in Tianqiu Palace? The fourth generation Tianqiu Palace rose from the ground, with part of Tang Suzi's soul taking the lead and continuing to evolve the four world domains. 0. Request Flowers 0. The four worlds are dominated by the five elements, which is weaker than the previous worlds. In this life, a large number of cultivators appeared in the realm, and the number of cultivators reached its peak, but only 2 people were able to transcend in the end. They were taken away by the men in green and white robes, and finally the sky was empty and could only let out another long sigh. The realm seed continued to fly in the Tianqiu land, looking for a suitable place to create the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace. At this time, another sleeping coffin flew out, and this sleeping coffin also contained part of Tang Suzi's soul. However, most of Tang Suzi's soul was used to evolve the Tianqiu land, and not much is left. He used a part of it in the 4th life, and only a trace was left in the 5th life. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace appeared and began to evolve into the 5 worlds. But at this moment, an accident happened. An extremely powerful force rushed into the Tianqiu land, creating a huge crack across the Tianqiu land. This attack almost tore the Tianqiu land apart. A roar was heard in the void. Someone took action and a war broke out. Lin Moyu didn't know who the 2 sides in the war were. The huge aftermath continued to impact the Tianqiu land, plunging it into chaos. Tang Suzi's soul is in the Tianqiu land, and his body is still in the Tianqiu palace. Tang Suzi forcibly revived and stabilized the Tianqiu land. But after this battle, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the land of Tianqiu had changed. Tang Suzi seemed to have really fallen into a deep sleep. It had lost control of the Tianqiu land and was unable to control the evolution of the realm. The palace master who evolved from the 5th generation Tianqiu palace seemed to have some ideas. When he was evolving the 5 worlds, he personally sent the sleeping soul contained in Suzi into chaos. At the same time, he began to plan a retreat. The 5th master of Tianqiu palace obviously wanted to escape his fate and did not want to become a victim of the evolution of the realm. He made various arrangements, but did not use his full strength to evolve the realm, retaining some of the power. Taking advantage of the chaos in Tianqiu land, he sent himself into the realm, then left through the realm to the chaos, while leaving behind a clone to pretend that his original body had fallen. At the same time, in the land of Tianqiu, because of this chaos, a creature that had long been born with intelligence also began to have strange thoughts. He was the butler. While they were doing their little tricks, neither of them knew that during the evolution of the first world, there were some things they were unaware of. The Tianqiu record itself has the ability to record. Everything that happens in the Tianqiu land is recorded in great detail. When Tang Suzi wakes up one day, he will know everything just by thinking about it. Since the evolution of the 2nd world domain, an object has appeared in Tianqiu Palace, something that should not have existed, that is, the Dui boat. Every palace master studies the transmigration boat. In order to make each realm evolution perfect, Tang Suzi only acts as a pusher behind the scenes and does not get involved. Therefore, those palace masters did not know the origin of the deliverance boat. After their research, they only knew the basics. Only after they die will they learn some information. In fact, everything is under the control of Tang Suzi. Until the 5 worlds, things changed due to external influences, and Tianqiu lost his absolute control over the Tianqiu land. The housekeeper showed up and did a lot of things, but they were all petty thefts that were not worthy of being called 400. The butler was a creature born in the land of Tianqiu. He was destined by nature to have no possibility of transcendence, and everything he thought of was false. The selfishness of the 5th master of Tianqiu Palace was indeed useful, and he did win some opportunities for himself, but the opportunities were not given by chance. Because in addition to Tang Suzi, there were 2 old guys in green robes and white robes watching outside. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace master thought he was playing a game of chess, but in fact he was just a chess piece in another game. The evolution of the 5 worlds was similar to what Lin Moyu had seen before. Now, watching it again, he saw many more details. Because of selfishness, the 5 worlds are not perfect and have many flaws. The original realm seeds were already very weak, and without Tang Suzi's guidance, the avenues of the five worlds were extremely diverse and flourished. In this way, there will be many practitioners, but it is almost impossible for transcended people to appear. The realm is inherently flawed. An emperor like Kunlun Emperor, who was born in the virtual world, only had a glimmer of hope, but unfortunately, he destroyed it himself. When the fifth Tianqiu Palace Master made these small movements, Lin Moyu saw the figure in green robe. At this time, the realm had just evolved and an old man in a green robe appeared. Lin Moyu guessed that he wanted to stop the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master. But the old man in green robe suddenly stopped, because a road suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of Guiyuan. This avenue is surprisingly the avenue of immortality. Seeing the immortal avenue, Lin Moyu, as a bystander, was also a little stunned. Because he didn't see clearly where the immortal avenue came from, it appeared so suddenly. When it appeared, the fifth generation was studying the deliverance boat and didn't notice it at all. At that time, he had allowed the realm to evolve on its own, and he was making one plan after another, hoping to break free from Tang Suzi's control. The sleeping coffin containing Tang Suzi's soul, although thrown into the chaos by the five worlds, somehow returned to the five worlds domain. Perhaps stimulated by the chaos, the sleeping coffin was opened and the remnant of Tang Suzi inside woke up. He established his own power in the realm, controlled several worlds, and launched conquests on other worlds. Lin Moyu found that his magic was very strange, about 60% similar to his own, but not quite the same. At first, Tang Suzi's soul was very strong, but later it became weaker and weaker until the entire empire collapsed and the world he controlled shattered with it. Some of them entered the ancestral land of origin and eventually became the world of the Sea of Boundaries. There are also some that wander in the cracks of time and space, with no idea where they are going, and occasionally appear when the world and space alternate. This is how the mysterious manor came into being. At that time, they were already extremely weak and many records had been lost. The glory recorded on the animal skin that Lin Moyu obtained no longer existed and was all false. If we study it, we will not get any results. Things that should not exist in the evolution of the realm will eventually be corrected by the realm, allowing everything to return to normal. Although Tang Suzi was strong, a trace of his soul had experienced sleep and chaos, and was extremely weak when he finally woke up. The more strength is used, the less it becomes, but the number of practitioners in the realm is increasing and they are becoming stronger and stronger. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, it is normal for him to be defeated. Finally, the sleeping coffin was obtained by himself and brought back to Tianqiu land, making it complete again. What really made Lin Moyu curious was why the magic used by Tang Suzi was so similar to his own. And in the evolution of the realm, something is missing. The Tianqiu land will clearly record the entire process of the realm's evolution, including all the details, and neither the virtual nor the real world will be missed. But Lin Moyu discovered that some of the things he was familiar with were not there. There is no small world where you are. When you appear in the realm, you are already in the big world. The experiences in the small world seem to be hidden artificially. And his own system, the one that helped him get through the initial stage and laid the foundation before leaving the virtual world, did not show up either. These 2 points remain a mystery. Lin Moyu guessed that the small world should be related to the old man in green robe, but it was hard to say about the system. Why would the appearance of the Undying Avenue make the old man in green robe stop? Does this mean that what Tang Suzi is waiting for is the great Tao of immortality, and the person corresponding to the great Tao of immortality is me? Could it be that the person Tang Suzi is waiting for is me? The scene before his eyes shattered, and his consciousness returned to the Tianqiu Palace. Tang Suzi looked at Lin Moyu and said, "You understand now?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I understand part of it, but..." Tang Suzi interrupted Lin Moyu, "That's enough. If you have any questions, you can explore them on your own. There are some things that cannot be said or asked." Lin Moyu frowned. Tang Suzi seemed to be telling him a riddle. Tang Suzi continued, "Don't think that I don't want to tell you. When you reach chaos perfection in the future, you will naturally understand." The chaos is very complicated. Countless people are watching that position. That location. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder, is the position Tang Suzi mentioned the position of Tianzuan? Didn't the Great Venerable get to that position through cultivation, or was there some other reason for it? Lin Moyu chose to believe Tang Suzi's words and stopped asking questions. Instead, he said, "Butler and the 5th Tianchu Palace Master, what are you going to do?" Tang Suzi said, "There's no need to deal with them. They're just 2 ants. Give them hope, again and again. When they've exhausted all their efforts, then kill their hope. That's the best outcome. This is a heartbreaking act." Tang Suzi seems to have done nothing, but the worst outcome has already been determined. Giving hope to 2.1 again and again, and finally completely depriving it of hope, is chilling to think about. In Tang Suzi's eyes, the housekeeper is an ant, and the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master is a bigger ant, that's all. Tang Suzi said, "I just woke up and saw something very interesting. Let's leave this fellow Wusher to you, fellow Taoist." Lin Moyu's mind raced as he heard this, and he suddenly realized something. "Dao Yu Tianchu means that I will have a fight with him." Tang Suzi nodded, "Yes, it's a life and death battle, but I bet you'll win." Lin Moyu understood and whispered to himself, it seems that the manipulation in the core of the realm was done by him. Lin Moyu thought of the vortex behind the core divine symbol of the realm, which continuously absorbed the power of the realm and the luck of heaven and earth. It is not easy for outsiders to achieve this. That makes sense. Tang Suzi didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Lin Moyu knew that this battle was inevitable. After chatting with Tang Suzi for a while, Lin Moyu asked questions about some things he had seen before and didn't understand. Tang Suzi answered them in detail without any impatience. The two of them were like old friends. As the conversation went on, Lin Moyu even had the illusion that Tang Suzi had a hint of respect for him. It is rare for a being who has reached the perfection of the chaos realm to treat a fellow like me who has not yet transcended the state equally. If he shows any respect to me, it is very puzzling. Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the immortal path. Thinking of Tang Suzi's waiting for life after life, it seemed to be the immortal path. Even the old man in green robe originally planned to destroy the world, but changed his mind because of the sudden appearance of the immortal avenue. All of this made Lin Moyu think that he might be the reincarnation of some great man. This important person must be a great master. Only a great master at the same level as the old man in green robe can make Tang Suzi behave like this and make the old man in green robe look at him differently. Based on this speculation, the 4 characters Great Lord of Natural Disasters suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Moyu had to doubt himself, and was very likely the reincarnation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. If this is true, then many things make sense, and it can also explain why the 02 robe leader treated him like this. But this kind of thing, even if you guessed it right, you must never tell it. Because he had seen how the Great Lord of Natural Disaster died before, he fought to the end of the chaos, and he didn't know what kind of existence he saw, but he died on the spot. If such a being really existed, Lin Moyu had every reason to assume that it was omniscient. That was also why Tang Suzi remained silent and said nothing. He also told Lin Moyu that human hearts are unpredictable. Once something is spoken out, even if no one is around, heaven and earth will know. The old man in green robe was also extremely cautious and once said that walls have ears. At that time, he thought the old man in green robe had his own enemies and was even too cautious of Lily. Now I finally understand that perhaps what they feared was not a tangible enemy, but an indescribable existence. They didn't even know the form of that existence and could only assume that it was omniscient. Tang Suzi saw Lin Moyu suddenly fall silent, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. In fact, all the conversations before had other deeper meanings, and now Lin Moyu seemed to understand. Lin Moyu drew a divine talisman. This talisman was very complex and three-dimensional. It would have no effect if it were not for the formation. It was like a scroll. Only those who are extremely proficient in the way of divine talismans can understand the meaning of this. Lin Moyu believed that Tang Suzi could understand that the reason why the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was proficient in the magic talismans was because of Tang Suzi. Lin Moyu believed that Tang Suzi's talisman level was not inferior to his own, and he should be able to understand it. The talisman is round in shape and has 10 layers stacked on top of each other. Each layer has a simple function, which is shielding. Block perception, block prying, block breath. The only thing that is not blocked is the naked eye. Lin Moyu didn't know if his method would work, but he felt at ease doing so. At the very center of the talisman, a talisman was broken into hundreds of fragments, but the fragments were still connected. These fragments can be combined into different runes, but there is only one true answer. Tang Suzi understood Lin Moyu's tactics and said, "You understand?" Lin Moyu nodded and pointed to his head. "It's all in there." Tang Suzi nodded. "It's enough to know." Lin Moyu asked, "Isn't it difficult?" Tang Suzi's expression was solemn, but his answer was unexpected. "I don't know." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood the meaning of his words. "I don't know. It's not that I don't know whether it's difficult or not, but because I don't know the depth of the opponent, I don't know how strong the opponent is. The difficulty is already beyond the word very difficult." Lin Moyu dispersed the talisman. Everything was clear now. No more words were needed. Lin Moyu keeps many answers in her heart, unknown to outsiders. "Fellow Taoist Tianqiu, what are you going to do next?" Lin Moyu knew that Tang Suzi had awakened and there must be other things he had to do. Tang Suzi looked around and said, "The realm has evolved for 5 generations. With the addition of the Tianqiu land, this place can evolve into a 6-sided realm." When he said this, Tang Suzi looked at Lin Moyu, and the third eye between his eyebrows slowly opened, obviously telling Lin Moyu the answer. Lin Moyu understood immediately and bowed to Tang Suzi. "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist Tianqiu." Tang Suzi shook his head. "It's all what I should do, and I have my own agenda. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite." Lin Moyu said, "If this is accomplished, no matter what Taoist Tianqiu asks for in the future, as long as it is within my ability, I will definitely agree to it." Tang Suzi chuckled and said, "Okay." The Dewey boat left the 1st generation Tianqiu Palace and headed towards the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu was in the boat, feeling uneasy. This trip may seem to have yielded little, but it has uncovered a corner of the biggest secret in the chaos. In all likelihood, he was the reincarnation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and the reason why the Great Lord of Natural Disasters fell was because of this secret. The hidden nature of the matter was so great that even a great master of heaven and earth like the old man in green robes did not dare to speak out directly. Maybe it's not that I don't dare, but that I can't. Lin Moyu changed his mind. He realized that the old man in green robe must be setting up a very big plan. He couldn't say anything before this plan was completed, otherwise the plan would be ruined. The secret of all this lies in the divine rune just drawn. In Lin Moyu's mind, there is also a divine talisman, the one he showed to Tang Suzi before. The difference is that in Lin Moyu's heart, the talisman is complete and is the only accurate answer. The meaning of the divine talisman is also very simple, just one word, Tao. After comprehensive analysis, the final answer is this: the end of chaos, the culprit that caused the fall of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, is the Tao. 807 As for what the so-called Tao is, no one except the Great Lord of Natural Disasters knows. It was an indescribable existence, probably an omniscient existence, and he could hear anything as long as he spoke. Even if it is a sentence said billions of years ago, he can find it from time. In this way, all the arrangements are child's play for him. The only thing he cannot read is the human heart. So you can't say anything, you can't talk about it, you can't attract his attention, everything needs to be done silently until the end. This is also the final answer obtained after thinking through everything. In this way, Lin Moyu finally had a goal. He wanted to transcend, but not in the ordinary sense. If it is an ordinary transcendence, even if he returns to the position of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, the result will still not change. At that time, the great lord of natural disasters was shattered into pieces in an instant, and it was obvious that there was a huge gap between the two sides. The key to all this lies in Tang Suzi's last sentence. There are 5 world domains in the Tianqiu land. Together with the Tianqiu land, there are actually 6 realms here. He owns 3 worlds. The Great Thousand World is one realm. Although the Lingmiao realm is damaged, it is recovering. The Kedao realm is also a realm. Add to that the 6 realms in Tianqiu land, and if I succeed, I will be able to own 9 realms. 9 is the ultimate number, a very mysterious number, the limit, and also the foundation of transcendence. The Dui boat returned to the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace and flew directly into the central Tianqiu Tower. The 5th generation opened the door and welcomed Lin Moyu in. On the 9th floor, Lin Moyu left the boat and entered the area belonging to the 5th generation. Did you gain anything, fellow Taoist? Wusher's voice was low, and he was obviously suppressing his inner desire. Lin Moyu now knew very well what he longed for. He wanted to transcend, to break free from the constraints of Tianqiu land, and to gain freedom. However, his identity was difficult to realize, so he really wanted to know the situation in the other Tianqiu palaces, especially the situation in the First Life Tianqiu Palace. Perhaps he can find his opportunity from it. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't tell him about Tang Suzi, so he slowly unsaid the explanation he had prepared long ago. The 4th generation Tianqiu Palace was based on the power of the 5 elements. It has now collapsed, and the 5 elements' power inside is extremely chaotic. I flew around it in the Dui boat, but found nothing. The 5th immediately asked, "Where is the central hall?" Lin Moyu shook his head. It collapsed, leaving only some ruins. I went to check, but there was nothing there. The 3 worlds Tianqiu Palace is based on the power of Yin and Yang. The palace master at that time used Yin and Yang to evolve the realm. I can feel that the realm is very powerful. But unfortunately, he also collapsed and left nothing behind. The 2nd generation Tianqiu Palace, which imitated the energy of primal chaos, was even more powerful than the 3rd generation Tianqiu Palace. It also collapsed, but it left behind a memorial tablet. The 5th master interrupted Lin Moyu and asked, "What kind of tablet?" Lin Moyu took out the tablet of Tang Suzi. It looked like a spirit tablet, but it was not one. The 3 words Tang Suzi Zuanwei that were originally displayed on it now only had the 2 words Zuanwei. The 5th generation took the tablet and observed it for a moment, his eyes solemn. Lin Moyu knew that this was normal. The tablet belonged to Tang Suzi and had the aura of Yingsuzi on it. The 5th generation evolved from Tianqiu Palace, and its roots also came from Tang Suzi. The aura on the tablet made him feel as if he were seeing his own ancestors, so he naturally had complicated emotions. The 5th generation had already put away the tablet without Lin Moyu's consent. Fellow Taoist Lin finally went to the 1st generation Tianqiu Palace. "Is there anything there?" Lin Moyu said, "The Yishishiangsu Palace did not collapse, but there was nothing inside except a statue." "What kind of statue?" asked the 5th. Lin Moyu said, "It is the same statue as the one in the Dui boat. You should have seen it before." Wusher nodded. He had certainly seen the statue in the Dui boat, but he didn't have the scepter of natural disaster, so he didn't know who the statue represented. "Has Brother Lin seen anything else?" He continued to ask, obviously wanting to get more information. Lin Moyu shook his head. "That's all. I wonder if this is helpful to you, Senior?" "Wushido, it seems that it is not what I thought. Tianqiu Palace appears in every life, and each time it appears, it will erase the previous life. This kind of fate cannot be changed. Perhaps the Deliverance Boat is a ray of hope, but it is still difficult to fully refine the Deliverance Boat. Even refining only the central area is difficult. I never thought that fellow Taoist Lin could erase the mark I left on the Deliverance Boat. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has completely refined the entire area." As he spoke, the 5th's voice became deeper and deeper, until it finally sounded like thunder. The tone has also changed, and hostility towards Lin Moyu has emerged. Apparently, Lin Moyu erased his soul in the boat, which made him very unhappy. This means that Lin Moyu has become the sole operator of the thru boat, and the things that originally belonged to him have been stolen. Although the fifth generation did not say it explicitly, it is no longer being performed. Waves of powerful force surged from all directions, enveloping the thru boat and cutting off Lin Moyu's way back. Lin Moyu, Sr., you are planning to recapture the deliverance boat, right? Wu Shidao, tell me the method of refining the boat of salvation, and what you heard and saw from the boat, and I will let you go. The thru boat is somewhat special. Wu Shi is unable to completely refine it and can only leave a mark deep in the central area. It can also be considered a manipulator. Emperor Kunlun was no match for the fifth generation in strength, and the mark he left behind was shallower, but he also became a manipulator. At that time, the fifth generation wanted to use Emperor Kunlun to travel throughout the realm, so he acquiesced to his existence. But Emperor Kunlun obtained some information from the thru boat, which was unknown to the five generations. The fifth generation did not alarm the enemy because he knew that the information obtained by Emperor Kunlun was only a small part. Until Lin Moyu appeared, Wu Shi never thought that Lin Moyu could completely refine the thru boat, and the refining took place in another Tianqiu palace, so he didn't sense it at all. He only found out when Lin Moyu came back. He really wanted to know how Lin Moyu refined the thru boat, and what Lin Moyu got from the thru boat. Lin Moyu asked, "Are you sure you want to do it?" Wu Shi frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lin Moyu continued, "Since you met me, 1 out of every 10 sentences you said was a lie, a mixture of truth and lies. Have you ever thought that I could lie, too?" The fifth world shouted in a low voice, "What on earth did you see?" Lin Moyu said, "Originally, Lin didn't want to do it. After all, a senior said that he wanted to kill people and destroy their hearts. He wanted to have some fun again. But since you want to attack me for the sake of the deliverance boat, I can't blame you." When he heard the 3 words Taiangsuzi, the fifth generation flew into a rage. At this moment, the tablet in his hand suddenly burst out with strong light, and powerful power emanated from the tablet, blocking all directions and isolating everything. The fifth's expression changed drastically. "What did you do?" At this moment, his connection with Tianqiu Palace was cut off, and his control over Tianqiu Palace was lost. At the same time, the connection between him and his original body was completely severed, and he became a real remnant soul without any support. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. Although Wu Shi is just a remnant soul, he is still in the chaos realm. The tablet was shining, and 3 words appeared on it, Taiangsuzi. Now Lin Moyu already knew that this tablet was called the Chaos Domain Main Tablet. It was Zhao Zhao's tablet condensed by a powerful person who had reached perfection in the Chaos realm with the help of the power of his own domain. The tablet can gather all kinds of great power. It is an extremely powerful magic weapon in itself, and can also serve as a container of power. When the second generation Tianqiu Palace was evolving, Taiangsuzi used this treasure as a guide, and the second generation Tianqiu officials provided assistance and resistance. Originally, Taiangsuzi wanted to see what kind of evil the fifth generation could create, give him some hope, then wipe out the hope and kill him. But Lin Moyu felt that the longer the night, the more trouble he would have, so he finally decided to lure him to his death. If the fifth generation doesn't take action, then Taiangsuzi will play the game. If the fifth generation takes action, then kill him. But it was only his clone that was killed. As for his real body, that was Lin Moyu's business. The voice of Taiangsuzi came from the Chaos Domain Master card. "You were conceived by me, but you harbored selfish motives and attempted to betray me. I now grant you death." A giant hand stretched out from the Chaos Domain main card and grabbed the fifth generation. The powerful fifth generation was like a child facing the giant hand and could not move. This was a fundamental suppression, and he had absolutely no power to resist. Just as Taiangsuzi said, the fifth generation Tianqiu Palace Master was nothing but an ant in his eyes and could be destroyed with a flick of his hand. This Chaos Domain Master Plate was handed over to the Wuxia Tianqiu Palace, and it became a life and death card. Taiang Suzi could kill Wuxia at any time. Being firmly grasped by Taiang Suzi, Wuxia struggled desperately, but to no avail. The fifth life gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Moyu. If I die, my true body will sense it, and then the entire realm will be buried with me. Lin Moyu shook his head. You obviously haven't understood the situation yet. You were conceived by Senior Tianqiu, so it wasn't you who died, only your consciousness. You will still be here, always will be here, and you will be very obedient. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the fifth's expression changed drastically, and he understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's life. There are many ways to kill someone, and destroying both the soul and the body is just one of them. There is another way to kill someone, which is to erase their consciousness. They appear to be still alive, but in fact they have been replaced by a new person and their previous incarnation is dead. The real body of the fifth world is not here, and is tied to the realm. This is the confidence of the fifth world. But this confidence is useless when facing Taiang Suzi. Taiang Suzi used his actions to tell him that ants are ants. The big hand clenched, and the residual soul of the fifth life was squeezed and deformed. With a scream, the remnant soul of 5 generations was intercepted and exploded, the soul shattered, and the consciousness within it was completely annihilated. Gather! Taiang Suzi let out a low roar, and the scattered souls gathered together again and quickly reorganized to return to their original state. The residual soul of the fifth life 670 was restored, but the restored fifth life was no longer the previous 5 lives. The residual soul was the same, but the consciousness was different. He prostrated himself before Taiang Suzi, looking extremely respectful. Taiang Suzi whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin's words are my words. Do you understand?" The remnant soul of the 5th generation congratulated and replied, "The 5th generation understands." Taiang Suzi looked at Lin Moyu, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I'll leave him to you." Lin Moyu nodded, "Goodbye, Senior." Taiang Suzi returned to the Chaos Domain main card, and the card cut through the void and left. Lin Moyu looked at the remnant soul of the 5th life. "Tell me, what is the relationship between you and your original body?" The remnant of the 5th life replied respectfully, "Back then, in order to gain freedom, I split my soul into 2, creating a primary and a secondary soul. Each soul is independent and has its own self-awareness. I hope to use this to conceal my identity from the Tianqiu land." Lin Moyu said, "Then what?" "Go on." The 5th world continued. At the time, a great war was underway, and the Tianqiu land was unstable, with countless spatial gaps. Taking advantage of the spatial gaps created by the war, the main soul and body left the Tianqiu land, intending to enter the primal chaos. However, the Tianqiu land's restrictions remained, preventing them from entering the primal chaos. The main body can only rely on the realm, absorb the realm's luck, refine the chaotic energy, and then try other methods. Now, the main body has almost become one with the realm. The core of the realm is filled with the main body's thoughts. If the main body knew that Tianqiu Palace had appeared, it would detonate the main body's thoughts, and countless creatures in the realm would be buried with it. Lin Moyu frowned. "Why do you have to do it this way?" Taiang Suzi is temporarily unable to leave the Tianqiu land. Even if he kills the residual soul, it will be difficult to threaten the original body of the 5th life. But why does the original body of the 5th life want to drag the realm to be buried with him when they have a disagreement? The remnant soul of the 5th generation explained, "I know what Taiang Suzi has been waiting for. This world is not perfect, but he did not destroy it on his own initiative. This also means that there is something he is waiting for in this world. It seems that the 5th generation is indeed not stupid. He actually thought of this and used it as a bargaining chip." Indeed, Taiang Suzi was waiting, and in this world. But Taiang Suzi had already fallen into a deep sleep at that time, and it was not Taiang Suzi who wanted to destroy the realm, but Qing Pao. But it doesn't matter now. By chance, the 5th generation did make the right bet. His body is safe for the time being and no one will touch it. Taiang Suzi cannot move, and Qing Pao will not move either. The 5 generations' bodies will eventually have to be dealt with by themselves. Lin Moyu continued, "Will the main body notice your current state?" The fifth-generation remnant soul said, I can't find it. He and I are originally two independent individuals, but our souls are connected. If he transcends, I can give up my self-consciousness and merge with him. Lin Moyu nodded. Then you should continue to be the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Stay here and play this role well. I will. The remnant soul of the fifth generation responded respectfully. The matter here has been resolved satisfactorily. As for Emperor Kunlun and the housekeeper, that is not my responsibility. Lin Moyu doesn't care about their life or death at all. Everyone has his own destiny, success or failure, it is all arranged by fate. He still had more important things to do, such as completing the Adef transcendence, completely refining the boat of salvation, obtaining the fifth gem, and making the scepter truly complete. In the end, he might have to face that powerful and terrifying existence, and he didn't know if he could survive. Everything is unknown, and the pressure to move forward is not small. The Dewey boat flew out of the Tianqiu land, rushed out of the Yellow Springs, and headed along the Yellow Springs into the Beast Abyss. Feeling the breath in the Beast Abyss, Lin Moyu let out a long breath, finally coming back. After all, this is the world he is familiar with, and he feels more comfortable here than in Tianqiu. After releasing the little python, it spun around curiously in the boat. Master, what is this place? Lin Moyu said, inside the boat of salvation. Ah! The little python suddenly screamed and exclaimed, is this the deliverance boat? Lin Moyu said, be quiet, there's no need to make such a fuss. The little python's voice trembled slightly. But according to legend, the boat is very dangerous. You can only go in but not out. Lin Moyu smiled and didn't answer. The Dewey boat is indeed dangerous, but not that dangerous. Its greatest function is safety and insurance. The boat sailed along the Yellow Springs and arrived at the end of the Yellow Springs. Huangquan disappeared, and huge cracks appeared in front. The virtual beasts lined up in a long dragon and were moving forward along the crack. From the crack, gusts of wind blew out and rushed towards the sky, and at the same time, along with the wind, there were also large creatures. These creatures come from all over the realm, from countless worlds, and are creatures from the real world. After the death of the creatures in the real world, they meet here with the imaginary beasts in the imaginary world, forming teams and moving forward in confusion. The boat flew through the air, and the wind blew on it, making a roaring sound. These winds carry a powerful attack force. If there is no deliverance boat, even the Lord of the Great Tao will be injured here. The line of living beings was extremely long, with no end in sight. In the blink of an eye, the boat had flown across 1,000,000 miles. The little python suddenly shouted, Master, there is something in front. I saw it, don't make a fuss. Lin Moyu had seen it a long time ago. A white mist rose up in front of them, and then turned into a huge wave that swept over and surged through the cracked ground. The huge wave swallowed up a large number of lives, which were swept away by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Formations continued to emerge above the earth, sending huge waves towards different areas and sweeping away more lives. Huge waves also rushed out from the cracks, and together with the strong wind, swept away all living things. The little python murmured, Master, where did they go? Lin Moyu said, go to reincarnation. These creatures did not die, but were swept away by the huge waves and will be reincarnated. As for what kind of reincarnation one will become, that depends on each person's luck, karma, strength, etc. The cause and effect has its own operating rules. Amidst the huge waves, a beast roared, and a giant beast appeared in front. The giant beast looked like a lion, with flames all over its body, emitting an aura that was close to eternity. It roared and charged towards the boat, but before it could get close, another giant beast appeared and was slapped back. The soulless beast appeared and directly knocked the flame lion away. The flaming lion flew backwards for hundreds of miles, roaring incessantly, one roar after another. Soon, several more flaming lions flew over from afar, and from the huge waves on the ground, several lions with water vapor all over their bodies emerged. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, the Yin-Yang Divine Lion is Lu Yuan's guardian beast. The little python was puzzled. Isn't this water and fire? Lin Moyu chuckled. Water and fire are just appearances. The core is yin and yang, but that's not important. He sent a message to the soulless beasts, asking them to get out of the way. The soulless beast obeyed the order and roared continuously. The rules of heaven and earth shook, and a huge pressure fell from the sky. Several yin-yang lions suddenly whimpered, lowered their heads and stepped back, making way. Faced with the rules, the guardian beast of Beast Abyss retreated on the spot, and Fu had no intention of resisting. The Dewey boat passed them and continued to move forward, flying into layers of fog. Flames surged in the air ahead, and countless flaming meteors fell from the sky. Endless water vapor rose from the ground and collided with the flaming meteors, erupting with earth-shaking power. If you look deeper, the collision between fire and water becomes more intense, eventually turning into a high wall, completely blocking the way forward. The soulless beast said, "The core of the Beast Abyss is ahead." Lin Moyu asked, "What is beyond the core?" The soulless beast shook its head. "If you don't know, you can't get there." Lin Moyu already had a rough idea of where it was. "I'll go take a look." The soulless beast didn't ask why, and said directly, "I will clear the way for you." The soulless beast manipulated the rules and forcibly opened a passage in the area where water and fire intersected. Lin Moyu controlled the boat to fly over until it touched an invisible barrier. This seemed to be the end of the Beast Abyss, but Lin Moyu knew it was not. He did not use the Dewey boat to force his way through, although it was possible, but doing so would alert the existence behind. He flew out of the Dewey boat alone, reached out and touched the barrier, injected his soul power into it, and the barrier suddenly lit up. A large number of divine runes appeared on the originally invisible barrier, forming a formation. Lin Moyu was very familiar with the techniques of the divine runes and the formation. He also drew out several divine runes and integrated them into it. The divine rune formation in the barrier immediately underwent a slight change, and a gap appeared. Lin Moyu did not go in, but just observed the situation behind the barrier through the gap. Behind the barrier was a not very large space where a person was sleeping. Countless thin threads flew out of his body and disappeared into the void. "Sure enough, he's hiding here." Lin Moyu thought to himself, and at the same time removed the talisman to close the gap and stopped looking at it. Although he is sleeping, he is also very alert. If you look at him too much, he will be discovered. He is the true form of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master, hidden in the deepest part of the Beast Abyss. The countless fine lines spreading from his body are precisely connected to the core of the realm, the vortex after it turned into a divine talisman. The real body has been found. Now is not the time to alert the enemy. To deal with him, we must first deal with the whirlpools in the core of the realm. Otherwise, if he got anxious, he would be fully capable of dragging the core of the realm to death with him, and letting the entire realm be buried with it. Moreover, Lin Moyu discovered that he had been absorbing the luck and power of the realm for countless years. The injury that had split his soul in two had long been healed. Not only that, he had already completed the transformation into chaos. His realm is at least a small success of the chaos realm, and he is not someone I can deal with. Back then, the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master did not evolve the realm to perfection for his own selfish reasons and retained a part of the historical area. Later, when he was attacked in Tianqiu land, he divided his remaining soul into two. One part stayed in Tianqiu land, and the other part fled here with his physical body. After so many years, the injury has healed, but he still hasn't returned to his peak form. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master in his peak state should be at the Great Perfection Chaos Realm, and is even more difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu returned to the Dewey boat and turned around to go back. He didn't fly very fast, and he cut through the void silently without any movement. Only when the distance was far enough did the boat start to accelerate. The boat turned into light, penetrated the two realms of reality and illusion, and returned to the real world. Lin Moyu's body waited for a long time, and his soul and body were reunited. There is a newcomer in the real world, and the little python is brought to the real world by the Dewey boat. With the little python's current strength, it is not a problem for it to stay in the real world for a short time, but if it stays for a long time, it will be expelled by the rules. This is not a problem. Lin Moyu asked the soulless beast to create a physical body for the little python. It doesn't need to be very strong, as long as it can be used. All soulless beasts obeyed Lin Moyu's orders immediately. He used the power of rules to create a physical body for the little python, ensuring that the little python was useful and sufficient. Lin Moyu was just about to enter the core of the realm to continue refining the talisman when his brow suddenly moved and his mind took in the vast universe. Somewhere in the universe, the power of origin is extremely strong, hundreds of times that of other places. 0. Request flowers 0. There is no living creature here. It is a paradise specially created by Lin Moyu. A crystal coffin was placed here, constantly absorbing the original power. Lillian slept peacefully in the crystal coffin. Lin Moyu changed many places for Lillian. After the world evolved to perfection, he moved the crystal coffin in and arranged such a blessed place for Lillian. Over the years, the crystal coffin has absorbed countless amounts of original power, and Lillian has benefited greatly from it. Her power has been increasing, surpassing her previous peak. Lin Moyu had personally witnessed Lillian grow stronger. Long ago, her power had reached the Dao Zun realm, but she never woke up. After further research, Lin Moyu discovered that Lillian's true spirit was damaged. 0. Fortunately, Lillian's true spirit was in the origin continent. He found the true spirit and transferred it to the universe. Later, he used the power of the rules of the universe to nourish Lillian's true spirit, and now her true spirit has finally recovered. In the crystal coffin, Lillian's brows moved slightly. There was still a hazy look in her eyes, and it was obvious that Lillian didn't know what had happened. The crystal coffin slowly opened, and she saw Lin Moyu with surprise in her eyes. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Welcome back, great demon emperor." Lillian obviously hadn't reacted yet and murmured, "I'm not dead yet?" Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Dead, but alive again." Lillian realized that it was Lin Moyu who saved her. She whispered, "Thank you." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Don't be so polite. Compared to your efforts, what I did is nothing." Lillian was very happy and didn't dwell on the issue any further. She walked out of the crystal coffin and looked around. "Where is this?" Lin Moyu said, "This is my world. I created a paradise to revive you." "A paradise?" Lillian whispered, took a step forward, and in an instant she disappeared, appearing thousands of miles away. Lillian asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Your strength has greatly increased, but you can't control it yet. You need some time to adapt. You should get used to the power first. I'll tell you about the situation outside. Once you're completely used to it, you can think about what you want to do and where you want to go." Lillian nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you for your help." Lin Moyu briefly described what happened after Lillian's death. Lillian was once the Demon King. Although her realm was not high, she had been in a high position for a long time, and her understanding of things was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. She quickly accepted what Lin Moyu said and understood the situation she was in. Lin Moyu said, "You are now a Dao Master, and you have accumulated a vast amount of original energy in your body. If you refine it well for 100 years, you will have the opportunity to enter the Dao realm and be immortal from then on. If you have any requests, just tell me and I will do everything I can to help you." Lillian's eyes revealed a hint of loneliness. "I'm all alone now, without any relatives or friends, but I'm unwilling to give up. I want to rebuild the Soul Clan." Lin Moyu said, "Then I will find a world for you in the universe, grant you special privileges, and allow you to mobilize some of the power of the Great Dao." Lillian said, "Okay." Lin Moyu could fully understand Lillian's thoughts. Obsession was engraved deep in her soul. 870. When she was at a low level, she was ignorant and her obsession was not obvious. Later, her realm was elevated, her obsession became apparent, and she sacrificed herself to complete her mission in the greater world. Lin Moyu remembered all of this, so Lin Moyu also understood her. When Soul Lord created the Soul Lai clan, he was only at the level of Lord, and he did not really create living beings, but simply fused some living beings. This kind of fusion is difficult to replicate, but since Lillian wants to try, Lin Moyu will certainly not stop her. Lin Moyu continued, I have looked for the Soul Lord, but I haven't found him. He may be dead, but I won't continue looking. If I find him one day, I will bring him here. Before that, you can give it a try. Lillian said, whether I can find him or not is no longer important. Whatever he can do, I can do too. Now that I've been resurrected, I have nothing to do with the past. Okay, I'll take you to that world. Lin Moyu had already chosen a world for Lillian during their conversation. There were many worlds of all sizes, shapes, and environments in the world today, so it wasn't difficult to choose a suitable one. The world that Lin Moyu chose for Lillian belonged to the small thousand worlds. The world was not very large, about 10 times larger than the previous small world. This world belongs to the world of the 5 elements, with elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth revealed. There are many living creatures on it. Some of these creatures are naturally powerful, but they have no wisdom. Once Lillian arrives, she will be the supreme being. Lillian could use these creatures to conduct experiments, and maybe she could really replicate the Soul Clan. Taking Lillian to tour this world, how is it? Are you satisfied? Lillian said, very good, let's do it here. Lin Moyu nodded, I have imprinted your soul into the core of the world. You should be able to feel that you are the master of the world. The power of the world is at your disposal. You can contact me at any time if you need anything. Lillian hummed, I understand. Then I wish you success. Call me anytime if you need anything. After settling Lillian down, Lin Moyu also put his worries to rest. This was a cause and effect, and it was a cause and effect that was owed to Lillian. Now this cause and effect had finally been resolved. Lillian settled down in this small world, and a palace rose from the ground. She refined the original energy accumulated over the years in it. It seemed that she was planning to break through to the Tao realm before making other plans. Lin Moyu had previously explained all the key points of breaking through to the Tao realm. Moreover, this was in the Great Thousand World, where Lin Moyu controlled everything and gave Lillian special privileges. It was impossible for Lillian to fail in her attempt to break through to the Tao realm. After making sure there was no problem, Lin Moyu asked the soulless beast to open a passage for him and re-enter the core of the realm. Previously, due to the trip to Tianqiu land, the refining progress in the core of the realm was suspended, but now it has resumed. There are countless divine runes in the core of the realm, and there is a vortex behind each divine rune, which is connected to the body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Lin Moyu must refine these talismans without alerting him and regain control. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, he had to refine at least 80% of the divine talisman. That way, even if the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master's true body awakened, he would not be able to destroy the realm. At most, he would cause chaos in the Quan realm. As long as the realm is not destroyed, everything will be fine. The key point is that when the number of talismans refined increases, he will definitely sense it and wake up at any time. Lin Moyu's plan is just the ideal scenario. The actual situation will only be worse. Once he wakes up, it means that he will have to face an enemy who has reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu is not sure if he can deal with him. Lin Moyu was pondering in the core of the realm. After knowing the enemy's identity and methods, he found that there were many loopholes in what he had done before. We have to change our strategy. Among the divine runes at the core of the realm, the most important are those in the central area. They represent the origin of the Great Tao. The runes in the central area cannot be affected. Likewise, in the core of the realm, the importance of each talisman varies greatly. The talismans in foreign areas cannot be compared with those in the central area. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, as long as the runes in the central area can be preserved, it would not be a problem to abandon all the outer areas. Therefore, he had to refine the talismans in the central area first, and refine all the talismans in the central area before the master of Wushu Tianqiu Palace discovered them. There is also a clone of the ghost husband in the central area. If you want to refine these talismans, you must get rid of the clone. The ghost husband is very strong. In Lin Moyu's opinion, he is very likely a perfect being in the Chaos Realm. But the fact that his clone was able to remain safely in the core of the realm meant that the clone's realm should not have exceeded eternity. However, a strong man of Guefu's level has many means, and he may be able to reach the highest level in a short period of time and greatly increase his combat power. Moreover, if this war breaks out in the core of the realm, the divine talisman will inevitably be affected. The divine talisman is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The divine talisman in the core of the realm cannot withstand such a blow at all. By then, the entire realm will be in chaos or even collapse. The real body of the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Lord will inevitably wake up, and everything will be in big trouble. We must find a way to get him out of the core of the realm. This is the only way. Lin Moyu will not take action unless he is taken out of the core of the realm. Not only do we have to get it out, but we have to get it out quietly without alerting the other 1.8 guys. Lin Moyu was thinking about a way. He sneaked into the central area, hid himself and watched the ghost husband's clone from afar. The dense distribution of divine runes here further solidified Lin Moyu's previous idea that he must not take action here. Gradually, a plan took shape in Lin Moyu's mind, but he was not completely sure whether it would succeed. But now that things have come to this, he must give it a try. If he doesn't even dare to try, then it will be a dead end. Lin Moyu began to draw the divine rune, hoping to realize his plan silently in the core of the realm. The divine rune was the only solution. One after another, the divine talismans flew out and gathered together to form a sphere. The sphere grew silently, without revealing any trace of its presence. In the center of the sphere, a vortex is forming. Lin Moyu's inspiration came from the vortex created by the 5th master of Tianchu Palace, but the vortex created by Lin Moyu was stronger and more concentrated. The divine talismans have thousands of variations, and so do the formations. The 5 world domains can all be evolved from divine runes. With Lin Moyu's current attainments in divine runes, he can accomplish whatever he wants. This is the formation before him. Lin Moyu pushed the formation's capabilities to the extreme according to his own wishes. This formation has only one function, which is to suck the target from one end to the other. The simpler the function, the stronger the effect. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, the formation he set up can completely absorb eternal existence. At least it will be difficult to break free in a short period of time. If the opponent is a soul body, the effect will be doubled. After setting up the formation, the phantom of the universe appeared in Lin Moyu's palm. He connected the other end of the formation into the universe and chose an extremely remote corner of the universe. In Lin Moyu's plan, he would use this self-created formation to absorb the ghost husband's soul clone into the Great Thousand World, where he would eliminate the ghost husband. The success rate should be over 70%, which is worth the risk. But Lin Moyu is still not satisfied and hopes that the success rate can be higher. The soulless beast was summoned by Lin Moyu. Originally, the soulless beast was refining the body for the little python, but now it had to interrupt for a while. "Master, please give me your orders." The soulless beast was extremely respectful, and he would do whatever Lin Moyu ordered. Lin Moyu said, "I will use the formation to absorb the ghost husband into the world." The ghost husband will definitely resist. When he resists, it is very likely to cause turmoil in the core of the realm, which may affect some divine symbols. You need to do 2 things. First, stabilize the divine talisman. Second, if you still have strength left, help me control the ghost husband's clone. Lin Moyu told the soulless beast about his plan and asked for his opinion. The soulless beast was very smart, and he had a better understanding of the rules in the core of the realm. After thinking about it, he felt that this plan was feasible. The remaining problem is the war after bringing the ghost husband to the world. Lin Moyu is ready to pay a small price. He adjusted the structure of the universe, trying to control a large enough area. But such adjustments also have their limits, and it is impossible to squeeze the various worlds inside infinitely. When everything was ready, Lin Moyu finally took action. The soulless beast used the rules to help Lin Moyu hide his body and approach the ghost husband's clone silently. This was the first time that Lin Moyu officially approached Guifu's soul clone. Although it was only a soul clone and may have only a trace of soul, it still could not conceal his strength. That kind of strength comes from the essence. Compared with his soul, Lin Moyu feels that his soul is indeed far inferior. The ghost husband's soul is like a thin and tough steel wire, while his own soul is like a huge rock. Although the boulder is strong, it can be cut by the wire. Of course, there is also the possibility that the tightrope may break, so changes are needed. The ghost husband's soul clone exudes a cold aura, and the closer you get to it, the more uncomfortable you feel. When the distance was less than 100 meters, Lin Moyu even felt that his soul was about to be frozen. This kind of freezing was different from the coldness of the ice jade futon. It was more like the mind was about to stop flowing, but there was also a certain kind of irritability hidden in the stillness. Lin Moyu had a vague urge to roar. He quickly calmed his mind and resisted the ghost husband's breath. The ghost husband was able to influence Lin Moyu simply by relying on his natural aura, which shows how terrifying he is. Lin Moyu felt that the ghost husband in his peak state might not be weaker than Taiyang Suzy. After stabilizing his mind, Lin Moyu moved closer and finally stopped 50 meters away from the ghost husband's clone. Every detail of the clone can be clearly seen here. Behind the ghost husband's clone are 18 special divine formations. Different from the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master's approach, the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master stretched out countless hands and grabbed every talisman. The ghost husband only occupied 18 divine talismans, but these 18 divine talismans were the foundation of the entire realm and were one of the earliest divine talismans that appeared when the realm evolved. If they were to go back to their origin, these 18 divine symbols could evolve into realm seeds again. If they are damaged, the entire realm will be severely damaged, even if it does not collapse. The ghost husband's power extended from behind him, turning into 18 thin threads that tightly bound the 18 seeds. Lin Moyu carefully sent a voice message to the soulless beast, "Is it worth it to cut it off?" The soulless beast naturally understood, and he replied confidently, "No problem." Although the ghost husband's clone is inherently strong, in order to stay in the core of the realm and not violate the rules of the realm, he can only suppress his strength to the eternal peak. As the manager of rules, the soulless beast can manipulate the power of rules into a sharp blade, so it is not a problem for it to break these thin lines. Lin Moyu took out the formation he had prepared earlier. "Okay, I'll get started." He and the soulless beast took a deep breath at the same time. Success or failure depended on this one move. The formation was activated and expanded instantly, and a vortex immediately appeared in the focus area. The soulless beast simultaneously controlled the divine runes around it to disperse, and within its ability, it scattered the divine runes very far to leave space for Lin Moyu. As soon as the vortex appeared, it was stimulated to the extreme, and the tremendous force fell heavily on the ghost husband's clone. The ghost husband's clone instantly woke up and let out a roar. He was originally in a deep sleep, and it takes a process for him to wake up from his deep sleep. This process was very short, less than 0.1 seconds, but it was enough for Lin Moyu and the soulless beast to do something. As soon as he uttered the word, a flash of light passed behind him. The strong light was composed of the power of rules, like an indestructible sharp blade, severing the connection between the ghost husband and the 18 talismans. The power of the vortex exploded even more intensely at the same time. Lin Moyu personally controlled the formation, continuously injecting soul power into the formation, making the formation more powerful. The ghost husband's clone left its original position uncontrollably and flew towards the formation. The ghost husband roared continuously, but it was useless because the suction force of the formation had exceeded his limit. A terrifying aura erupted from the ghost husband, and the aura transformed into a large hand that grabbed towards Lin Moyu. An ice jade cushion appeared under his feet, and water energy surged out, freezing Guitian's breath. Seeing this, the ghost husband's aura exploded and the ice shattered. He stopped attacking Lin Moyu and instead attacked the talismans around him. The soulless beast manipulated the power of rules and pressed towards the ghost husband from all directions, suppressing the ghost husband's breath and protecting the talisman. Lin Moyu snorted coldly and continued to activate the ice jade mat. Layer upon layer of cold air rushed towards the ghost husband. Although it did not freeze him, it made his movements slow down. With the combined efforts of both sides, the ghost husband's clone was unable to resist and could only be sucked into the vortex. At the other end of the formation, the shadow of the world emerged. The phantom of the universe clashed with the core of the realm, and the space began to break. The soulless beast manipulated the rules and tried to stabilize the space, but it couldn't remain stable for long. Come in. Lin Moyu continued to activate the formation, forcibly sucking the ghost husband's clone away from the core of the realm and sending it into the vast world. The shadow of the world disappeared instantly, and Lin Moyu whispered, "I'll go kill him, you hold on here." The soulless beast cried out softly, "Okay." In a corner of the world, Lin Moyu has cleared the battlefield, and trillions of undead servants have been dispatched to surround this area. In the center of the battlefield, space distorted and the ghost husband's clone appeared in it. After entering the world, the ghost husband's clone became quiet and stopped yelling. He looked at the densely packed undead servants without any fear on his face, but said coldly, "You think you can kill me with these trash? You really underestimate me." Lin Moyu appeared in the void, looking at the ghost husband's clone with cold eyes. "Why can't I kill you?" The ghost husband's clone asked, "Who are you?" Lin Moyu said, "Cultivators in the realm, greet the senior." The ghost husband's body was imprisoned and had long lost contact with itself, so it did not know itself. The ghost husband's clone said coldly, "Young man, you are quite powerful despite your young age. What, are you planning to plot against this realm? If so, I advise you to give up and not go down the wrong path." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he heard some additional information from the words of the ghost husband's clone. Lin Moyu said, "Since the seniors can make plans, the juniors can do the same." The ghost husband's clone's laughter turned cold. "You haven't transcended yet, so that realm is of no use to you." Lin Moyu said, "But I don't want to go back. Some things are better done before transcending." The ghost husband's clone shook his head. "That being said, there are some things you can't do just because you want to. I advise you to be honest and detached first, and then it won't be too late to plan for the realm later." Lin Moyu said, "Isn't that what the seniors did? I am more ambitious and want to finish it sooner." The ghost husband's clone sighed, "You won't understand." Lin Moyu said, "Then I would like to ask the senior, if you can convince me, I am not someone who will not listen." The ghost husband's clone said, "You should first transcend, and when you reach the chaos realm, you can then find a suitable realm and proceed slowly. With just one realm, you can achieve perfection in the chaos realm. If the realm you're aiming for is strong enough, perhaps it can help you take another step forward and ascend to the position of great exalted of heaven and earth. If the realm you're aiming for isn't enough, then seek out another realm and try to merge the two realms. If you succeed, even if you can't ascend to the position of the great Lord of heaven and earth, you can still become the most powerful being in the chaos realm." Lin Moyu was clearly interested. "So that's how it is. Did I go the wrong way?" The ghost husband's clone said, "It's not that easy to become the master of a realm. Without the super alliance, the possibility of success is almost zero." Lin Moyu nodded. "Are there many people who have reached the chaos realm?" The ghost husband's clone said, "It's okay, not too many, not too few. After all, there is no quota limit." At this point he suddenly stopped talking and didn't continue, instead changing the subject. "Now you understand, let me go back quickly. I will settle this matter with you." Lin Moyu had already gotten the information he was looking for, and suddenly smiled. "Although you've said a lot, it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. You've deceived me once before, so I've decided not to believe you." The ghost husband's clone's expression changed. "Have you seen my real body?" "What happened to my real body?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior's true form." Just as the ghost husband pricked up his ears to listen, a hazy world suddenly emerged in the void and rushed towards the ghost husband's clone. The ghost husband's clone's expression changed and he punched out suddenly. A cold and gloomy air permeated the air, emerging and hitting the hazy world. Boom! The big fist shattered on the spot, but the world remained unchanged and smashed heavily on the ghost husband's clone. The ghost husband's clone was smashed away with a scream, and the undead servants in this direction attacked at the same time, and the attacks bombarded Zhou clone densely. The ghost husband's clone roared, "Ghost energy is rising to the sky." A powerful and cold air rushed out, and the attacks launched by the undead servants were instantly extinguished by the ghost energy. Not only that, the ghost energy also spread towards them, and tens of thousands of undead servants died in an instant. The undead servants are not afraid of death and will be resurrected immediately after death. The encirclement remains unchanged, and the ghost husband's clone finds it difficult to break through. The realm of the ghost husband's clone is not much higher than that of the undead servant, but the combat power is completely different. Fortunately, the astonishing number of undead servants completely made up for the lack of combat power. The fat girl appeared in the hazy world. She evolved into a giant and screamed towards the ghost husband's clone, the doctor. It was Fatty who had knocked the ghost husband's clone away before. When Lin Moyu left Tianqiu, he brought Fatty out with him. Fatty's magic weapon is not weak. It has the combat power of half a step into the Chaos realm. It is especially heavy enough to fight against the ghost husband's clone. The ghost husband's clone roared and fought with the fat girl. The two sides were evenly matched, although both had the upper hand. Lin Moyu has already seen that the combat power of the ghost husband's clone should be half a step into the Chaos realm. This combat power is enough to crush all the eternities in the realm. Just a trace of soul can be so powerful, which shows how terrifying its true body is. Lin Moyu didn't want to delay any longer. He wanted to make a quick decision. He flicked his fingers and a ray of fire appeared. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out, and flames ignited on the ghost husband's clone. The burning world fire devoured the ghost husband's clone, who screamed, "Who on earth are you? How did you get his flame?" Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know whose flame this is?" The ghost husband's clone screamed, "Of course I know. It's impossible, you can't have his flame." Lin Moyu asked, "Then tell me who he is. If you are right, I may consider letting you go." The ghost husband clone wanted to speak without thinking, but when the words came to his lips, he found that he couldn't say them. He screamed, "What's going on? Why can't I say it? Someone has set rules in this chaos. Who is it? Who is it? Which great master did this? Why did you do this? I just want to take over a certain territory. There are many people who do the same. Why are you targeting me? Why?" He roared repeatedly, and his words were a little confusing. A cold aura continued to rise from his body, and his realm was rising rapidly. Why? I'm going to kill you, kill you." He became stronger and stronger, and the fat girl fell into a disadvantage and kept retreating. Lin Moyu frowned. Through the world-burning fire, he saw what the ghost husband's clone was doing. He was burning the local luck in the original power of the 5 worlds. The ghost husband has been living in the core of the realm for countless years, and no one knows how much luck of heaven and earth and good, original power he has absorbed from the 5 worlds. If his body is safe, he may have successfully plotted to take over the 5 worlds. With the strength of the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, he is unable to fight against the ghost husband's real body. If this is true, the 5 worlds will collapse, and Su Luo's plan will end in failure. Unfortunately, the old man in green robe took action and the ghost husband failed. The luck of heaven and earth and the power of the origin of the realm absorbed by the clone had nowhere to go, so they accumulated. The strength of the ghost husband's clone did not change, but the foundation became stronger and stronger. Now that he was burning these powers, his realm rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he was about to break through the half-step chaos and truly step into the chaos realm. The universe roared and shook, and numerous cracks appeared in the void. The world also cannot allow the existence of chaos, and the rules instinctively want to expel the ghost husband's clone. Once the ghost husband's clone is expelled, it will be difficult to find him again, and Moyu naturally will not allow it. With a thought, he forcibly suppressed the power of the rules of the universe and pointed out with one finger. The body exploded. Lin Moyu still has 4 corpses of the ancient Tree King in his hands. The ancient Tree King is a real half-step Chaos Realm existence, and its vitality is strong. The power that can be exerted by the explosion of the corpse is also stronger. Although the Ghost Husband's clone's combat power has increased, he himself has not changed much. His condition was similar to the one Lin Moyu had improved by using the concentration technique. Boom! Amid the explosion, the roar of the Ghost Husband's clone came to an abrupt end. His soul body was blown to pieces, and he could not withstand the attack of the exploding corpse. But the next second the souls reunited and the Ghost Husband's clone reappeared. Lin Moyu was not surprised. It was really disappointing that the Ghost Husband's clone was so easy to deal with. However, Lin Moyu also became cautious. If the Ghost Husband's clone was so difficult to deal with, the real body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master would probably be even more difficult. Moreover, if the Ghost Husband's clone is really useless, he can still exile it, or just give up the fight. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master of Kai couldn't do it. He couldn't leave the 5 worlds domain and could only fight. After being blown up, the Ghost Husband's clone seemed to wake up. His aura dropped to its original level. There was still a lot of power accumulated in his body for countless years, but he did not use it indiscriminately. The giant transformed by the fat girl rushed forward again, and the Ghost Husband's clone shouted, "Fight the ghost body of heaven." A giant figure suddenly appeared, exuding a cold aura as it fought against the fat girl. The Ghost Husband's clone looked at Lin Moyu coldly. "Today, the throne has accepted the decision, but your fate is also sealed. I will watch and see how you are doomed." Lin Moyu frowned. He heard something strange in the words of the Ghost Husband's clone. The Ghost Husband's clone obviously knew something, but because of the rules of chaos, he couldn't say it. But he knew it very well, and he also knew his own identity. As soon as the words fell, the Ghost Husband's clone burned fiercely. He once again ignited the power accumulated over countless years, the huge power of the origin of the realm and the luck of heaven and earth, and burst out with shocking power. The world-burning fire was dispelled, and Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. She wanted to use the corpse explosion again, but she was shocked to find that she could not lock onto the Ghost Husband's clone. The Ghost Husband's clone used the power of the origin of the realm and the luck of heaven and earth to conceal his breath and existence, and cut off his lock. As soon as he thought about it, the power of the rules of the universe surged from all directions, but the power of rules could not get close. The power of the rules of the universe collided with the power of the 5 worlds, and infinite cracks appeared in the void again, as if the entire universe was shaking. The Ghost Husband's clone whispered, "I will watch you fall, watch you destroy." A huge crack appeared in front of him, and a huge amount of chaotic energy poured into the crack. The Ghost Husband's clone used the power of the 5 worlds to forcibly open the passage to chaos, and he repeatedly escaped. Lin Moyu wanted to stop it, but found that he couldn't. The undead servants attacked at the same time, and the dense attacks came like a tide, but it was useless. The Ghost Husband's clone spewed out endless ghost energy, swallowing up all the attacks. Guifu has absorbed unimaginable amounts of realm power over countless years. Although these realm powers cannot be converted into realms, they can enable him to possess powerful combat power in a short period of time and also allow him to do other things. After being bombarded and knowing Lin Moyu's identity, the Ghost Husband clone did not want to fight Lin Moyu, so he decided to escape. Before entering the space crack, the Ghost Husband's clone turned around and looked at Lin Moyu again, his eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold and helpless. None of his current methods could stop the Ghost Husband's clone. Unable to get close, the Scourge Scepter couldn't kill him in time. Unless I use the boat to catch up, but into the chaos? Now is not the time. There is no good way now, I can only watch him escape. Suddenly, the ice jade cushion burst into light and cold air swept out. The huge cold air did not distinguish between friend and foe. Trillions of undead servants, the fat girl, the power of rules, time and space were all frozen into ice in an instant. including the ghost husband's clone and the space channel he just opened, without exception. They were not dead, just frozen. The ghost husband's eyes were still rolling, he was still struggling with his teeth bared, but the power of the realm accumulated over countless years also died down at this moment, and there was no movement. Among those present, only Lin Moyu was not frozen. Lin Moyu was also a little shocked. The sudden explosion of the ice jade futon was so powerful that it far exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, its sudden outburst prevented the ghost husband's clone from escaping. The ice jade cushion flew out by itself, and a shadow emerged on it, including an old man in a green robe. When he saw the old man in green robe, the ghost husband's clone immediately showed fear. He naturally knew the old man in green robe and knew how powerful the other party was. But he had no idea that the one who imprisoned his true body was the old man in green robe. The green-robed old man's methods are too advanced to be understood. He obviously wanted to beg for mercy, but because he was frozen, he couldn't make any sound. Apart from his eyes, he could not move anything else. Lin Moyu whispered, "Why are you here?" The old man in green robe laughed and said, "If I don't come, how will this end?" Lin Moyu said, "It's nothing more than letting him escape so we can kill him when we have the chance in the future." The old man in green robe said, "If he escapes, it will be difficult to catch him." Lin Moyu said, "His real body is in your hands. Are you still worried about not being able to find his clone? And you clearly knew his clone was in the core of the realm, yet you didn't move." The old man in green robe laughed, "Don't you understand why I didn't touch him?" How could Lin Moyu not understand that the old man in green robe didn't touch this guy, just to leave him to himself? As long as she kills the ghost husband's clone, she will be able to gain a huge amount of luck from heaven and earth, and the power of the realm accumulated by the ghost husband over the years will also be transferred to her, which will be of great benefit to her. But now something unexpected happened, and the old man in the robe had to take action. Lin Moyu said, "If you take action now, won't it ruin the plan?" The old man in green robe shook his head. "Now I am taking action. Is it to remedy the situation, or if you kill him, most of the realm power and the luck of heaven and earth will still belong to you?" He sighed and said, "In the final analysis, you are too impatient. If you were a little stronger and could reach the half-step chaos realm before attacking him, there would be no accidents." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "There is no such thing as a perfect plan. There are always unexpected things in everything." The old man in green robe sighed, "Yes, there are always unexpected things in everything. If it weren't for that accident back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But it's okay now, and we can still make amends. Go ahead and kill FTE." Lin Moyu said, "I am not strong enough, it is not easy to defeat him." The old man in green robe said, "Now that he is here and cannot move, it is nothing more than killing him quickly or slowly." He sighed slightly as he spoke, as if he felt that Lin Moyu was too hasty in taking action, which resulted in things not being perfect. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so. Instead, he thinks that this kind of imperfection is a good thing. We must leave a way out for everything, just like the rules of heaven and earth, we must leave a glimmer of hope for survival. When things are full, they will be empty. This is the best outcome. Now, good. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger, and the world-burning fire ignited again. At the same time, the skeleton hell appeared in the ice and swallowed up the ghost husband's clone. The ghost husband's clone was frozen in the ice, unable to move, and could only watch himself being slowly refined by the fire that burned the world. The evil spirits in the hell of bones opened their mouths wide and devoured themselves bit by bit. The power of the realm and the luck of heaven and earth that he had absorbed and accumulated for countless years were useless at this moment. He was so desperate in his pain that he couldn't even find someone to beg for mercy. As the fire of burning the world continued to burn, a large amount of domain power and the luck of heaven and earth emanated from the ghost husband's clone. Lin Moyu was not polite at all and accepted them all. During the process, he discovered some similarities and differences. The 5 worlds and the Great Thousand World are 2 completely different realms. The power of their realms is also completely different. There is a huge conflict in their nature that is difficult to reconcile. However, after being refined by the ghost husband's clone, the power of the realm was stripped of the self-attributes of a certain realm and became pure power of the realm. Instead, it can exist in the universe without causing any conflict. Lin Moyu tried to integrate the power of these realms into the universe, and the universe was able to absorb it. After absorbing the power of these realms, the evolution speed of the universe suddenly accelerated and its essence was enhanced. The subtle changes were accurately captured by Lin Moyu. The current strength of the Great Thousand World is still weaker than that of the Five Worlds. After all, the Five Worlds have been evolving for so many years. Although the Great Thousand World has its own help and has accelerated the speed of evolution, it is impossible to catch up with the Five Worlds easily. As for the scientific and spiritual world, the gap is even greater. It turns out that we can use the power of other realms to accelerate evolution. A bold idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. If he refined the power of the five realms, he could greatly speed up the evolution of other realms. According to his own plan, he would most likely be able to refine the Nine Directions realm in the future. However, there would inevitably be differences in strength among the Nine Directions realm. If he could not keep them in balance, chaos might arise. This is a feeling. Lin Moyu always trusts his feelings, and this time is no exception. Now that he had discovered this, he could completely refine the power of the realms, use the strong to make up for the weak, and eventually bring all realms into a state of balance. The old man in green robe looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. I can't take action often, you will have to rely on yourself from now on. Lin Moyu asked, is the ghost husband still imprisoned by you? The old man in green robe said, he is not important. It only takes a thought to lock him up or release him. From his words, it can be heard that Guifu is really an insignificant little person to him and means nothing at all. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on this question too much, and instead asked, how many great lords of heaven and earth are there? The old man in green robe said, 9 is the maximum number. 9, that seems like a lot. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. The green-robed old man chuckled, very few. You have to understand that chaos is infinite. There are so many realms within chaos, and so many people who have reached the perfect chaos realm. You don't need to ask for details. You will understand when you enter the primal chaos. Lin Moyu nodded, I'll be back. Waiting for you. The old man in green robe chuckled, and his figure slowly faded away until he disappeared. He left, but the power still existed. The ice jade cushion still emitted cold air, and the ghost husband's clone was still unable to move. The burning world fire refined it like a torture. The ghost husband's clone was too strong, and the burning world fire refined it very slowly. The more this happened, the longer he could enjoy the pain. At this moment, Wei Tian's clone even regretted why he was so strong. If I were weaker, I would have been burned to ashes in the blink of an eye and would not have to endure the pain for such a long time. Now I can neither escape nor shout, I can only wait for death in silence. As the ghost husband's clones were constantly refined, more realm power and the luck of heaven and earth were released. Lin Moyu integrated the realm power into the universe, promoting the accelerated evolution of the universe. At the same time, he absorbed the luck of heaven and earth, which was of great use to him in becoming the master of the five worlds. The burning world fire and the hell of bones are rapidly growing stronger as they refine and devour the ghost husband's clone. After all, the ghost husband's original body is a powerful man who has reached the perfection of the chaos realm. Although there is only a trace of his soul clone, its essence has not changed. It is of great benefit to the fire of the burning world and the hell of bones. After refining and swallowing it, the destruction of the burning world can be elevated to a higher level. What a nice guy. Lin Moyu sighed in her heart. The ghost husband's clones had accumulated for countless years, and now most of them had been used to fulfill her. If she wasn't a good person, what was she? The refining lasted for a full 100 days and finally ended. Wei Fu's clone finally closed his eyes and completely dissipated. Lin Moyu put away the ice jade cushion and dissipated the cold air. As soon as the fat girl was freed from the ice, she immediately cried out loudly, I'm freezing to death, I'm freezing to death. 0**. The ice jade cushion freezes everything but does not hurt anyone. The fat girl just feels cold and is fine. Lin Moyu put away his undead servants, closed his eyes and felt the changes in the world. The universe absorbed a large amount of power from the realm, which was equivalent to saving hundreds of thousands of years of time and was a huge improvement. As the universe becomes stronger, his realm also rises. Now he has reached the peak of eternity, which is also the strongest level that the 5 worlds can accommodate. Without using any magic, in the 5 worlds, only the soulless beast, the rule manager, can defeat him. The rest of the eternal beings are one level lower than himself. In other words, his cultivation path in the 5 worlds has been completed, and he has achieved perfection in both body and soul. If one goes one step further, it will exceed the limit that the 5 worlds domain can accommodate. Then one will be forced to transcend, leave the domain and enter chaos. But this is not what he wants. He still has to refine the 5 world domains and become the master of the 5 world domains. Before that, he has to get rid of the Lord of the 5 worlds Tianqiu Palace. The other party is a real chaos realm and is very difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu was troubled by the various problems he faced. Although he could forcibly elevate himself to the Chaos Realm through magic, that only allowed him to exert the attack power of the Chaos Realm, which was very different from the real Chaos Realm. She kept thinking in her mind that what she was going to do next was much more difficult than dealing with the ghost husband's clone, but she had to do it. He thought about all the means he had and tried to find a way out. My biggest advantage right now is that he is still asleep and unaware of what is happening in the outside world. He is proficient in divine runes. If I use formations against him, the effect will be greatly reduced. Although the world-burning fire has become stronger, it is still not enough to deal with Chaos Realm experts. Although the soulless beast can utilize the power of rules, he is the creator of the realm and may understand the rules better than the soulless beast. The effect should not be too good, and the battlefield cannot be placed in the realm. Even against the Chaos Realm, the balanced gem won't be very effective. Sort it out bit by bit, exhaust your thoughts, and make use of all available conditions. The result was that the opponent was almost unsolvable. No matter which method Lin Moyu used, he had no confidence, not even 50%. All the plans and schemes were rejected by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu clearly felt that when a person's strength reached a certain level, all the plans would become useless. Any plan is a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. After much deliberation, Lin Moyu finally locked onto the Scepter of Scourge. Only this great magic weapon may be able to defeat a 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace creature. After confirming this, all subsequent arrangements must revolve around the Calamity Scepter, and the core is how to use the Calamity Scepter to kill the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. First, the location of the battlefield is determined. It cannot be within the boundary, but it cannot enter the chaos. It needs to be carried out in the area between the boundary and the chaos, that is, the area where the soul-devouring spirit is. For Lin Moyu, the most troublesome thing in this area is the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Only by defeating the soul-devouring spirit emperor can he fight with peace of mind. The soul-devouring spirit emperor will not have any influence on the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. In fact, due to the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's special identity, the soul-devouring spirit emperor may even help him. If you don't choose this place as the battlefield, you will never be able to choose any other. It seems that we need to conduct in-depth research on the Scourge Scepter to see if it can play a greater role. The explosion of the Ice Jade prayer mat this time taught him a truth: the effect of a magic weapon of this level is not simple. The key lies in the user's cultivation and degree of research. For example, the cause-seeking loop's ability to find causes and ask about results is only its basic ability. In addition, it can also be used to have results without causes. The same is true for the Scourge Scepter. In addition to smashing in the functions of each gem, there must be other functions, but it depends on whether you have discovered them. At the same time, if you want to unleash the power of the Scepter of Calamity, cultivation is also very important. If I could go one step further, break through the limit of the Tao Lord, and step into the half-step chaos, it might be better. If we can complete the initial chaos, it will definitely be better. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Lin Moyu gradually sorted out his ideas and had a rough plan in mind. The first thing is to refine the divine runes in the core of the realm. All the divine runes in the central area must be refined, so that the realm can be guaranteed not to collapse during a battle. Secondly, a battlefield should be arranged with the Scourge Scepter as the center. Only by fighting in the battlefield you have arranged can you have a greater chance of winning. This battlefield will be very large. In Lin Moyu's plan, the entire realm and the chaos will be a battlefield, so he wants to set up an unprecedented formation to cover the entire realm. The last and most important step is to step into the half-step chaos. Although he will be expelled from the realm, with the soul beasts and the talismans he has refined, he may be able to try to change the rules a little and let himself stay. After completing these 3 points, the chances of winning will be much greater. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, if everything goes well, there is at least a 60% chance of winning. 60% is not much, but it is more than half, so it is worth a gamble. Since practicing, Lin Moyu seldom gambles. He always makes a move only after he is absolutely sure of his success. But this time, he had to gamble. Let's do it this way. While talking to herself, Lin Moyu returned to the core of the realm. Without the Ghost Husband clone, the core of the realm seemed to be much cleaner, and the impurities that should not be there were removed. As soon as he came back, the core of the realm suddenly erupted with roars. Strings of luck from heaven and earth descended and landed on Lin Moyu. This time, the luck from heaven and earth was majestic and powerful, much stronger than before. This was the realm's reward to Lin Moyu for clearing out the Ghost Husband's clone. As the luck of heaven and earth increased, Lin Moyu felt that he seemed to be a little closer to the realm. The countless divine symbols in the core of the realm seemed to be conveying goodwill to himself. This is not an illusion, Lin Moyu is very clear. This is because the rules of the realm will naturally favor those with strong luck in heaven and earth. The luck of heaven and earth is recognized by the realm, and I am now the person with the strongest luck of heaven and earth in the realm. If anyone has the chance to become the master of a realm, it must be me. Lin Moyu took advantage of the situation and began to refine the talisman. He continuously split out his soul clones, silently attaching them to the talisman, and quickly refined the talisman without disturbing the vortex. Because of the strong luck of heaven and earth, the refining speed is now several times faster than before. In just a few dozen days, Lin Moyu had refined the 18 most core divine runes in the central area. This speed shocked Lin Moyu. The talisman in the central area was the most difficult to refine. He had prepared for a long battle, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. He knew very well that part of the credit for this was due to the destiny of heaven and earth. Then he began to slowly expand outward, constantly refining the talismans and expanding his territory. He was very careful and the vortex behind the talisman was not disturbed. But Lin Moyu also knew that as he refined more and more divine runes, one day the 5th generation Tianshu Palace Master would discover. After all, the more divine talismans he possessed, the less realm experience he could absorb. Therefore, before being discovered by the other party, another layout must be completed. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu had not left the core of the realm. At this moment, almost half of the divine runes in the central area had been refined by him. For the core of the entire realm, his control over the divine talisman has reached 2/5. At this time Lin Moyu stopped. He did not refine it further because he was worried that if he continued to refine it, it would alarm the 5th generation Tianshu Palace Master. It was not the right time yet, and there were still many preparations to be completed, so Lin Moyu stopped. He drew the divine runes and set up a magic array in the core of the field realm. In the past, it was impossible for him to set up an array here, but now he controlled nearly 2/5 of the divine runes and was qualified to do so. In addition to setting up the formation, he can even do something else, it just depends on whether he is willing to do it. The formation was quickly completed, and the soulless beast was summoned by Lin Moyu. The soulless beast activated the power of rules to help Lin Moyu fix the formation within it, making the formation become one of the 10 members of the divine talisman. The divine symbols in the core of the realm did not drive away the outsider, as if they all acknowledged its existence. The reason for this was that Lin Moyu injected a large amount of luck from heaven and earth into the formation. Not only did they not reject it, some of the divine runes even injected power into the formation, as if they regarded this formation as one of their own. The whole process went smoothly, just as Lin Wu expected. 3.6. The formation was activated, and a space channel appeared in the formation, connecting to the outside of the boundary. Lin Moyu set up a teleportation array, through which he could freely travel between the core of the realm and outside the realm. He stepped in and appeared outside the realm the next moment. The second time he came to the outside of the realm, feeling the breath outside the realm, Lin Moyu vaguely sensed the breath of the soul-devouring spirit 1,000,000 miles away. The undead servants flew out and patrolled the area within the boundary of 500,000 miles, clearing out the soul-devouring spirits in the area and clearing obstacles for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu began to arrange formations around the boundary. This would be the battlefield between him and the 5th generation Tianqiu Yingfei. This battle will be extremely fierce, but it cannot cause too much damage to the realm, so the formation here needs to be solid. Countless divine runes flew down, transforming into a solid shield to protect the realm. Being outside the realm, there is a realm barrier separating them. The realm barrier is very strong, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, this is not enough. Over the years, he had simulated the battle with the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master countless times in his mind. The moment he is awakened, a large number of divine runes in the core of the realm will be detonated, and the entire 5 worlds realm will fall into chaos, and the realm barrier will inevitably be damaged. When both the inside and outside of the domain are damaged, if it is hit again, the trapped domain may not be able to withstand it. If that guy falls into a disadvantage, he will definitely try his best to destroy the realm and die together. We must be fully prepared for this. The importance of this formation is self-evident. Lin Moyu's requirement for the formation is that it must be able to withstand the full strength of the Chaos Realm, at least for a while. He used countless divine talismans, which were stacked one after another to arrange the formation layer by layer, and strengthened the defense of the formation by continuous superposition. The realm was vast, and even with Lin Moyu's speed in setting up the formation, it took him 2,000 years to complete the arrangement. At this time, the 100,000-mile space outside the 05 boundary barrier was like being covered by thick armor, unable to enter or exit. If someone were to transcend at this moment, he would be hit on the head and bleed. This formation can be said to be the crystallization of Lin Moyu's painstaking efforts in formation. In Lin Moyu's estimation, each layer of the formation is enough to withstand a full-strength attack from the Chaos Realm. He had set up 10 layers of this formation. Lin Moyu named this formation the Sky Battle Formation, which is the ultimate he can achieve at present, without a doubt. The Sky Battle Formation is not just about defense, there are other mysteries within it. In the formation, a full million whirlpools were slowly rotating, and in the center of the whirlpools were countless divine symbols. Just one glance is enough to damage the soul of a Tao Lord, and for those below the Tao Lord, the soul may be directly shattered. But this is not the end. Lin Moyu set up a large teleportation array in the void. The teleportation array is divided into two. The mother array is outside the boundary, and the child array is refined into an array disk. The mother-child teleportation array is a very critical part of the plan and the first step in determining the success or failure of the entire plan. Its function is the same as when dealing with the ghost husband's clone, which is to forcibly send the real body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master here. After doing all this, Lin Moyu teleported back to the core of the realm again. The soulless beast had been waiting there long ago. Master, everything you arranged has been completed. When arranging the Sky Battle Formation, Lin Moyu assigned a task to the soulless beast. He asked the soulless beast to collect the power of the realm for him to refine after his return. Now my realm is restricted by the universe. If I want to improve my realm, I must first improve the universe. Absorbing and refining the power of the 5 world domains is the best and fastest way to enhance the universe. Strengthening the universe, taking the final step, and breaking through the eternal level is one of the things Lin Moyu has to do next. This task requires a long time to complete. At that time, the ghost husband's clone spent countless years to refine the power of the realm. Although he has the help of the soulless beast, it will not be too fast. While refining the power of the realm, he was also exploring the capabilities of the Scepter of Calamity. When refining the power of the realm, the soul probed into the Scepter of Calamity and officially began research. This was the first time he had formally conducted research after obtaining the Scourge Scepter. He had not been qualified before, but now he finally had the qualifications. Lin Moyu hoped that the Scourge Scepter could bring him some surprises. If new uses can be found from it, perhaps the success rate of this plan will be higher. Lin Moyu can do two things at once without any pressure. Not to mention doing two things at once, even doing 5 or 6 things at once is as easy for him as eating and drinking water. Whether or not there is a soul beast, the power of the realm continues to flow in, much faster than the speed at which the ghost husband's clone obtains the power of the realm. Moreover, the refining speed of the burning world fire was astonishing, making the power of the realm pure. Lin Moyu kept all the refined power of the realm and did not immediately supply it to the universe. Other aspects are not ready yet, so there is no need to rush. Compared to the smooth refining of the power of the realm, exploring the Scepter of Calamity is much more difficult. Soul power flowed through the Scepter of Calamity and then entered several gems, but the gems only lit up symbolically and did not provide any useful information at all. Lin Moyu tried to leave his soul mark on the Scourge Scepter. Since he got the Scourge Scepter, he has not been able to leave his soul mark on it. It was like this before, and it is like this now. The Scepter of Scourge is impervious to all influence and cannot leave any mark at all. Lin Moyu tried to change his target again. He wanted to place his soul mark on a few gems. Unfortunately, those gems were like hard stones and could not leave any marks. Lin Moyu had no choice but to continue exploring the Scourge Scepter. Finally, his soul power touched a special independent space, which was located in the center of the 5 gems of the Scepter of Calamity. When Lin Moyu came across the independent space, he suddenly had an idea and knew that he had finally found the right path. The soul power turned into a sharp spike and tried to enter it, but found that there was a hard shell outside the independent space. The shell was extremely strong and difficult to penetrate. Lin Moyu didn't believe in evil, so he transformed his soul power into a drill and started drilling holes. With the soul power continuously provided by the World Tree, Lin Moyu has the confidence to not believe in evil. For 10 years, Lin Moyu never gave up. Hard work pays off. After 10 years of hard drilling, a tiny crack appeared on the hard shell. A soul at the pinnacle of eternity spent 10 years drilling with all its might to create a hole this small. If it were any other eternal being, it would probably take 1,000 years to find a way out. Lin Moyu knew his situation and that his soul power was inexhaustible, so he could talk nonstop. Other people's soul power will be exhausted, and once it is used up, they have to wait for recovery, and the efficiency is many times slower. If his realm was lower, he would never achieve anything even if he worked for billions of years. This also means that the minimum standard for entering it is eternity. After achieving some small results, Lin Moyu saw hope, so he continued to work hard and keep drilling. Lin Moyu drilled a whole day and night for hundreds of years, and finally, after more than 300 years, he drilled through the shell. The soul force rushed in with joy and saw the boundless void. The void was boundless, and Lin Moyu felt the energy of chaos from it. This space is filled with chaotic energy, but it is different from ordinary chaotic energy. The chaotic energy here has obviously been refined and is now extremely pure. Perhaps because he was the master of the Scepter of Calamity, his soul was not harmed at all. Lin Moyu even felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. The soul power continued to explore deeply in the void. The void was boundless and Lin Moyu didn't know where to go, so he could only look everywhere. He was very patient and was willing to spend a long time to explore this space thoroughly. As more and more soul power entered, the soul power was multiplied from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Hundreds of forces began to explore, and the efficiency increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, Another 1,000 years passed, and Lin Moyu finally saw a glimmer of light in this isolated space filled with chaotic energy. After searching in the boundless void for many years, Lin Moyu finally made a discovery, and he was filled with surprise. Just like when he found this independent space, his persistence in not giving up has led to gains, and this feeling is wonderful. The soul clones rushed towards the area where the glimmer was from all directions, and finally gathered together and could truly see the glimmer. It was a formation with 5 corners. A gem was projected on 4 of them, but one corner was missing and there was nothing on it. The gems projected at the 4 corners of the formation are soul, element, balance, and realm. The remaining incomplete corner is the 5th gem that has not yet returned. Lin Moyu looked at the formation. It looked simple, but it expounded infinite truths. Lin Moyu was immediately fascinated by it. This formation taught Lin Moyu what simplicity is. The entire formation is just a rune. It was not a divine rune, but a rune that Lin Moyu had seen before but did not recognize. That was a rune from Chaos, and Lin Moyu called it the Chaos Array. A Chaos talisman may not look complicated at all, but its function is comparable to that of tens of millions of divine talismans. The runes on the wound that had once been left on the body of Redstone Real Lord were also Chaos runes, but their level was far from comparable to the Chaos rune in front of him. The Chaos symbol evolved into a formation to connect several gems together. The power of the gems was fused in the formation. The power of several gems with completely different functions can be perfectly integrated through this simple formation. Lin Moyu watched the power flowing in the formation and explored along the veins, studying not only the formation but also the 4 gems. He was addicted to it. This Chaos rune opened the door to a new world for Lin Moyu, allowing him to see the tip of the iceberg of Chaos Ming. From the Chaos runes that come with Chaos creatures to the Chaos runes in the Calamity Scepter, it can be inferred that runes are everywhere in Chaos and are still the most important. Generally speaking, as long as one can thoroughly study the runes, one will be able to thrive in the Chaos. From a young age, if one could thoroughly study the Chaos Talisman, one would be able to master the Scepter of Calamity, and would be more confident in dealing with the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The Chaos Talisman upholds the ultimate mystery of simplicity. It is simple yet complex, making Lin Moyu completely forget the passage of time. The fire of burning the world keeps burning, constantly refining the power of the realm and accumulating the refined power of the realm. The power of the realm accumulated through refining for only a few thousand years can be compared with that obtained by the ghost husband's body. Lin Moyu could only say that the ghost husband clone was too conservative. But it makes sense. When the main body is out of contact, although the soul clone has the ability to think for itself, it is still just a clone after all, and its flaws are too obvious. The fact that nothing has changed in countless years is enough to illustrate this point. When Lin Moyu woke up from the formation, a full 7,000 years had passed. He once again experienced what it meant for time to pass by like lightning and how meaningless a cultivator's time was. In the past 7,000 years, neither the universe nor the core of the realm has changed much. Only he gained some benefits from the Chaos symbol and the Scepter of Scourge. Although it was just some superficial knowledge, it was still a gain. I understood the deeper uses of the Scepter of Scourge. The power of the Scourge Scepter is extremely strong. I have only been able to exert a tiny bit of its power before. Even now, it is only slightly better than before. If you want to truly unleash the power of the Scourge Scepter, you must at least reach the Chaos Realm. But for now, as long as he can reach the half-step Chaos Realm, dealing with the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master will basically not be a problem. The previously predicted 60% chance of winning has now reached at least 80%. Lin Moyu left his soul clone in the Scourge Scepter. His consciousness returned, and his true body, which had been silent for thousands of years, slowly opened its eyes and uttered a thunderous voice, "It's time to break through. All the necessary preparations have been made, and now it is time to reach your own realm. Take the last step and achieve the semi-chaos state." In fact, Lin Moyu has the ability to achieve the Chaos Realm directly, but he doesn't want to. He needs to accomplish some things in the half-step Chaos Realm. Once he breaks through to the Chaos realm directly, those things will not be done. Therefore, he must first enter the half-step Chaos realm. Only in this way can his plan be carried out smoothly. It is not difficult to enter the half-step Chaos realm. Lin Moyu is very clear about how deep his accumulation is. He only needs to continue to improve the level of the universe. As long as the universe is strong enough, he will be able to break through. The power of the realm accumulated over thousands of years took effect and was sent into the universe, which then exploded. Under the leadership of Lin Moyu, the universe transformed into a glutton, greedily absorbing the power of the realm. The evolution of the universe began to accelerate, getting faster and faster. In just 10 days, it felt like 10,000 years. The aura of the universe is getting stronger and the level is improving. The practitioners in the world are also benefiting greatly, and their cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. Small worlds popped up like mushrooms after rain, and living beings in the vast world were constantly being nurtured. Lin Moyu could feel that in addition to the power of the realm provided by himself, the world was also constantly absorbing chaotic energy from the chaos. The evolution and birth of life still requires the participation of chaotic energy. Lin Moyu now understands that chaotic energy is the foundation, especially the rules contained in chaotic energy. That is the foundation of everything. The Tao that the great Lord of natural disasters once faced is the source of everything. The world has been evolving at an accelerated pace since its birth. Lin Moyu has saved a huge amount of time for the world by various means. This time, the world completed a journey that would have taken millions of years in just a few years. Lin Moyu witnessed with his own eyes the appearance of a thin barrier outside the vast world. This is the boundary barrier. The emergence of the boundary barrier also means that the universe has become a complete boundary. Although the previous universe was also a realm, it was still much weaker than the 5 worlds. The 5 worlds domain is not that strong, and the Great Thousand World is even weaker than it. Its only advantage is that it has Lin Moyu as its master. The rules of the Great Thousand World are extremely perfect and do not have the same flaws as the 5 worlds domain. Now, the strength of the Great Thousand World has completely caught up and is no weaker than the 5 worlds. The Great Thousand World can now be renamed the Great Thousand Realm, where a library of transcendence can also be born. But this is not the limit of the Great Manos Thousand Worlds. Due to its defects, the 5 worlds cannot become stronger. Compared with the realms of the previous 4 worlds, the 5 worlds are much weaker. According to Lin Moyu's original observation, the previous world domains could accommodate the existence of half-step chaos realm within the domain, so the universe could continue to grow stronger. There is still some power of the realm, which is available for the universe to absorb. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu discovered that an inexplicable connection seemed to have formed between the Great Thousand Worlds and the 5 worlds domain. The 2 realms became less conflicting, and they could vaguely accept each other's existence. This made Lin Moyu see the possibility of realm fusion. After all, he would need to refine the 9 realms in the future. If there were conflicts between the realms, that would be troublesome. After hundreds of years, the world finally absorbed all the power of the realm and reached its true limit. Lin Moyu's power was also constantly rising, and the Immortal Avenue was roaring and vibrating, as if urging Lin Moyu to break through. Then let's break through. Lin Moyu left the core of the realm, entered the place of origin, and came to the Avenue of Immortality. The power of the great Tao surged out and gathered in the palm of his hand, and the 2 forces of life and death intertwined to form a yin and yang ball. The power of life and death continued to pour in, and the power of the yin-yang ball became stronger and stronger. When the yin-yang ball reached its peak, Lin Moyu suddenly slapped the entire yin-yang ball onto himself. Boom! The yin-yang ball exploded, and the power of death and life and death enveloped his entire body at the same time. Lin Moyu's body seemed to be split into 2, half of which was the power of life and the other half was the power of death. Reverse. As Lin Moyu's will roared, the forces of life and death reversed at the same time. They reached their peak, and then jumped to the other end. The power of life turned into the power of death, and it was stronger than pure power of death. The same was true for the power of death, which transformed into a powerful force of life and enveloped half of the body. After the power of life and death was reversed, it became several points stronger than before, but this was not enough. Lin Moyu was not satisfied. He continued to mobilize the power of life and death, pushing it to the peak again. Another reversal. The power of life and death in their bodies exploded again, and a second reversal occurred, each heading towards another extreme leaf formation. In the process, a powerful force erupted, almost tearing Lin Moyu's body into pieces. The power of the Great Tao can be reversed and sublimated many times. Lin Moyu once did something similar with the help of formations, but now he is reversing and sublimating based on himself. After the second reversal and sublimation, Immortal Avenue 320 became stronger, and the powerful force began to feed back to itself. The body was squeezed, and the few remaining impurities were removed. The body became stronger and began to transcend eternity. In the past, there were not many people who cultivated their physical bodies in the origin continent, and the physical bodies of those who cultivated them were generally not strong. This is a disease of the origin continent. If the physical body is not strong enough, its limit is the origin Tao Lord. It is almost impossible to become the Lord of the Tao. The Lord of the Great Tao that Lin Moyu saw existed eternally, and his physical body was very powerful. There may be differences in strength between them, but the gap is not too obvious. At least they all have to reach a passing line. After he became the master of the origin continent, he changed some of the rules of the origin continent. When each practitioner practiced, their physical body would become stronger, and they could even comprehend the way to practice the physical body, which made up for this shortcoming. And his own physical body has always been extremely strong, and among all eternal beings, it is the pinnacle existence. Even the master of physical power who cultivates the physical body is not as good as himself. After using the power-gathering technique again and again and breaking the body again and again, the body is not only strong, but also extremely resilient. The strong physical body is also prepared for the future half-step chaos realm and the completion of chaos. At this moment, the body precedes the soul and begins to sublime and transcend. The boundary rules discovered this immediately, and strands of rule power surged in, trying to expel Lin Moyu. Soulless. Lin Moyu's thought flashed through his mind, and the soulless beast, which had been preparing for a long time, immediately let out a low growl. The surging power of rules was dispelled, and the soulless beast used its privilege to temporarily prevent Lin Moyu from being affected by the rules of the realm. But this state cannot last long. Lin Moyu needs to make a breakthrough during this period. As for after the breakthrough, Lin Moyu can enter the Dewey boat, which is beyond the rules of the realm. As long as he is in the Dewey boat, he will not be expelled. In addition, he has other ways. As his body continued to sublimate and become stronger, Lin Moyu's aura also changed, as if it did not belong to this realm. Lin Moyu did not stop there and continued to push the Immortal Avenue. After the second transformation, his experience of life and death was once again pushed to the limit. Sublimation. With a low shout, the power of life and death reversed and sublimated again, becoming stronger again. After 3 sublimations, the power of life and the power of death have doubled compared to before. This time, the soul is also driven and begins the leaf formation. If it were someone else, this wouldn't be necessary. Normal transcendence would only require 1 sublimation. The power after a reversal and sublimation will slowly penetrate into the body and drive the soul, achieving transcendence. But Lin Moyu didn't want that. He wanted to control himself and, through the sublimation of self-transcendence, push the path to immortality in reverse. Using the Great Tao to sublimate and transcend is actually a sublimation of the Great Tao, but most eternal existences are not clear about it. To transcend oneself does not mean to escape from the Great Tao. On the contrary, after entering the chaos, one still needs to make use of the Great Tao. Therefore, making the avenue stronger will be of great benefit to the future. Axi, when many transcendents attempt to enter the primal chaos realm, the avenue within the realm will evolve into a replica that merges into the transcendent. The Tao is always with you. Even if you enter chaos, you can mobilize the Tao at any time and use it to induce the power of chaos. But Lin Moyu would not do that. He planned to directly integrate the Immortal Avenue into himself. Therefore, he planned to feed the sublimated power back to the Immortal Avenue, making the Immortal Avenue even stronger. 3 sublimations were not enough. Lin Moyu once again accumulated his strength to the limit and began the 4th sublimation. After 4 sublimations, the power increased several times. The body was under great pressure, and so was the soul. Facing the power of life and death that had increased several times, both the body and the soul were on the verge of collapse. Lin Moyu forced himself to steady his body and soul, and uttered a dull voice, only 4 times? To other practitioners, achieving 4 sublimations was a miracle, unimaginable, but Lin Moyu was not satisfied. He felt he could do it again. There was a voice in his subconscious that told him, 4 times is not enough. But the state of his body and soul told him that this was already his limit. If sublimated again, the body and soul will collapse. He won't die. After all, he has the talent of rebirth and can be resurrected after collapse. But even if this breakthrough fails, once it begins, it cannot be interrupted. Lin Moyu recounted his cultivation experience, especially the experience after becoming the Taoist master. He took every step firmly and without any problems. His foundation was already as solid as it could be. Even if he were to do it again, he could not do better. If you want to increase the number of sublimations, you need external forces. Lin Moyu suddenly realized a fact: anyone can only sublimate 4 times on their own, no more. But the reason why his subconscious mind was like this was because the great lord of natural disasters had once surpassed the limit of 4 sublimations. The reason for being able to surpass others is not due to oneself, but external forces. What external forces can you rely on? The Ice Jade Futon and the Seeking Cause Ring were rejected immediately. Strictly speaking, these 2 were not his own magic weapons, and the backlash of the Seeking Cause Ring would immediately break him if he dared to use it. Scourge Scepter? It was also denied that the Scepter of Natural Disaster was used to kill people, not for cultivation. He didn't mean that it couldn't be used to assist in cultivation, but it couldn't be used now. This external force is not an external magic weapon, but something you possess. Lin Moyu immediately knew what it was: the World Tree and the Chaos Seed. These 2 guys, one is sleeping, and the other is absorbing the chaotic energy in the chaotic world. Try it. I need your help. Lin Moyu's thoughts surged and formed invisible consciousness in the soul world, which was transmitted through the branches of the World Tree. Lin Moyu's thoughts, one after another, transformed into invisible shouts, shaking the soul world. A moment later, the branches of the World Tree began to shake violently. Master, I'm here to help you. The little tree's voice suddenly rang out. The little tree, which was sleeping and evolving, heard Lin Moyu's cry and woke up instantly. A clear voice brought hope, and a small tree appeared beside Lin Moyu's soul. The branches of the world stretched out, first covering the entire soul world, making the soul world as solid as a rock. Once again, a large number of branches stretched down, and on the branches, spiritual flowers bloomed. Tens, hundreds, and thousands of spiritual flowers bloomed at the same time, searching for and wrapping up Lin Moyu. Then the branches stretched out from the soul world, broke through the boundary of reality and came to the real world. A large number of leaves in the world turned into armor, covering and wrapping Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's inspiration struck him: sublimation. The 5th sublimation begins, the power of life and death reverses and explodes, and the entire process is completed almost instantly. A huge force erupted from Lin Moyu's soul and body. A large number of spiritual flowers in his soul were torn to pieces, but more spiritual flowers immediately replaced them. Countless cracks appeared in the leaves of the World Tree on the fleshy body, but they were immediately replaced by more World Tree leaves. The little tree controlled the World Tree, and a huge amount of power surged over and steadily flowed into Lin Moyu's body and soul. The 5th sublimation was safely passed. The bet was right. Lin Moyu's heart was filled with joy. He had surpassed his limit. If he could feed back to the immortal Tao in his current state and step into the chaos realm in the future, he would be invincible among those in the same realm. But Lin Moyu's subconscious mind still told him that 5 times was not the limit and he could continue. 9 is the ultimate of the Tao. Lin Moyu suddenly had this idea, which was extremely absurd, but seemed to have some possibility. There are 9 sublimations, and subconsciously I want to sublimate 5 times. Where does the subconscious mind come from? It could be just an unconscious delusion of his own, or it could be a thought left behind by the great Lord of natural disasters. 5 sublimations were already a miracle, and a 9th sublimation was beyond my comprehension. It was simply impossible. Lin Moyu's thoughts reached out to the little tree. Little tree, can you still hold on? Xiaoyang immediately responded, no problem, master, continue. Lin Moyu believed in the little tree and once again activated the immortal avenue to accumulate strength. Sublimation. A moment later, with a low shout, the 6th reversal and sublimation began. The power doubled again, and hundreds of spiritual flowers were almost all torn into pieces, and a large number of cracks appeared on the soul. The small tree replenished the spiritual flowers as soon as possible, and a large number of branches tightened, tightly binding Lin Moyu's soul. The huge force came in waves, breaking the branches of the small tree, but more branches would immediately replace them. The situation of the physical body is similar. The world tree leaf is a treasure for refining weapons and is extremely strong, but now it is torn into pieces like rags. Fortunately, there are enough leaves in the world, and no matter how many are torn into pieces, they can be replenished immediately. In addition, the branches bind the body to prevent it from breaking. Enormous power was injected into the body, healing the injuries to the body and soul. The 6th sublimation was finally passed without any danger, but Lin Moyu felt that the world tree had reached its limit. The power that just erupted has surpassed eternity, and its destructive power is close to the realm of chaos. If it were to sublimate again, the power it unleashed might truly reach the chaos realm, and by then even a small tree might not be able to withstand it. But the thought in his subconscious mind kept urging him on like a demon. Just when he was hesitating whether to proceed with the 7th sublimation, the little tree suddenly said, Master, I feel like there is something in your place that is very useful to me. Thing? Lin Moyu immediately knew what it was. It was a piece of tree core left by the ancient tree king. Is this it? Lin Moyu took out the tree core and handed it to the little tree. Xiaoshu happily took it and said, Yes, this is it. Lin Moyu asked, What's the use of this? Xiaoshu said, I feel like this thing should be mine. It contains some of my power. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the core of the ancient tree king? How could it be from a small tree? Is there any relationship between the ancient tree king and the little tree? Lin Moyu thought about the growth of the ancient tree king. It was a seed that the 5th Tianqiu Palace Master accidentally obtained. This seed grew into the ancient tree king smoothly, and the small tree was formed by the fusion of his own innate flames. There should be no relationship between them. But now is not the time to study this. Xiaoshu has already said, with this, Master, you can sublimate again. Lin Moyu asked, Are you sure? Xiaoshu said confidently, No problem. Lin Moyu still believed in Xiaoshu. Okay, get ready. The immortal avenue was strengthened and condensed once again. In the place of returning to its origin, the immortal avenue was shaking violently, and the endless power of the avenue was once again sent into Lin Moyu's body. After 6 sublimations, Lin Moyu's demand for the immortal avenue became even greater. The immortal avenue provided power with all its strength, so much so that the entire land of return was roaring. 0. Request flowers. The unusual movements in the land of origin finally attracted the attention of several eternal beings. Figures appeared on several other avenues, and some eternal beings intended to enter the land of origin to see what was going on. When they saw what Lin Moyu was doing, they all cried out in surprise, but then suppressed their voices and did not dare to disturb Lin Moyu. I really don't dare. If anyone dares to disturb Lin Moyu now, it will cut off Lin Moyu's path. If Lin Moyu blames anyone afterwards, no one will be able to bear it. Lin Moyu is not a good person and has done murders and destructions before. The power that erupted from Lin Moyu, despite the obstacles of the rules, still frightened them. They felt that Lin Moyu's power had long exceeded the limit that the realm could bear, and it seemed that killing them would not be difficult. The old man whispered, "Fellow Taoist, Lin's strength is truly astonishing." The human emperor also said in a deep voice, "It is quite terrifying. If we observe carefully, we should gain something." The old man hummed, "They all look good." His voice was interrupted by an invisible force, and the soulless beast appeared in the void. He used the rules to make the land of return enter a silent state. The entire Guiyuan land became silent. Song could see but could not speak. Finally, when he had accumulated enough strength, Lin Moyu shouted, "Sublime." The seventh sublimation began, the avenue was successfully reversed, and terrifying power erupted. The spiritual flowers outside the soul body were instantly torn into pieces, and so were the leaves in the world outside the physical body. Not only the spiritual flowers and leaves, but the leaves were also shattered. Cracks appeared in both the soul and the body, and they could collapse at any time. The power now has entered the chaotic realm. The aftermath transcends the rules, and the main shocks of the other avenues are blown away. Those eternal beings are blown to pieces and fly around in the place of return. The little tree raised the core of the ancient tree king and said, "Suppress it." The core of the tree sparkled, and the shadow of the ancient tree king emerged and fell down with a bang. The shadow of the ancient tree king appeared behind Lin Moyu's soul and body at the same time. The shadow merged with his soul and body, firmly suppressing him. The body and soul that were about to collapse stabilized again. The light in the core of the ancient king tree is gradually dimming and can only be used once. At this time, a gap appeared in the soul world, and Chaosi flew over shouting, "Master, I'm back, King." Hun Dunzi finally returned. He flew around in the soul world and seemed very excited. "Master, what are you playing?" "Xiaoshu, tell me quickly, what's fun?" Lin Moyu had just completed her 7th ascension. "I'm in the process of transcendence. My body and soul are unstable. Do you have a calendar?" Hun Dunzi said, "This is not difficult. Isn't it enough to complete the initial chaos transformation?" Lin Moyu said angrily, "I haven't transcended yet, how can I become chaotic?" Hun Dunzi said as if it was a matter of course, "What's so difficult about this? It's not like you have to be detached to complete chaos. If others don't go the way I do, then I will." As he spoke, he flew over Lin Moyu's head. The small chaos pearl cracked open a crack, and a huge amount of chaos energy rolled out from it. The chaos child's true form is the chaos pearl, which contains an independent world. Lin Moyu had never been to this world before, and only now did he realize that this world was filled with chaotic energy, and it was not ordinary chaotic energy. The chaotic energy in the chaos orb of 390 is not aggressive, and is somewhat similar to the chaotic energy in the scepter of calamity. But the difference is that the chaotic energy in the chaos pearl is controlled by someone. Chaos Child manipulated the chaotic energy into a gentle rain that fell on Lin Moyu. The chaotic energy quickly penetrated into the surface of his soul. Lin Moyu immediately felt something subtle happen to his soul. Change. The nature of the soul's surface changes, just like it changes from an eggshell to a stone, with a qualitative change in both strength and hardness. Lin Moyu felt that his soul had a sense of heaviness, no longer as illusory and ethereal as before, and he had a vague illusion of transitioning from the virtual world to the real world. The changes in the soul were also reflected in the physical body, and changes also appeared on the skin of the physical body. The skin began to become chaotic. The strength and defense of the physical body began to increase significantly. Lin Moyu was very surprised by this change. As far as he knew, chaos required a long period of accumulation, and it would take thousands of years if it did not progress. But in front of Hun Dunzi, it seemed that it would be completed in no time. Hun Dunzi suddenly said, "Master, please don't just stand there, keep driving the Asus." Lin Moyu finally reacted and activated the Immortal Avenue again to continue accumulating strength. Next is the 8th sublimation. The power required is even more powerful, and the power level of the Immortal Avenue itself is not enough. The accumulation time becomes longer. Hun Dunzi helped Lin Moyu to achieve chaos, and Lin Moyu enjoyed it. He didn't even have to do it himself to complete the initial chaos. Who else could have such treatment? Finally, the power of the Great Tao accumulated enough, and Lin Moyu said, "I am going to sublime." Hun Dunzi promised, "Master, go ahead." Lin Moyu always felt that it was not very reliable, unlike the trust he had just given to Xiaoshu, but he still chose to advance. Sublimation. With a thought, the 8th sublimation begins. With a loud bang, the 8th sublimated terrifying power erupted, and the surrounding roads suffered and were blown away again. Fortunately, those eternal beings had anticipated this and flew very far away to avoid making a fool of themselves. A huge force surged in the land of return, and Lin Moyu's legs suddenly exploded and turned into powder. The body and soul are like this, one journey at a time. Fortunately, it was only 2 legs, at least the upper body was intact, with just some cracks, but not broken. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The pain of his broken body was nothing to him, but this accident should not have happened. He could feel the power of the 8th sublime rise surging in his body, blocked by his already somewhat chaotic skin. These powers continued to refine his body and soul, making them stronger. But the lower body. Lin Moyu expressed helplessness. Hun Dunzi's apologetic voice sounded, "I'm sorry, Master, my lower body hasn't completed the chaos transformation yet." Lin Moyu was speechless for a moment. "So you say go ahead?" Hun Dunzi said, "I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I made a mistake." Sure enough, my feeling was right. Hun Dunzi was just so unreliable, at least not as reliable as Xiaoshu. Fortunately, the upper body was fine and the sublimation was not interrupted. After the power calmed down a little, Xiaoyang immediately treated Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu also used his life force to heal his injuries. During this process, Xiaoshu said nothing. He was obviously helpless towards the idiot Hun Dun. The soul gradually recovered and the body returned to normal. Hun Dunzi sent more chaos energy to his lower body. "Master, don't worry. There won't be any accidents next time." Lin Moyu remained skeptical. "Are you sure you can continue?" Hun Dunzi said, "It should be no problem." Should, what does should mean? The 9th sublimation would at least double the power, but it was just the chaos of the surface, and Lin Moyu had no confidence at all. Seeing that Lin Moyu was silent, Hun Dunzi whispered, "Master, please control the speed of sublimation. Wait until the chaos transformation is truly complete before sublimating. There is at least a 70% chance that we can hold on." Well, this sentence should be correct. With a 70% chance of success, Lin Moyu felt he could take a gamble. 9 sublimations were enough to make him invincible in the same realm, and he could even fight across borders. When the time comes, when the half-step chaos fights against chaos, he will have a better chance of success when facing the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Having made the decision, Lin Moyu continued to activate the Immortal Avenue, but at a slower speed than before, as he was in a state of chaos and wanted to buy time. Chaos Child sped up and tried hard to complete the chaos for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could feel that his soul, body, and skin were changing at the same time. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, and the qualitative change was gradually spreading throughout his body, with fewer and fewer flaws. Once the chaotic transformation of the epidermis is completed, one can enter chaos, but the chaotic calendar cannot be mobilized. Therefore, it has no impact on his next plan. He still cannot choose chaos as his battlefield. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master is a real chaos realm. If he fights in chaos, he will suffer losses. The battlefield remains unchanged, and neither does my previous plan. Finally, Chaos Child stopped emitting chaotic energy. Master has completed the transformation into chaos. Lin Moyu has also accumulated the power of the Great Tao to the limit at this moment. The world tree once again uses a large number of spirit flowers and world leaves to wrap up the soul and body. Although the effect is not great, it is better than nothing. With a 70% chance of success, it should be no problem. Lin Moyu thought, "Rate." Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the soul and body, as if it would collapse at any time. Even the soul and body after its skin turned into chaos could not hold on. The power overflowing from the cracks alone was enough to tear the spirit flowers and world tree leaves into pieces. Sublimation is continuing, and the crack is expanding at a slow rate. If this continues, it won't be long before Lin Moyu's soul and body will collapse, and the sublimation will end in failure. Miscalculated. Lin Moyu 0.0 muttered to himself, and the 9th sublimation burst out with a power 2 or 3 times stronger than the 8th sublimation. He tried every method to prevent the disintegration of his soul and body, but failed. The destructive power that erupted exceeded expectations. The 9th sublimation was the ultimate sublimation, and it was somewhat different. Chaos Child spewed out chaotic energy, but it was of no avail. He transformed into a cauldron and wanted to put Lin Moyu into the cauldron and fry her, but the cauldron was blown away by the great Tao before it could touch Lin Moyu. Inexplicable rules shattered the void and poured in, enveloping Lin Moyu's soul. Chaos Child cried out strangely, "Chaos rules, how could chaos rules come?" The sample was sparkling, and a large amount of world fruits, spiritual flowers, and leaves fell into the gold and silver tree juice and quickly melted in the gold and silver tree juice. The scent of the gold and silver tree sap rose, becoming more powerful, and its effect was also rapidly increasing. The little tree screamed, and the sap of the golden and silver trees surged towards Lin Moyu. The sap of the gold and silver trees has the effect of clarifying thoughts and increasing the speed of cultivation, but at this moment it has been integrated with the branches of the world, the fruits of the world, and the spiritual flowers, and the effect has mutated. The sap of the gold and silver tree has various effects such as stability, recovery, toughness, and strengthening. Moreover, these effects have the same origin and are greatly enhanced after fusion. The only problem was that the originally huge amount of gold and silver tree sap was rapidly withering at this moment, shrinking 1,000 times in an instant and was about to wither. This is an overdraft of all abilities and also an overdraft of the strength of the little tree. The fused sap of the gold and silver trees was poured onto Lin Moyu's body, nourishing his cracking soul and body. The cracking stopped immediately and began to slowly recover. Xiaoshu felt a little weak, but he was happy that Lin Moyu's sublimation was finally successful, even if it cost him the price. As long as Lin Moyu is still here and I am still here, these things will recover sooner or later. Han Dunzi flew to the little tree and said, "That's awesome." Xiaoshu smiled, "The beauty is about to succeed." Han Dunzi was quite pleased with himself. Of course, with us here, how could we possibly fail? With the nourishment of the golden and silver tree sap, Lin Moyu's soul and body quickly stabilized, and all the cracks disappeared in the blink of an eye. He finally passed the 9th sublimation safely. Lin Moyu also breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel the huge amount of experience growing. The power of the Tao in his body has reached an incredible level, at least 100 times higher than before the sublimation. The power sublimation has been completed, and only the last step is left. He wants to feed the sublimated power back to the Immortal Avenue, and absorb the Immortal Avenue into his body, and merge with the Immortal Avenue. In this way, he can enter the Chaos Realm, but he has to suppress his own realm and cannot enter the Chaos Realm for the time being. He can only stay in the half-step Chaos Realm. The method is very simple. After giving back to the Tao, do not take the Tao away and do not merge it with yourself. That way you can stay in the half-step Chaos Realm. After finishing all the things in the realm, he will merge with the great Tao to rush out of the realm, break through the blockade of the soul-devouring Emperor, and truly enter the chaos. Affected by the chaotic energy, he officially entered the chaotic realm. This was what he had planned before. He was about to feed the power back to the Immortal Avenue when suddenly the scepter of calamity in his soul lit up. The 4 gems hummed, and the formation at the core of the calamity scepter automatically started to operate. A huge force rushed out from the Calamity Scepter and slammed into Lin Moyu's body. The power that had just completed sublimation began to increase again. The power after 9 sublimations was already at the critical point. Now the Calamity Scepter suddenly erupted, causing the power of the Immortal Avenue after 9 sublimations to surge upwards again, reaching the true extreme. Without giving Lin Moyu any time to react, after reaching the peak, it sublimated again, the 10th sublimation. A terrifying force swept out from Lin Moyu's body, blowing away the rules of the Land of Origin. The other avenues in the Land of Origin continued to twist and were on the verge of collapse. The faces of several eternal beings who were watching the show changed drastically. They sensed that their own paths were unstable and seemed to have reached the brink of collapse. But they could do nothing. A huge force blew over them, and their bodies were shattered one by one, and they were driven out of their place of origin. The entire Land of Origin is shaking. If this continues, the Land of Origin may collapse. By then, these eternal beings will at best fall in realm and become the masters of the great Tao, at worst fall into silence. If the Land of Origin is broken, the divine symbols in the core of the realm will be affected, the entire realm will be in chaos, the loss of lives will be the least of it, and the collapse of a large number of worlds is normal. And all this is because of Lin Moyu. No matter how strong his luck is, it will be taken away, and the rules of the realm will regard him as an enemy. The soulless beast roared one after another, and the roars guided the rules, forcibly stabilizing the place of return and protecting all the avenues. Lin Moyu's body was covered with cracks. He couldn't withstand the 10th sublimation, not even with the gold and silver tree sap. Hun Dunzi, who was smiling a second ago, was stunned. How could this happen? The little tree shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and think of a solution quickly." "What can I do?" Hun Dunzi shouted instinctively. The small tree waved its hands, and countless branches stretched out. The trunk cracked, and a powerful force surged out to send to Lin Moyu, helping him to stabilize his body. But Xiaoshu had already used up a lot of his strength before, and now even if he exerted all his strength, he would still feel a little powerless. Hun Dunzi rushed around anxiously. After a few breaths, he suddenly shouted, "Never mind, never mind. Let it be. I'm going to fight." The Chaos Pearl flew to the top of Lin Moyu's head, and then it suddenly grew larger, turning into a large ball with a diameter of 100 meters. A huge crack appeared, and the Chaos Pearl suddenly cracked. At the same time, Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, "Xiaoshu, stop, I'll do it." The small tree stopped immediately, and the Chaos Pearl simultaneously spewed out a massive amount of chaotic energy that enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was now concentrating on maintaining the turbulent and sublimated power in his body, and had no time to care about what Hun Dunzi was going to do. Now everything has become a mess for Lin Moyu. The sudden riot of the Scourge Scepter is completely beyond his expectations. He had finally completed 9 sublimations and had clearly reached the pinnacle, but the Scepter of Calamity suddenly made him sublime again. The 10th sublimation broke the rules and everything went out of control. With no other options, Lin Moyu could only trust Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi. With the help of the chaotic energy, Hun Dunzi and Lin Moyu became one. With the blessing of the chaotic energy, the speed of the soul's collapse slowed down a little, but only a little. "Sacrifice!" Chaos Child screamed. At this moment, in the chaotic area outside the universe, trillions of undead servants woke up at the same time. Trillions of undead servants rushed out from the universe at the same time, entered the soul world, and then rushed into the Chaos Pearl. After they entered the Chaos Pearl, they immediately self-destructed. The enormous force generated by the self-destruction was quickly absorbed by the Chaos Pearl and transformed into an even more powerful force that flowed into Lin Moyu's body. The power of the undead servant after the explosion of 287 turned into a bridge, constantly absorbing the power of the avenue running wildly in Lin Moyu's body, and then sent this chaotic power back to the Chaos Pearl along a special channel. The Chaos Pearl roared continuously, and the power that was sucked away from Lin Moyu exploded inside the Chaos Pearl, causing Chaos Child to scream continuously. The Chaos Orb is his true body, and he will feel pain when the Chaos Orb is impacted. But no matter what he did, Hun Dunzi didn't stop. He used his undead servants as a bridge to continuously draw the chaotic power in Lin Moyu's body into the Chaos Orb, thereby relieving Lin Moyu's pressure, while he himself continued to suffer damage. Fortunately, the Chaos Orb itself was powerful enough. Although Chaos Child screamed in pain from the explosion, he himself was not seriously injured. The undead servants rushed in one after another, lined up and exploded, turning into a bridge. Seeing this, the little tree once again urged the remaining golden and silver sap to continue nourishing Lin Moyu. Even a tiny bit of help at this moment might be able to reverse the situation. Gradually, the power in Lin Moyu's body began to weaken, and the cracks in his soul reached a balance and stopped expanding, finally stabilizing. The sap of the gold and silver trees was exhausted, and the little tree gave up, hoping that Chaos Child could hold on. He could see that it was almost done. Trillions of undead servants were almost dead, and Chaos continued to work hard, and he felt that he was almost there. Within the core of the Scourge Scepter, Lin Moyu's clone was outside the formation. The formation was in operation, and a phantom emerged from the center. The shadow was faceless, and the moment he appeared, Lin Moyu felt as if the entire space and time had stopped. Not an illusion, but true stillness. Not only the Scepter of Calamity, but also Lin Moyu's soul world, including the land of origin, all stopped in time and space. The soulless beast didn't notice anything unusual and had been standing there motionless. The violent wind that was raging in the land of origin also stopped with the appearance of the phantom. The avenue stopped flowing, and the place of origin was blocked by an invisible force, completely disconnected from the outside world. Inside the Calamity Scepter, Lin Moyu looked at the being that suddenly appeared in the formation and guessed the other party's identity. He should be the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, his previous life. A trace of his consciousness was hidden in the core of the Calamity Scepter. After studying the formation for so many years, he had not discovered it. He hid it very deeply. Instinctively, he whispered, "You're not here?" The shadow was faceless, but Lin Moyu could feel that he was looking at him. After a while, the shadow's voice slowly came out, "I'm gone, but you are here." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. This sentence almost confirmed his identity as the reincarnation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu felt complicated and even conflicted. When he knew that he might be the reincarnation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, he felt an indescribable emotion, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. At this time, the shadow continued, "I know what you are thinking. You are me, and you are not me. There is no need to dwell on this issue." He saw through Lin Moyu's thoughts and gave Lin Moyu an answer. He didn't say it clearly. If Lin Moyu could understand, that would be the best. If she didn't understand, he wouldn't explain any more. He didn't give Lin Moyu time to think, but continued, "I completed 9 sublimations back then, and my combat power was unparalleled, but when I faced him, I still had no power to resist because I failed to break the rules." Lin Moyu naturally understood who he was in the words. That was the Tao, the end of everything. No one knows the true face of Tao, how it exists, or where it is. They only know that it is omniscient and that as long as it is mentioned, it will be sensed by it. The consciousness of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters froze time and space, and his words would not be recorded by the avenue of time, but no one dared to call his name directly. Lin Moyu asks, "How do you break the rules?" The Great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "Breaking the rules requires 2 conditions. The Scepter of Natural Disaster is one of them. I believe you have already obtained it. Gather all 5 gems and you will gain the power to break the rules. The second is you. If you can't break the rules, then you have no right to be his enemy." Lin Moyu understood. Back then, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters fought to the end of the chaos and saw the Tao. Holding the Scepter of Natural Disaster, he originally had the opportunity to clash with the Tao, but because he was still within the rules, he was defeated, and defeated completely. At that time, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters had completed 9 sublimations and was invincible in the world, but he was still defeated. The great Lord of Natural Disasters continued, sublimating the origin of the great Tao is something that both those in the primal chaos realm and the great Lord can do, but there is also a priority in this matter. The latter is not as good as the former, and the less is not as good as the more. When you advance to the chaos realm, it is the best time to advance to the next level. If you miss this opportunity, it will be 1,000 times more difficult to advance to the next level. And this moment is the only chance to transcend the rules. I know why you want to ask. Because of his realm, he won't set his sights on those below the chaos realm, who are even worse than ants. Lin Moyu understood that the Tao was known to be all-seeing and all-hearing, but it did not and would not pay attention to everyone. Creatures that are too weak are not even as good as ants in the eyes of Tao. He will not pay attention to them, or perhaps he is too lazy to pay attention to them. The dividing line between being an ant and not being one is the chaos realm. Those in the chaos realm are like ants, and those below the chaos realm are even worse than ants. Therefore, if you want to transcend the rules, there is only one chance, and that is when you achieve the chaos realm. After thinking about this, Lin Moyu felt a little ridiculous. He had practiced until now and finally reached his current level, but he had just become an ant in the eyes of others. The great Lord of Natural Disasters continued, you have now transcended the rules. The moment you step into the primal chaos, you will be noticed by him, and he will kill you without hesitation. So I will seal your power until you are worthy enough to face him, and then I will release the seal. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. But can we hide it from him by doing this? The great Lord of Natural Disaster said, the Natural Disaster Scepter is an existence that transcends the rules. In the entire chaos, only the Natural Disaster Scepter can do this. This is also the reason why I stay here. I don't have much power left, and I can't block time and space for a long time. You need to send most of your soul here, and then I will completely close this place until you take the initiative to open it. Now Lin Moyu has two choices. One is to trust the great Lord of Natural Disasters and seal part of his power here, which is actually to seal part of his soul here. But by doing this, Lin Moyu couldn't guarantee the absolute safety of this part of his soul. What if the great Lord of Heavenly Disasters had other intentions, or deceived him? The second is that he does not believe in the great Lord of Natural Disasters, but if that is the case, he may be killed when he enters the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu thought about it again, and finally made a decision. He chose to believe in the great Lord of Natural Disasters. In just a short moment, Lin Moyu thought a lot, and his instinctive consciousness told him that Tian Tinzuo's staying consciousness did not deceive him. At this time, the 10th sublimation was almost over, and he had not yet given back to the Tao. His soul and body strength were at their peak. The power after the 10th sublimation was very strong, so strong that even Lin Moyu felt terrified. He even had the illusion that he could cross the border and challenge the Chaos Realm alone without using the power-gathering technique. He sent most of his strength and part of his soul into the Scepter of Calamity, entered that independent space, and injected it into the formation. In the formation, the great Lord of Natural Disaster took action and sealed Lin Moyu's soul and power inside. Lin Moyu watched with his own eyes as the remaining consciousness of the great Lord of Natural Disasters became hazy and his power was being greatly depleted. If this continued, he would also dissipate when the seal was completed. Lin Moyu whispered, "You're leaving." He continued, "This is the meaning of my staying. Remember this, you belong to me, Zhao Nuo, but you are not me. You must walk your own path. The paths that everyone has walked are wrong. You must walk a path that belongs to you. There are no references or signposts on your path, only your own exploration. I hope you can get over the end and truly stand on the top." The independent space within the Scepter of Natural Disaster slowly closed, and the consciousness left behind by the great disaster used its last bit of strength to seal off this space. Lin Moyu's aura has dropped. His aura at this moment is equivalent to the state when he was 6 times Kaihua. The great Lord of Natural Disaster sealed most of his power, and Lin Moyu could still vaguely sense the sealed soul. As long as he held the Natural Disaster Scepter, he could establish a connection through the Natural Disaster Scepter. If one's power grows stronger, one's sealed soul will also grow stronger. It's like a trapped divine beast, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an ultimate explosion. Lin Moyu sighed softly and began to return to the great Tao of immortality, preparing to officially step into the half-step chaos ****. The immortal avenue grew stronger amidst the roar. With previous experience, feeding back to the immortal avenue became very smooth. Chaos Child returned to its normal size and circled around Lin Moyu. Master, are you okay? Why is your breath getting weaker? Xiao Shu was also very puzzled. Lin Moyu's aura was extremely powerful before, but now it has weakened many times. He didn't know what had happened. Lin Moyu did not respond. He was lost in thought at this moment. He chose to believe the great Lord of natural disasters, which meant complete trust. Based on this, if he continued to think about what the great Lord of natural disasters said, he would gain something completely different. The trace of thought left by the great Lord of natural disasters has always been hidden in the core of the natural disaster staff. Only in this way can it be hidden from the tracking of Tao. The reason why he stayed there was to allow himself to complete 10 sublimations in the chaos realm and thus transcend the rules. He did it, but it was full of variables. What if he didn't get the Scepter of Calamity? What if he failed to complete the 9 sublimations? These 9 sublimations were accomplished with the help of the World Tree and the Chaos Pearl, at a huge cost. There are too many variables involved, and even a great master cannot calculate it so clearly. Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the old man in green robe, who was the driving force behind the whole thing. In other words, the green-robed old man, the white-robed old man, and Taiyang Suzi are all in the same group. What is their relationship with the great Lord of natural disasters? Are they brothers or friends, or subordinates? There is no doubt that the great Lord of natural disasters had already reached the peak of chaos at that time. Although they were all great lords, the great Lord of natural disasters must be the strongest one. Perhaps this question can only be answered when one becomes a great master. The most important thing in the entire conversation was the last sentence said by the great Lord of natural disasters. He said that he was him, but also not him. The road he wanted to take was a road no one had ever walked before, and there were no signposts. Song could go there alone. Lin Moyu deeply understood these words. Although he was very likely the reincarnation of the great Lord of natural disasters, it was not a reincarnation in the ordinary sense. His memory, soul, and identity had all changed. Perhaps he had inherited something from the great Lord of natural disasters, but he was already a completely new individual, so he was both him and not him. The path he was about to take was one that no one had ever walked before, and this predecessor also included the great Lord of natural disasters. Only in this way can one have a chance to defeat the Tao and leap from the peak of chaos to the top. It is certain that the Tao is the ultimate at the end of chaos, and it is also the existence that he must eventually eliminate. If I don't solve the problem myself, I will just muddle through in the chaos like everyone else. Maybe that's a solution. But Lin Moyu believes in fate and karma, and will not let herself live comfortably. The great Lord of natural disasters and the Green Robe and others set up an extremely large game, using the entire chaos as the chessboard, and they played this game on a huge scale. If you succeed, you will have unimaginable gains, but if you fail, there will be no recovery. However, Lin Moyu had a feeling that the old man in green robe, who was hiding behind the scenes, would be fine even if he was defeated. He is the hidden chess player and the possibility of a comeback. In addition to the old man in green robe, there is also an old man in white robe, who seems to be hiding deeper. After figuring out these things, Lin Moyu became clear-minded and knew the path he would take in the future. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu. "Thank you for your hard work." The little tree shook its head and said, "It's okay, as long as the master is safe." Hun Dunzi also shouted, "I'm glad you're okay." They suffered a huge loss this time. 10,000 years of hard work have been destroyed in an instant. The little tree and Hun Dunzi paid a heavy price. At this moment, the little tree was a little wilted and its breath was weak, and so was Hun Dunzi. However, what Hun Dunzi said about his 10,000 years of hard work being destroyed in an instant was a bit exaggerated. The number should have been reduced by at least dozens of times, so it was probably almost like hundreds of years of hard work being destroyed in an instant. Lin Moyu said, "You guys go and recover first." The little tree hummed, its branches stretched out, and its roots re-entered the chaos, falling asleep again. But this time the sleep would not last long, and he could wake him up at any time if needed. Hun Dun also broke through the void and headed towards Hun Dun. Before leaving, he shouted, "Call me if you need anything important. For small matters, forget it." Lin Moyu's mind returned to reality. After receiving the feedback, the Immortal Avenue became dozens of times stronger than before, and he could no longer stay in the place of origin. The soulless beast controlled the rules and let the Immortal Avenue stay inside temporarily, waiting for Lin Moyu to wake up. Lin Moyu saw the devastated land of his homeland and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The soulless beast shook its head. "It's not hard. My master is already halfway to the Chaos Realm. Even the Immortal Path cannot stay in the Land of Return for long. My master needs to find a solution." Lin Moyu said, "This is easy." As he spoke, divine talismans flew out one after another, quickly covering the entire Immortal Avenue, and the aura of the Immortal Avenue dropped sharply. The strength of the Immortal Avenue has not changed, it just looks weaker, thus deceiving the rules. Lin Moyu himself did the same. One divine talisman after another fell on him, suppressing his own aura, also used to deceive the rules. The repeated sublimation of power allowed Lin Moyu to understand a lot, especially the method used by the Great Disaster to seal the power at the end, from which Lin Moyu also gained a lot. The magic talisman is ever-changing and can represent everything in the world and turn decay into magic. The core of the Five Worlds domain is also the Divine Rune. Lin Moyu now has a deeper understanding of the Divine Rune and has come into contact with the Chaos Rune. Use the talisman to deceive the core of the realm, and there is no pressure at all. Lin Moyu cheated the rules, and the soulless beast was free to clean up the mess in the land of origin, and everything returned to normal. After he finished cleaning up, he asked, "Master, what should we do next?" Lin Moyu said, "I want to go to the deepest part of the beast abyss again and set up a formation there." The soulless beast nodded, "I will open the passage for the master." At this time, several avenues shook slightly, and Lao Ying-Tu and others returned to their place of origin. Previously, their projections were blown away, and then time and space were suspended, making it impossible to enter the place of return. Now that time has finally recovered, they all returned as soon as possible. Old Ying-Tu looked at Lin Moyu with a puzzled look. Lin Moyu used the talisman to deceive the rules of the realm, and also deceived eternal beings like Old Ying-Tu. Finally, the old man couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Lin, did you succeed?" Lin Moyu spoke frankly, "I've already succeeded. I'm now halfway to chaos." The old man said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you going to leave the realm and enter the primal chaos?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I still have some things to do. I'll go after I finish them." Old Ying-Tu didn't ask what it was about. It was Lin Moyu's private matter, so he asked more questions himself. The human emperor was very clever and immediately said, "Then I wish Senior Lin all the best." Lin Moyu is already a half-step into the Chaos Realm, so naturally he has changed from a fellow Taoist to a senior. Although it is only a change in the title, it also shows his respect for the strong. The human emperor has always been like this, respecting the strong and having great desires. Lin Moyu glanced at the human emperor and said, "You are too polite, Taoist. I see that you are also about to make a breakthrough, but I have something to advise you not to do so for the time being." When Lin was about to break through, he observed the world and felt something was happening outside the realm. The breakthrough would not succeed. "Fellow Taoist, you can wait for a few thousand more years, and perhaps you will gain something unexpected." Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't tell them that he had set up a sky battle formation outside the boundary, and they couldn't get out at all. "I can only find another excuse. As for whether they believe it or not, that is their own business. Everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. If you don't believe in yourself and still want to break through, then I'm sorry, it's normal to get a bloody head and fail to break through. Lin Moyu left the place of origin, and with the soulless beast leading the way, he went directly into the beast abyss and reached the deepest part. There is a barrier here, and behind the barrier is where the real body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master is sleeping. The last time he came, Lin Moyu just took a quick peek, but this time he set up a formation within the barrier. Of course, the premise is not to disturb the formation that already exists in the barrier. The last time he came, Lin Moyu's formation level was not enough to do this, but this time it was different. His formation level had improved significantly, surpassing the 5th generation Tianqiu Guanchen. One after another, divine talismans flew out and merged into the barrier. Without disturbing the barrier, a formation was set up. This formation is very important. When his plan begins to be implemented, this formation will be the first outbreak point. Then Lin Moyu placed another array plate outside the barrier. He had previously set up a supergiant teleportation array outside the boundary. The teleportation array was divided into 2 arrays, the sub-array and the mother array, which was outside the boundary and was the battlefield he had chosen. After doing all this, Lin Moyu directly returned to the core of the realm. He continued to refine the divine runes. At this time, the divine runes in the central area had been refined by half. If he could refine more divine runes, the damage to the entire 5 worlds would be less. He was very careful and tried to be as silent as possible, but he also knew that as long as he continued to refine the talisman, he would eventually alarm the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. As more and more divine talismans were refined, the power of the realm that the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master could obtain became weaker and weaker. Correspondingly, the more divine runes Lin Moyu mastered, the closer he became to the realm. Lin Moyu was well prepared, ready to deal with the awakened 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master at any time. No one knew when he would wake up, so they could only wait. Lin Moyu Song hoped that he would wake up as late as possible. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed, and almost all of the talismans in the central area were refined by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the talismans in the central area were refined by himself, even if the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master woke up, the damage to the realm would not be too great. Master, I sense something unusual. The voice of the soulless beast suddenly came. Over the years, the soulless beast has always been keeping an eye on the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Once there is any situation, he will tell Lin Moyu immediately. Lin Moyu stopped and a talisman flew out and landed on a vortex. There are countless whirlpools in the core of the realm, and each whirlpool is connected to the entire body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu immediately sensed the other party's power through the talisman, which was rhythmically pulsating, as if it was a sign of awakening. The speed of the rhythm is changing from slow to fast, and the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master wakes up very quickly. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. It's later than expected. That's good. We are. The soulless beast opened a passage for Lin Moyu, leading directly to the deepest part of the beast abyss. At the same time, Lin Moyu sent a message to the World Tree, waking him up and preparing for this battle. After 1,000 years, the World Tree has recovered almost completely, and a major battle is no problem. Moreover, before he became an eternal being, the World Tree had been dormant for 10,000 years until he awakened it. Now it is still growing and is still in the transformation period. The attributes didn't seem to have changed, but Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the strength of the World Tree itself had greatly improved. The World Tree is no longer just a support, it can also fight and break through the boundaries between reality and illusion. If we talk about strength alone, the World Tree has almost surpassed eternal existence and is barely big enough to reach half a step into chaos. Lin Moyu discovered that the realm of the World Tree was related to himself, and he was the upper limit of the World Tree. As long as he became stronger, the World Tree would become stronger as well. The World Tree was awakened, and he was ready. In the chaotic area outside the universe, nearly 2 trillion undead servants are ready. Over the past millennia, the undead servants that had been completely consumed were replenished, and as the universe grew stronger and the chaotic region expanded, the number of undead servants reached a staggering 2 trillion. Not only did the number increase, but the strength also changed. After all, he had reached the half-step chaos, his strength increased, and his undead servants also became stronger. Today's undead servants possess eternal combat power, comparable to ordinary eternal beings. It's a pity that the half-step chaos realm is not a real realm, and other techniques have hardly changed. Only when one truly steps into the realm of chaos will one's magic skills experience a huge sublimation. Hun Dun-Zi also said that he would integrate the magic again at that time. This guy has been in chaos all these years and continues to absorb the power. 0. Please give me flowers, 0. This battle will be his last before entering the Chaos Realm, and he can only win and not lose. If defeated, the 5 worlds may be destroyed. Lin Moyu has confidence in himself, but he hopes that when the 5th Master of Tianqiu Palace becomes desperate, the damage to the realm will be less. The soulless beast escorted Lin Moyu all the way to the deepest part of the beast flood, where he was only separated from the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master by a wall. At this time, the power fluctuations of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master were already very obvious, and he was about to wake up. This powerful being who evolved and created the 5 worlds could also be the one who destroyed the 5 worlds. Lin Moyu said to the soulless beast, "The realm is in your hands. Try to minimize the losses." The soulless beast hummed, "Don't worry, Master. I will do my best." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. It started. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the barrier. Through the barrier, he seemed to be able to feel the pressure from the man from the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace. The pressure from a powerful Chaos Realm expert is enough to make eternal beings bow down. Taking another deep breath, Lin Moyu activated the formation he had set up. Boom! The barrier shattered with a sound, and the formation he had set up suddenly activated, shattering the barrier and turning it into a huge vortex, trying to forcibly suck the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master into the vortex. Connected to the vortex is a teleportation subarray that can directly send the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master out of the realm. Without the barrier to isolate him, Lin Moyu faced the pressure of the Chaos Realm head-on. The enormous pressure swept out like a storm, instantly blowing across the entire beast abyss and then sweeping through the virtual world. The pressure also broke the barrier between the real and virtual worlds, entered the real world, and rushed into the original ancestral land. All beings above the Tao Lord realm felt this terrifying pressure, and their souls were trembling. It was the fear of the strong. So strong. Lin Moyu found that he seemed to have underestimated the terrifying power of the Chaos Realm experts. The pressure alone was so terrifying. But now the arrow has been shot and he has no choice. The effect of the vortex was greatly weakened under the impact of the pressure, and the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was sucked in very slowly. Under external stimulation, the 5th Tianqiu Palace Master recovered faster. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Lin Moyu. "Who are you?" "It's you, my father." Lin Moyu threw out the boat of salvation, jumped in, and transformed into a stream of light, charging towards the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The boat of salvation drew a graceful arc and crashed heavily into the body of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master had not yet fully recovered when he was hit hard by the Dewey boat and involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool. This collision also accelerated the recovery of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. He shuddered all over and slowly stood up. The Dewey boat drew an arc again and turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master roared and punched out, colliding head-on with the Dewey boat. With a loud bang, the Dewey boat was blown away, but it was safe and sound, just blown away. The Deliverance boat was once a possession of the great lord of natural disasters. It was able to survive the face of the Tao intact. Its defensive power was unimaginable. Although it is not as good as the Scepter of Calamity that has transcended the rules of chaos, it is also one of the best treasures within the rules. However, although the defense is strong, the attack power is insufficient. In a head-on confrontation, it only forced the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master to retreat slightly. At this time, the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was still 10,000 meters away from the vortex. A huge suction force fell on him, as if countless hands were pulling him and dragging him towards the vortex. The 5th Master of Tianqiu Palace didn't know what was in the vortex, and he instinctively resisted and didn't want to enter. Lin Moyu once again controlled the Dewey boat to fly back and continue the collision, while expelling the formation and greatly increasing the suction force of the vortex. This is the first step of all the plans. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master must be sucked in, and the battlefield must not be placed within the boundary. At this time, he has not yet fully awakened and all his strength has not yet been integrated. This is his only chance. With repeated collisions, the Dewey boat was blown away again and again, but the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was also knocked back continuously, getting closer and closer to the whirlpool. 8,000 meters. 6,000 meters. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's recovery became more and more complete, his strength began to increase rapidly, and the effect of the deliverance boat was weakening. The soulless beast emerged, accompanied by a roar, and a sharp sword formed by the calendar of rules appeared on the body of the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The sharp sword did not cut him, but the thin lines behind him that connected to the core of the realm. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master roared angrily and slapped the sword with his backhand. Those thin threads had been the source of his strength for countless years, so how could he bear to see them damaged? The soulless beast roared continuously and evolved into thousands of sharp swords to chop down. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was immediately drawn to the scene and smashed all the swords into pieces. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to control the boat to ram into the enemy's body. The boat quickly grew larger and hit the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master hard. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was knocked back 1,000 meters and slapped the boat away. At this time, a mountain and a river appeared, and the fat girl shouted loudly, "I am rushing towards you with the power of the entire region." The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was knocked back another 1,000 meters, and was now only 2,000 meters away from the vortex. He roared, "Who are you?" Lin Moyu did not answer, and the Dewey boat flew back again. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Lord clashed his fists together, and a terrifying force directly shipped the Dewey boat away, unable to recover at all. Lin Moyu was in the boat and tapped his fingers lightly. The space demon beside him waved his hands and a space channel was opened. The space channel is located in the vortex, which was arranged by Lin Moyu in advance. Countless branches of the world passed through the space channel and shot out from the vortex, catching the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace out like a big net. On the world tree, a large number of undead servants appeared, and a strange aura burst out from Lin Moyu at the same time. Chaos magic, strong soldiers. The realm of the undead servants suddenly rose to a higher level, reaching the eternal peak, almost touching the half-step chaos. The undead servants grabbed the branches and exerted force at the same time, dragging the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master over. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was getting closer and closer to the vortex, only 1,000 meters away. He kept colliding his fists, and powerful forces blasted out, breaking the branches of the world trees one after another. At this time, Lin Moyu was manipulating the Dewey boat and crashing into it. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Lord slapped the Dewey boat away without any hesitation. After the Dewey boat came the Fatty. The Fatty carried the entire domain mountain and river military crystal and crashed into the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Lord. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was knocked back another 500 meters, only a little distance away from the vortex. He roared and punched the fat girl. The fat girl screamed and flew back with countless cracks on her body. She was seriously injured. Lin Moyu waved his hand inside the boat and took the fat girl away, then continued to control the boat to crash into her. In the last 500 meters, he only needed to crash into her once more. The 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master had already raised his palm to meet the attack. He kept bumping into it, not wanting to enter the vortex. Lin Moyu pointed his finger and said, "The corpse exploded." A portion of the ancient Tree King's corpse turned into powder, and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's body shook violently, and his chest exploded violently. The explosion was extremely powerful. Although it did not injure the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, it still caused him to stagger and his movements became deformed. The slap missed and failed to hit the Dewey boat. Instead, the Dewey boat crashed into him in a flash. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master roared and retreated, finally touching the vortex. The vortex's huge suction force sucked him in. Angry roars were heard from the vortex. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace was obviously unwilling, but he was helpless. He had just woken up, and his whole body strength had not yet been fully unified. At most, he could only exert 30% to 40% of his usual strength. In this state, he was tricked by Lin Moyu and pulled into the vortex. The teleportation array behind the vortex suddenly activated, forcibly separating the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief in the boat, finally got in. He sent a voice message to the soulless beast, "I'll leave the realm to you." The soulless beast said, "Please be careful, Master." Lin Moyu nodded slightly, flew out of the Dewey boat and entered the teleportation array. The real battle is about to begin. After a not-so-short teleportation, Lin Moyu passed through the boundary between reality and illusion and arrived outside the realm. As soon as he left the teleportation array, Lin Moyu immediately retreated and distanced himself from the fifth-generation Tianqiu Guancheng. At the same time, with a thought, the teleportation array exploded. Lin Moyu cut off the way back for the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, and also cut off his own retreat. In this battle, he can only win and not lose. The Sky Battle Formation was activated with a bang, and the five worlds seemed to be wearing a layer of heavy armor. Countless whirlpools emerged in the formation, continuously absorbing power from the realm. This was the source of power for the Sky Battle Formation, and it was also the reason why Lin Moyu was able to block several attacks from the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. After the previous series of attacks and a teleportation that penetrated the real and the unreal, the fifth master of Tianqiu Palace finally woke up. His true body was 10,000 meters tall, standing outside the boundary, staring at Lin Moyu. "Who are you? Why did you attack this palace master?" Lin Moyu asked. "Don't you understand now?" The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master really didn't understand, but that didn't matter. He growled, "I can sense the aura of the Realm Core on you. You've been to the Realm Core, and you want to become the master of the realm." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Very clever. What do you think of this? If you want to become the master of a realm, you can't get around the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. He is the evolver of the five world domains. He is not the master of the domains, but he has regarded the domains as his own. With him around, no one will be allowed to become the hand of the realm. Similarly, if you want to become the master of the realm, you must kill him, so the two sides are irreconcilable and will fight to the death." He whispered, "If that's the case, I'll kill you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I thought so too." Because of Lin Moyu's path, there is no possibility of reconciliation between them, and only one of them can exist. The fifth Tianqiu Palace Master roared and slapped Lin Moyu. "Gather your strength." Lin Moyu shouted in his heart, his aura suddenly rising, and he instantly broke through the half-step chaos and officially entered the Chaos Realm. Previously, when he entered the Chaos Realm, he could only stay there for 1 second before dying. But it is different now. Both the soul and the body have begun to become chaotic, and the strength has been greatly improved. After entering the chaotic state, both the body and the soul can withstand it. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu also slapped out with his palm, not giving in at all. The chaotic realm forces collided, and huge aftermath spread out, turning the surrounding space of billions of miles upside down. The Sky Battle Formation was activated, forming giant shields outside the boundary to block all the aftermath. The attacks from both sides dissipated after a stalemate of 1 second, and the two sides were evenly matched. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin Moyu as if teleporting. Lin Moyu's huge body was like an ant in front of him. He pressed down with one palm, and the shadow of an entire five-world domain appeared in the void. This palm carried the weight of the entire realm and was terrifying beyond measure. The fat girl was only as heavy as all the mountains and rivers in the realm, far less than the attack of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Lin Moyu once again used the Great Tao-destroying World Palm, but this time the power was not as strong as before. The power of the Great Tao is difficult to mobilize. The Tao-destroying palm is a technique that integrates the power of the Tao, but at this moment the power of the Tao seems to be blocked. Lin Moyu instantly realized that it was the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master who suppressed the power of the Great Tao. The Five Worlds domain evolved from him, and his ability to interfere with the domain was even stronger than that of the soulless beast. The power of the Great Tao-destroying World Palm was greatly reduced, and Moyu got into Dui Zhochen without hesitation. The fifth-generation Lord of Tianqiu Palace slammed his palm heavily on the Dui boat, and the Dui boat flew out, crashed into the Sanqiong battle formation and was shaken away again. The situation seemed bad, but the boat was not damaged at all. Lin Moyu hid in it, as if he was invincible. But the reality is not like that. Lin Moyu is well aware that if you defend for too long, you will lose. The boat can only be used to avoid a disaster temporarily. With a thought, the space in the void twisted and countless undead servants rushed out. The powerful military technique is still continuing, and the combat power of the undead servants is infinitely close to half-step chaos, and their number is as high as trillions. Ants. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master didn't take these undead servants seriously at all. He just snorted coldly and waved his hand. The power of the Chaos Realm exploded in the void, and millions of undead servants died on the spot. They were swept by an invisible force and shattered in an instant, but were resurrected the next second. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master struck out with one palm after another, instantly killing tens of billions of undead servants, but more undead servants immediately rushed over. Billions of attacks shone brightly in the void. The undead servants formed battle formations and attacked together, increasing their attack power to the half-step Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu appeared outside the Dui boat and snorted coldly, even if there are enough ants, they can kill an elephant. The undead servants fought one after another, regardless of the cost, fearless of life and death, and launched an attack on the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, while Lin Moyu watched from the side. He knew that the undead servants alone could not kill the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, but he could see a lot from it. As the undead servants surrounded him, the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master roared from the center of the battlefield, "No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. I am not an elephant, but an unrighteous being in the 9 heavens. Transform heaven and earth." A seed suddenly appeared in the void, just like the beginning of the world. The seed of the realm exploded, evolving the realm, and infinite worlds were born and destroyed in it. At the beginning of the evolution of the realm, a terrifying force swept across the sky, and nearly half of the trillions of undead servants were shattered on the spot. This attack was very powerful. If there were fewer undead servants, they would probably have all been killed. Before the undead servants were resurrected, the fifth master of Tianqiu Palace suddenly rushed towards Lin Moyu. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was the main culprit, and the battle would be over as long as he was killed. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace was extremely fast and appeared in front of Lin Moyu in an instant. Lin Moyu got into the Dui boat again, and the Dui boat drew an arc to avoid him. The fifth-generation Lord of Tianqiu Palace roared angrily and grabbed with his big hands. The power of the realm surged from all directions, firmly trapping the Dui boat. Wings of Time Curse. The wings spread out and vibrated violently, disrupting time and space, and the force that trapped the Dui boat suddenly loosened. The battle array in the sky roared, erupting with infinite power, providing assistance to Lin Moyu, tearing time and space into pieces, and the boat of salvation successfully escaped and turned into a stream of light and flew away. The sky battle formation is not only for defense, it also has extremely strong combat power, otherwise Lin Moyu would not have spent so much time setting it up. The formation is divided into 10 layers, which are interconnected. Unless all 10 layers can be penetrated in one breath, it is difficult to break the formation. The undead servants came back again, and the fifth master of Tianqiu Palace did not wait to be surrounded and chased after Duozhou. Lin Moyu, lightly tap your fingers and suck. Boom! Countless whirlpools on the sky battle formation were spinning rapidly, erupting with a terrifying suction force, which fell directly on the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, and his speed suddenly slowed down. The undead servants took the opportunity to surround it and began to bombard it again. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace was stunned by Lin Moyu's methods and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Lin Moyu's fighting ability is not that strong, not as good as himself, but he has too many messy methods. I tried to break through all the obstacles with my own strength, but it seemed that I encountered some difficulties. He was also proficient in formations and could tell at a glance that the sky battle formation was very powerful, so he did not attack the formation directly, but instead hunted Lin Moyu. But due to various interferences, his hunting was not successful. Attacks swept across, continuously killing undead servants and looking for opportunities. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace was very patient. He was looking for Lin Moyu's flaws. Lin Moyu also took the opportunity to watch the battle and find out the details of the fifth-generation Tianqiu 970 Palace Master. Gradually, he discovered a problem. Although the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was in the Chaos Realm, he was unable to mobilize much Chaos energy when he took action. The energy of Chaos is a powerful weapon. To creatures that have not yet become chaotic, the energy of Chaos is more lethal than most spells. If the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master could mobilize the chaotic energy at will today, then killing trillions of undead servants would be a piece of cake. But he didn't. The chaotic energy he borrowed was too little to cause large-scale casualties. Lin Moyu quickly found the reason. Although the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was in the Chaos Realm and had already completed the Chaos transformation, he was too special. He is the evolver of the realm. At the beginning of the evolution, he absorbed a large amount of chaotic energy to evolve the realm. A lot of chaotic energy was consumed during the evolution. After the realm evolved completely, he could not leave the realm too far and could not absorb the chaotic energy. Therefore, he does not have too much chaotic energy now. If he wants to use it, he must use it on the blade. Maybe he'll use it to kill me. The chaos energy can not only be used to kill enemies, but also for defense. If he uses it for defense, it will be troublesome for me. In that case, then induce him to use the energy of chaos. Lin Moyu saw that the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was also waiting for an opportunity to kill him with one strike, so he gave him a chance. The undead servants were in a constant cycle of birth and death. Because their numbers were so large, there was no obvious reduction in their numbers after fighting for a long time. The undead servants have their own tactics. They cooperate with each other tacitly. The dead retreat and the living advance, and they will not use up all the resurrection times. Lin Moyu was calculating, and the fifth master of Tianqiu Palace was also waiting for an opportunity. As the killing continued, some of the undead servants never resurrected after their death, and the number of undead servants began to slowly decrease. This phenomenon was immediately discovered by the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. He roared and intensified his attack. The void continued to shatter, and spatial turbulence surged outside the realm. Tens of millions of undead servants were killed with every attack. The gap between the Eternal Realm and the Chaos Realm is a huge one, and it cannot be made up by quantity. Under the attack of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, the number of undead servants decreased at an increasingly faster rate. Finally, he blasted a gap and Lin Moyu appeared in his sight. The huge eyes emitted a cruel light, and Lin Moyu, who was standing on the boat, was clearly reflected in his eyes. Lin Moyu's expression was obviously a little flustered and a little incredulous, as if he was surprised that his army of undead servants would be defeated so quickly. Ants are ants. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master shouted in a low voice and flashed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked even more panicked and immediately retreated back to the boat. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master said coldly, "It's useless even if you hide in the deliverance boat." Lin Moyu did not respond, but simply controlled the Dewey boat to retreat continuously. At the same time, the sky battle formation continued to exert its strength, and the huge suction force dragged the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. It's useless. You have no idea how powerful the Chaos Realm is. He sneered, and suddenly a layer of hazy air emerged from his body, and the chaotic air finally appeared. At this moment, the suction effect of the sky battle formation was greatly reduced, and the speed of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master suddenly increased, and he caught up with the Dewey boat almost instantly. As soon as the big hand opened, countless big hands appeared from all directions and tightly wrapped around the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu vibrated his wings, disrupting time and space, but this time the effect was not good. Wisps of chaotic energy appeared in time and space, offsetting Lin Moyu's magic. The chaotic energy enveloped the Dewey boat and penetrated into it. The fifth Tianqiu Palace Master said coldly, "Although I don't know how you got the deliverance boat from Kunlun, you are not able to truly control it. You don't understand that although the Dewey boat has strong defenses, it can't resist the chaotic energy, and you can't resist the attacks of the chaotic energy. Even if you have already achieved semi-chaos, how long can you last in this chaotic energy of mine?" His words were filled with murderous intent, and just as he said, the Dewey boat failed to block the chaotic energy. It's not that it can't be resisted, but Lin Moyu has not yet become the real master of the Dewey boat, he is just the operator. The fifth-generation master of Tianqiu Palace studied the Dewey boat and was naturally aware of its shortcomings. This is not Duozhou's problem, but Lin Moyu's problem. The chaotic energy continued to pour in, and Lin Moyu had nowhere to hide in the Dewey boat. He also couldn't leave the Dewey boat, as that would make him die faster. The undead servants chased after him, and their attacks landed on the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The attacks of the undead servants are not weak, and when there are a large number of them, they can also cause damage to the lord of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace. However, a thin layer of chaotic energy turned into armor, blocking most of the attacks. Lin Moyu was in the Dewey boat, looking at the chaotic energy that was spreading over him. He felt that the chaotic energy contained the will of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Only after he refined these chaotic energies could they be transformed into his weapons and used by him. Finally, the chaotic energy filled the Dewey boat and enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could feel that the chaotic energy was eroding him at an extremely slow rate, but the speed was too slow. It would take at least 100 years for it to completely invade him. The fifth Tianqiu Palace Master suddenly laughed and said, "I found you. I'll burn you to death." The chaotic energy suddenly turned into flames, and Lin Moyu became the fuel, surrounded by the flames. Is this the fire of the soul? Lin Moyu was engulfed by the flames, but he was not panicked at all. He even had the leisure to study the composition of the flames. Hidden in the chaotic energy is a trace of the soul of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, and the flame is ignited by the soul. Strictly speaking, this flame is the soul fire of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Burning oneself with the soul fire of the Chaos Realm is indeed a powerful weapon. For an ordinary half-step Chaos Realm cultivator, their soul would be burned, which is very dangerous. However, after experiencing 10 times of Tao sublimation, his body and soul were refined again and again, and his power was sealed, his soul and body were not sealed, and his essence was not much worse than that of the Chaos Realm. Therefore, the soul fire of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master can hurt himself, but the effect is not great. Perhaps it will burn himself to death after burning for hundreds of years. Then you can be reborn again and jump down for hundreds of years. But he couldn't do that now. He had already deliberately created a flaw and hooked out his chaotic energy. He had to hook it out thoroughly and use up as much of his chaotic energy as possible. In the soul flame, Lin Moyu showed a painful expression and kept groaning, but gritted his teeth and endured it. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace could not see Lin Moyu's situation, but he could sense something through his soul. He could feel some of Lin Moyu's conditions. "Enjoy it slowly, I will burn you to death bit by bit." The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's voice was cold, with a hint of cruel laughter. Lin Moyu responded without hesitation, "This kind of fire isn't even enough to warm me up. Did you sleep too long and have no energy left?" The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's expression changed slightly, and he strengthened the chaotic energy and soul fire. "Let's see how long you can last." The flames grew fiercer, and Lin Moyu's expression became increasingly painful, but he remained unyielding. "Is that all? You're such a useless piece of shit." Calling a Chaos Realm cultivator a waste, especially one who has evolved an entire realm, is an unbearable insult. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master sneered and said, Okay, I'll let you enjoy it." More chaotic energy poured in, and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master continued to add fuel to the fire. Lin Moyu did not just endure it, he also fought back. The wings of the time curse kept vibrating, stirring up the void, coordinating with the sky battle formation, creating the illusion that I was trying to escape. In order to prevent Lin Moyu from escaping, the fifth master of Tianqiu Palace, King Li, must use more chaotic energy. At the same time, the undead servants continued to attack, and he also used the energy of chaos to defend himself. He evolved a clone and attacked the undead servant, but the undead servant did not fight with his clone and only attacked his original body. The undead servants scattered and he couldn't kill them all at once. All these actions are consuming his chaotic energy. Lin Moyu was just gambling that he wouldn't have too much chaotic energy. As long as the chaotic energy that can attack and defend is gone, the next battle will be much easier. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace burned for 9 whole days and sensed that Lin Moyu's soul seemed to have been seriously injured and was not far from death. He added fuel to the flames, making them burn more fiercely. After another day of burning, Lin Moyu's soul finally reached its limit. Die! The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace laughed loudly, and Lin Moyu's soul shattered in his laughter. A purple light flashed, and the laughter of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace came to an abrupt end. After being burned for 10 days, Lin Moyu, who was finally burned to death, was resurrected in this lively manner. After resurrection, Lin Moyu shouted loudly, "Waste is waste. Even if you reach the Chaos Realm, you are still waste. You still want to transcend like this? If you can succeed, there will be countless great masters of heaven and earth in the Chaos Realm." Lin Moyu continued to verbally insult the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. This happened many times in 10 days, and Mo Moyu had already grasped his weakness. The Lord of Tianqiu Palace, who had been entrusted with the mission of evolving the realm since birth, had never come into contact with anyone in the Chaos Realm. He was unwilling and full of inferiority in his heart. His strength was not acquired through cultivation, but was naturally possessed by Tianqiu Palace. He had not experienced the process of a cultivator ascending to heaven step by step. He was born powerful, but also ignorant. He can evolve realms, but he doesn't understand the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He was confident that he could break free from the constraints of the realm, but he did not dare to disobey a certain existence. He knew that there were even more powerful beings outside the realm, so he could only hide, plan step by step, and wait for an opportunity. The result is that the heart becomes more fragile and sensitive. Fortunately, he does not have such a thing as a Tao heart. If it were an ordinary cultivator, his Tao heart would have collapsed long ago. But this is where the problem lies. Without a heart for the Tao, one is easily influenced and his emotions fluctuate violently. After Lin Moyu discovered this, he began to stir up his emotions again and again, causing his emotions to gradually get out of control. After 10 days of burning, when he thought Lin Moyu was burned to death, Lin Moyu suddenly came back to life and attacked him with even more vicious words. His greatest wish is to break free from the limitations of the realm, which has almost become his obsession. But Lin Moyu said that if he could get rid of the boundary, there would be countless great masters of heaven and earth in the chaos. To his ears, such words were the ultimate insult. "Kill you." The voice of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was no longer cold, but became crazy. Even more powerful chaotic energy poured into the Dewey boat. At the same time, the clone he evolved also used the chaotic energy. The powerful chaotic energy swept through the void, and the consumption of chaotic energy increased significantly. The fire of his soul burned even more fiercely. Lin Moyu cooperated with the performance very well and stimulated him with words from time to time. Lin Moyu discovered that in addition to his extraordinary talent in magic runes and formations, he also seemed to be good at speaking vicious words. Looking back to ancient times, Lin Moyu wondered if the great lord of natural disasters was also a poisonous tongue. It's possible, but not certain. He is him, I am me, we lead different lives. Lin Moyu erased the shadow of the great lord of natural disasters from his heart. He was not him, at most he was just the successor of his will. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace used even more intense firepower and burned for another 5 days. Lin Moyu's soul was on the verge of collapse again. Die, die. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace shouted loudly. As he shouted, Lin Moyu died as he wished. The soul shattered again, but before he could be happy for even a second, Lin Moyu was resurrected again. Lin Moyu, who had just resurrected, cursed directly, "Waste, Lin looks down on you. You are a waste that can't even burn a half-step chaos realm. You are really rubbish. You have lived for so many years, but you have lived like a dog. No, you are worse than a dog. Dogs bite people, but you can't even bite people. You can only huh." This time the curses were even more rude, and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was provoked again. Flames came out of his whole body and he turned into a fireman. The chaotic energy surged and rushed into the boat, A******. He has lived for so long, but unfortunately he has never learned how to curse. He just repeats the same few sentences over and over again. Lin Moyu was burned again, and continued to curse at him in the flames, constantly provoking him with words. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace seemed to have lost his mind and was using the chaotic energy at all costs. Lin Moyu could feel that his chaotic energy seemed to be decreasing. Originally, the clone could still use the chaotic energy to kill the undead servants, but later the clone no longer had any chaotic energy available. The chaotic energy blocking the Dewey boat also became less, and the blockade began to loosen. If he wanted, he could even escape. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master had already used all the remaining chaotic energy to burn himself. Lin Moyu pretended not to know and did not run away, tempting him to use up all the chaotic energy. The fire continued for 3 days, and Lin Moyu's soul was once again on the verge of death. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master said, "This time you deserve to die." He seemed unsure, the chaotic energy was almost exhausted, and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master seemed to be calmer than before. Because in the past few days, Lin Moyu has reduced the frequency of stimulating him. Lin Moyu sighed, "Yeah, it's time for me to die again." As he spoke, his soul shattered, and then he was reborn in the purple light, exactly the same as the previous 2 times. Lin Moyu used his actions to tell the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master that it was not you who burned me to death the first 2 times, but I took the initiative to shatter my soul and put it on display for you. Now, I don't want to act anymore. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace seemed to have gotten used to Lin Moyu's resurrection and was not as surprised as the previous 2 times. And he also saw clearly that Lin Moyu did not burn himself to death. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Do you want to continue burning?" The fifth Tianqiu Palace Master tried his best to remain calm, but his tone remained fierce. "You have the deliverance boat. I can't do anything to you, but you can't stay inside the boat forever. Even if I can't kill you, I can trap you." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "That's not true. You can't trap me." The wings of the time curse trembled violently, disrupting time. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master manipulated the power of time and space in the realm to smooth out the sky and earth. "It's useless. You can't control the avenues of the realm." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Who said I want to control the avenues in the realm?" The shadow of the universe emerged. In addition to the 5 worlds, Lin Moyu also had the universe. He is the master of the universe, and manipulating the universe is much easier for him than manipulating the 5 worlds. The Great Thousand World is not much weaker than the 5 worlds now. Lin Moyu directly unfolded the projection of the Great Thousand World and descended into the world, calling on the power of the realms in the Great Thousand World to mine the void. Time and space became chaotic, and the void shattered layer by layer. Under the incredulous gaze of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, the Dui boat flew into the shattered void and escaped. The next moment, the Dui boat appeared thousands of miles away, and Lin Moyu's voice came. I said, "You can't trap me." The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master spoke in a low voice, reflecting his current emotions. "You actually own a realm. How did you do that?" Lin Moyu appeared on the boat and shook his head slightly. "There are some things you don't understand. You've been burned and beaten enough just now. Now it's my turn." The great Tao world-destroying palm. The aura rose rapidly, and Lin Moyu once again stepped into the chaotic state, and at the same time slapped the field with one palm. This time he used the great Tao of the universe, and this palm was more powerful than the previous great Tao world-destroying palm. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master threw a punch, and with a loud bang, the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was knocked back thousands of miles. Lin Moyu also rode the Dui boat and flew back tens of thousands of miles. In terms of strength alone, the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master is 3 points better. But up to now, the contest of strength is no longer so important. 3 points of strength cannot determine the outcome. Lin Moyu feels that his winning rate has risen to 90%. Formation activated. With a thought, the Battle of the Dome officially begins. The Sky Battle Formation is Lin Moyu's painstaking work. Its core is defense, which is its most powerful function. But in addition to this, it has two major functions, control and combat. Although the control and combat capabilities are not as good as the defense, they are not weak either. Lin Moyu applied all his life's learning to this supergiant formation, which covers the entire realm and is driven by the power of the realm. Previously, only part of the Sky Battle Formation's capabilities were activated, but now it is fully manifested. The Sky Battle Formation erupted with a terrifying aura, and the 10 layers of the formation lit up one after another, shining brightly, illuminating a large area of the void, and the 5 worlds transformed it into a bright star in the chaos of the void. Above the formation, a giant emerged. He held a shield in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. He was wearing heavy armor, like a fearless warrior going into battle to kill the enemy. The aura emitted by the giant was terrifying, no less than that of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace. The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master was shocked by the immense pressure but calmed down. "I never thought that your attainments and formations have reached such a level. But unfortunately, your formation uses the power of the realm, and the realm's calendar." "Huh? How could this happen?" The fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master showed surprise on his face. The power of the realm that he could control freely before seemed to be separated from him now, and his control was greatly weakened. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You mean to say that the power of the realm is under your control, and my formation is ahead of the power of the realm, so it is useless, right?" Lin Moyu understood the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master's thoughts. He really meant it. He saw the essence of the formation. As long as the power of the boundary was cut off, this formation would become a mere decoration. But he found that he could not control the power of the realm. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Take your time to think about it. Perhaps you'll have a chance to figure it out." The reason is that Lin Moyu himself is the most sincere. The soulless beast is the rule manager and can control part of the history of the realm. He also controls the most critical divine symbols in the core of the realm. He did not manage these divine symbols before. Now the formation activates the divine symbols in his control, cutting off the connection between the divine symbols and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. It was naturally difficult for the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master to drive the power of the realm like before. It's just that Lin Moyu didn't move the whirlpools behind the talisman, and the whirlpools still existed, so the World Domain Camp hashtag couldn't find the problem for a while. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't explain too much to him. The more confused you are, the better. The battle giant was already charging towards the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The giant was so huge that a single step could cover tens of thousands of miles. He appeared in front of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master as if he had teleported and slashed him with a single blow. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master snorted coldly, and Mingyong also transformed into a sword and slashed out. Bang! The giant in the battle formation shook slightly, and the sword in his hand shattered, but the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was blown away, and the sword in his hand also shattered. The force of the collision swept in all directions. The battle giant raised his shield and shouted, "Suppress!" A big word Zhen appeared on the shield, and the sky battle formation was activated. Countless shields appeared all around, and each of these shields also had a big word Zhen on it, blocking all the surrounding forces. The blocked force was quickly gathered to the center, and then turned into sharp arrows and shot towards the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. The whole process is completed in an instant, less than 0.01 seconds. Before the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master could stabilize himself, he saw a sharp arrow coming towards him. The arrow contained all the power of the collision between him and the battle giant. It's actually possible. This style of play is unprecedented and beyond imagination. It is no longer as simple as using the opponent's force to counterattack. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master instinctively wanted to dodge, but at this moment, countless whirlpools in the formation were spinning wildly, and a suction force suddenly burst out, turning into an invisible giant hand that grabbed him tightly. A huge divine symbol appeared in the formation, and the symbol turned into a large word, Ding. This talisman is not a simple talisman, it already contains some of the characteristics of the Chaos Rune. In fact, the entire sky battle formation contains the characteristics of Chaos Runes. Lin Moyu incorporated his understanding of Chaos Runes into it, greatly enhancing the power of the sky battle formation. The 5th Master of Tianqiu Palace was pinned there and unable to escape, and could only withstand the oncoming arrows. Chaos Armor! He roared, and a piece of armor appeared on his body. The sharp arrow hit the Chaos Armor and exploded on the spot. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was blown away by the huge force, but he was not injured, and even the armor on his body was not damaged. Lin Moyu frowned. He could tell that this was a battle box formed after chaos. After the soul and body are completely transformed into chaos, the chaotic energy is used to refine armor, which has amazing defensive power. It is also the confidence of the Chaos Realm strongmen to roam freely in the chaotic energy. There are many chaotic creatures living in the chaos. Most of these native chaotic creatures do not have chaos armor and are often not as good as practitioners of the same realm. Chaos armor is one of the signs of a minor success in the chaos realm. It has strong defense, but it has a drawback: its consumption is also huge. If it were in the chaos, it would be fine, because there would be the chaotic energy to make up for it, but here, the less chaotic energy we use, the less we have. 0 asterisk. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master roared angrily, actually inviting me to this point. Lin Moyu sneered and lightly tapped his fingers. The battle giant charged forward again, and a sword re-evolved in his hand. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace stretched out his hand and grasped it, and a giant sword emerged. The giant sword and the armor on his body had the same origin and exuded a rich chaotic aura. Lin Moyu was not surprised. With chaos armor, there would naturally be chaos soldiers. The sword flashed, and the battle giant's sword shattered. He raised his shield to block the sword, and the word Zhen on the shield shone brightly. Boom! The giant's shield was also shattered. The sword light cut through the void, and the giant in the battle formation was almost cut in half. The Chaos Warriors are too strong for the charioteers to resist. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master wanted to chase and kill him, but fixed characters flashed in the sky battle formation and dragged him down. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master stabbed the battle formation with his sword, causing it to violently shake and numerous cracks to appear. He pierced through 7 layers of the battle formation with one sword, but the sky battle formation had 10 layers in total. As long as not all 10 layers were broken at the same time, it could be repaired quickly. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers repeatedly, and divine runes flew out one after another. The sky battle formation continued to operate, and giant battle formations emerged one after another. The 10-layer formation evolved into a total of 10 battle formation giants, surrounding the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. A large number of shields evolved and pressed towards the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace. At the same time, the undead servants rushed out again, killing the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master from all directions, and the saturation attack engulfed him in an instant. Chaos armor and chaos soldiers are both very powerful, but their consumption is also extremely alarming. The sword flashed, and countless undead servants were killed. Previously, in order to create a flaw, Lin Moyu deliberately induced the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master to consume the chaotic energy, creating the illusion of the death of the undead servant. In fact, the undead servants were just taken back by him, and not many died at all. Now the undead servants are charging out again, and they will not retreat to share even if many are killed. The battle giants also carried shields and attacked frantically, overwhelming the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. Protected by the chaos armor, the 5th Master of Tianqiu Palace launched a frantic counterattack. The giants in the battle formation were defeated step by step, and the undead servants died in large numbers. He killed like crazy, roaring like a beast. Lin Moyu's mind moved. The opportunity has come. With a thought, the void in front of him shattered, and the world tree pierced through the two realms of reality and illusion. A large number of branches rushed out, and several roots were pulled back from the chaos and intertwined with the branches to form a towering tree.